In the name of Allah, the most merciful, most best guys, peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad, his disciples and family members to the day of judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of course, peace and mercy be upon all of you. And welcome to the third day of the real estate of
2020. قبل أمس شهدنا افتتاح المنتدى ويوم أمس استكملنا
the conference, and yesterday, which actually completed the second day, and that is the third and the final day of the Real Estate Future Forum. Of course, this forum, for example, aims to be a gathering, an international platform, so to discuss, for example, the situation and the status quo of the real estate through strategies, and to enrich all the topics, and additionally benefit from the best practices of in the field of real estate. And as we mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, the forum discusses a number of issues and themes as well, such as the organizational issues in future cities and urban development, smart cities, and sustainable cities, and the attractiveness and of the real estate investment, in addition to raising quality and safety in the technology of construction and quality of life in the development of real estate, in addition to many other issues as well that have been actually listed in the agenda of this important forum that will contribute to the development of this real estate sector. So listen, before we just talk about the security procedures, and the safety as well, I would like to draw your attention that we have 3 exits as well in the front and at the back, in case of emergency. God forbid. May Allah keep you and bless you. In the name of Allah, and praise be to Allah, we start, for example, the third day of the Real Estate Future Forum. It's third day, for example, and the first session is talking about, for example, innovation and smart solutions, and participated by Talal Rahban and Dr. Alayan Al-Harbi and Mr. Bassam bin Abdul Aziz Noor and Mr. for example, Hasib Muhammad. And this session is moderated by Mr. Turki Al-Musa as well. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, now we invite you, for example, to give due attention to the morning session. Innovation and smart solutions. That is the topic and the title of this session.
السلام عليكم صبحكم الله
Good
بالخير.
morning, everybody. May Allah bless you today. The first part of this day, of course, and welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum, of course, in the morning. Today, it's a beautiful morning with your presence, and that's important and a great atmosphere. Of course, let me welcome the guests, Lina Al-Harbi, Mr. Hasib Muhammad, Mr. Talal Rukban. For example, today when you're talking about, for example, the future of real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so we have many great things, for example, to take into considerations. For example, it's to embody and the vision of our Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030, of course, because he's always present in the smart solutions in all levels. But today, for example, we will pay much attention to innovation. At the beginning of this session, of course, let me just start with you, Dr. Elian. Saudi Arabia is supporting innovation, as we said before, in most of the sectors. Could you talk about the role of the government, for example, in the real estate sector, especially as regards innovation? In the name of Allah, God's peace and mercy be upon Prophet Muhammad and all prophets of Allah. Messages of Allah. First of all, good morning, everybody. For example, and may Allah bless you. Wishing you all a great morning. Today, for example, I'm a speaker, and actually, I'm a part of the organization team as well. So it gives much pleasure to be a speaker now. Thank you very much for coming today. For example, and Allah, we were successful actually in finishing the first 2 days. We hope we continue. For example, and we hope that the atmosphere and the temperature of course will continue to be as good as it started this week as well. I mean, recently in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I mean, there is a great support to the issue of innovation and the smart, innovative solutions. For example, in all levels and all levels and at all levels, and this might be the launching. The launching force, for example, for a further step that will contribute to making new products and producing new products as well. Because in some industries, and if things are repeated, for example, it's hard to compete with your products. You need to come to an innovative product, for example, such as to create a new playground and a great arena to become a master on the playground, for example. But the idea of the vision, for example, the Vision 2030, which is really focusing on innovation and to develop such kind of industries that are based on innovation, which took a long time depending on the traditional methodology. For this reminds me of an event that took place that we take it as one of the evidences in the morning. I can say that to you recently, but there has been actually a program, a program in a radio, or just like I'm gonna tell you stories. For example, the same thing that you will enrich this event and this forum. For example, I think 1957 of the last century, the journey of America, for example, started with building for example, technology and internet, which was the basic of the internet. It was a great support from the ministry, defense ministry, and a number of universities with a direct support from the government, for example, for making the internet or this new technology. The internet, if we observed after this, for example, when the internet started, I mean, came into emergence, we started to have technology, companies like Microsoft, like Apple, and Magic Company at the time. For the Magic Company firms later on, introduced 15 engineers who established a number of companies like Macintosh, which was the company that established Apple. And this momentum, which when it was supported by the U.S. government, which resulted in a new technology, and this new technology resulted in new companies, new firms, as like Microsoft, Apple, Google, in addition to many other. Google came later after. So all of these great large companies became very developed and started, for example, to make a new technology. As we know that Microsoft contributed to producing, for example, the programming language from other companies, for example, contribute to producing, for example, methodologies or softwares, and these companies, for example, started, for example, to take the lead on behalf of the government, U.S. government, and these companies started to contribute to the establishment of new companies as well. For example, so for example, when you come to an entrepreneur, for example, a new starter and a new technology, for example, someone like Bill Gates comes with knowledge and money and contribute with you. Of course, you'll be very successful. Now, Facebook, for example, has WhatsApp, Instagram. So the idea, for example, where the idea came from, to answer your question, came from the government, the U.S. government, in supporting the technology industry, hoping to have large companies in our country, which will come with methodologies, ideas, thoughts, very innovative. That's the reason why the technology in America became very sustainable. This is the reality now. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, for example, came up with the housing programs, which is one of the arms to establish a national company, real estate. The national and the housing company has been established, and after Roshan was established after a while. So these are the companies that develop the developers of real estate. This is exactly what happened. So we hope that what happened in America and its journey for better technology, for new technology, we hope to see the same thing, for example, the real estate sector, to have companies that will encourage and support other companies as well, emerging companies. This actually sums up the experience of the kingdom, the vision of the kingdom, so as to develop innovation, for example, in developing the real estate sector. If we take this an example to develop real estate, it's a very big domain. It's very field. We can talk about the partial aspects, but we can actually look at the support and other technologies like construction, for example, and the modern construction. Good morning, Talal. Good morning, Talal. I hope everything's okay with you. Of course, now Saudi Arabia is witnessing very great momentum and movement, for example, the real estate sector. Of course, now let me ask you specifically, what are the most important enablers between the demand and supply? Thank you very much, Turkey. Thank you very much, and I'd like to extend my appreciation for the organizers for the great support and organizing this important forum. If you look at actually, if you're given a close look so as to explain some of the concepts, the basic concepts of real estate, we can say that we, for example, now we know and we can exceed right now with the best of time because of being very simple ideas, thoughts, ideas. For example, real estate, for example, it's very simple, but of course has a great high characteristics. If you look today at developing real estate development for process in general on a larger scale, it depends on, for example, managing risks. Once the managing risk, for example, is good and sound, and they will result in a very successful experience as well or outcomes in the real estate sector. I mean, which is different from many other sectors. So, if we, for example, take into consideration the demand and supply in the real estate sector, for example, the demand it changes gradually day after another. So, however, for example, but this change or this transfer might not be up to the surface, but suddenly, if we take an example, I mean, for example, the partial, I mean, the retail, I mean, 6 years ago, for example, the real estate partial of a retailer, the land shops, for example, what was the overwhelming, for example, that really, real estate in main streets. But later on, for example, we observed a very great change, for example, the lifestyle, to focus on the lifestyle, which depends on experience rather than, for example, the selling and buying directly. So the change that took place in this field in the sector of real estate, for example, gradually took place, but actually reached or came up at the top all of a sudden. So we can actually predict and foresee what's going to happen as regards to the demand. The same thing applies to the supply. But one of the good characteristics of real estate, the supply is fixed and it's not mobile. It's not mobile, and it's very fixed supply. We call it fixed supply. Today, for example, the real estate actually sector, I mean, witnesses a great change cycle for range from 3 to 5 studies, design, implementation, and then it comes to the sale phase, or and followed by asset management. And so the supply, real estate supply, to move needs, for example, from 3 to 5 years average, or and this movement for it takes time, but the demand, for example, in a way or another, moves very fast and actually appears all of a sudden. And so that's the reason why it's difficult to predict and forecast. The point of intersection between both of them, the demand and supply. I'll try to give an example of another type of product. Take into consideration the example that I said before. If we look at consumption products, for instance, goods, and if there has been increase in the demand, for instance, actually, we might have the labor, we might have resources, and we might actually raise the production capacity of the plant, for example, working for 3 shifts instead of 2, and we can actually bridge the gap. But in real estate sector, it's different. If we try, for example, to do the same thing, for example, this will take us big time, a long time. And the enablers of the demand or differ according to, for example, the type of the assets, real estate assets. If we look today, for example, at the real estate office and the number of licenses that have been issued by the Ministry of Investment, and actually record after record, and so in the last couple of years as well, this actually gives an indication that there is actually over increasing demand in the future on the real estate sectors. Even if the same thing, if we look at the statistics are actually reported by the central bank as regards, for example, and the payments. The payment on the retail. So we observe that there is high increase, and this is a great motivation, for example, to move, for example, demand on the retail real estate. And the same thing applies to residential units or housing units. If we look at the ages, different ages, demographic, for example, composition of the population of the King of Saudi Arabia, who are youth, for example, from 10 to 15 years, for example, every young man is looking for having or owning, for example, a house. These are, for example, the causes of the demand. And of course, the supply moves according to the demand, but provided that we must have liquidity and the safe investment environment. These are the components. We have them. We have the 2 components, for example, we have liquidity and we have good environment, and that's why if the supply will move, it tries, for example, to catch up with the demands. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Hassan. And actually, may Allah keep us away from problems. But for example, in assets management, sometimes you're facing problems in assets management. For example, between the owners, between, for example, the lessee as well. And if there is a mediator, will be a big problem. So today, for example, all the current problems, for example, in the market of managing assets. What are the problems in assets management? at the beginning, let me just tell you, I would like to. What has been said by Mr. Ryan short time ago, my colleague in the session, for it's very closer to my heart when you talk about innovation. I actually, I look at this topic as well from the entrepreneur's point of view. For example, what I like today is that really we have a person who represents the government, somebody who represents the advisory bodies or authorities, and like me, for example, I represent the startups. So and entrepreneurship, for example, in general, as said by Mr. Alayan, it depends on the support of the government, which is really substantial for all of us. And this is the thing I witnessed. Recently, we as a company, as well as as you mentioned, Turkey, we are in the field of assets management as a technical solution, which is provided to the developers, the real estate developers, for example, in the field, and we play the mediating role between the developer and the owner, in addition to the operator. So, for example, the management of assets, and I always say that the real estate developer today, for example, doesn't face any problem. For example, in the phase of before the sales, before selling period or a phase, which is rather different from facing problems after sales. Well, today we got support of the governments in selling at the same time, and the execution in addition to the measures and procedures. When the developers start to deliver the units, for example, to the owners, challenges come up, and challenges, for example, in the delivery of the documents, the guaranteeing the sukuks to the owners. And what comes after, for example, is the guarantee years of guarantee, for example, which the developer is responsible for, such as the assets management related issues, of the whole project in general. Say, for example, in brief. We have problems, for example, in the delivery. This is one thing, and the other thing, number two, in the management in general, management of asset of the real estate. And I always say, for example, that the residential real estate is much more difficult than the commercial. Why? Because there are many operations taking place at any apartment, any real estate. If it's common like apartment or a complex of residential complex. So the management of the project, for example, the appointment of an operation company or operating company, for example, of following up the financial matters, for example, that are related to the real estate and the property, the residents. These are the problems that we are facing, for instance, actually in the field. And as far as possible, we try, for example, to find solutions, and we provide innovative or innovation-based solutions and smart solutions as well. God willing. For example, yesterday, for example, we talked for a long time with Dr. Alain about the innovation issue. And for example, we're very different. We had different point of views when we had this talk yesterday. Today, for example, is innovation in the real estate sector depending completely on digitalization or not? Well, as a matter of fact, I'm not a good son of the computer science. I'm not. So and I've been working in the digitalization, digital transformation, and actually innovation is not only related confined to digitalization. This is a big topic. Innovation by far. Now, because my colleagues are just like looking at me. What I'm going to say, going to catch my words. So Hasib, when he's talking, and what he was talking about the processes, procedures, measures, and actually their product is digital, but he is solving a problem. The issue, for example, the situation of bringing, for example, the owners in one platform. So their product or the technology they have, they are tools. They are representing the tools. So if we need to advance the innovation, and so we need to concentrate and focus on issues, the very small issues, for example, inside the journey of the customer, or inside, for example, the value chain, for example, developing the real estate development. Later on, we use, for example, technology as a tool, as an instrument. If I want, for example, a good man loyal to my specialization, for example, technology must actually lead to improve and innovation. Everybody now can be innovative. Once I was one of the judging committee members and some of the races as well. There is a guy, for example, a boy, for example, participating in a system that really can actually can actually check the attendance of the students as well. Say I said, and he can compare the pictures and he can take a photo of the class. He says, and actually he said that my system, for example, can actually check even the students' attendance, even if they are two twins or twins, because these pictures, for example, actually monitoring, for example, the thermal emissions of from everybody, and I can compare, for example, the thermal or the heat, actually, let me say, emissions of each person. So innovation, a child, he was in the first year of secondary school, a young man can actually innovate in using these technologies. Where is the problem? Problem in the real estate development. The chain, the value chain is long, and the easiest innovation in the real estate is in technology today. Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. We see new generations of innovations that are different, that can be used. For example, we can use technology as a tool. In it, I did not actually ignore the big role of technology or deny, for example, in advancing, for example, innovation and providing a new solution. But I'm very pleased, for example, to hear from my colleagues that we exceeded the innovations at the level of marketplace. And even Amazon, when it started, they were actually demonstrating, they selling and buying books. But later on, Amazon became innovative, for example, in logistics and providing logistics support. That's the reason why anything I request today or order today, it can come tomorrow. So the innovation in the supply chain, inside, for example, in the retail, is very fundamental to see this sort of thing taking place in Amazon. So innovation in the phase of construction, the real estate design before construction, technologies of and the methodologies of modern methodology of construction. I'm very happy to see big companies here attending this conference, for example, actually providing 3D printing as one of the construction methodologies. Or just today, we have actually Saudi specialized companies that provide new product, for example, the biggest problem, the challenge for some real estate sector is the construction and infrastructure. So today, for example, the selling process is very easy and convenient. So the more we use innovation in the value chain to develop the real estate sector, the more we'll be very able, for example, to develop the real estate sector. And the more we use technology, we do not want to do unjust to the technology, but we need to innovate in the value chain. I come to the closing words. In Uber, for example, the big advancement that they made in Uber, not because of the marketplace or matchmaker, for example, between the service, or serpent. Before, for example, they were actually having collaborative economy. If there is no there's no philosophy of collaborative economy. If there is no platform, because really the Uber idea is based on the collaborative economy. It's a tool. Uber is a tool for more than an idea. It was the origin innovation. For example, when there is a business model where he can actually have the opportunity to generalize. And when there is an algorithm in data science or AI, artificial intelligence, for example, he's got the opportunity to generalize and to expand and to actually and he can actually be abstract, level of abstract. He can apply it in actually delivering items or orders. So and then this is the most important thing we need to focus on. For example, that's the reason why I say from here, innovation, for example, is not confined to digitalization. However, digitalization exactly is playing an important role, for example, so as to develop innovation in the movement, for example, in so many activities which come all of a sudden, for example. Yeah, Mr. Talal, you are, for example, in the neutrality side, the neutralization side, of course. In the first part, you talked about the gap that we see, for example, the real estate market. My question, for example, how can we determine, for example, this gap? How can you identify this gap, especially when you talk about years that you need, for example, to study or conduct study or to determine this gap or to identify this gap? And later on, could you, for example, bridge this gap or not? After, as you said before today, any project, for example, that has been planned today, and based on the situation for today, which has been actually delivered after 5 to 6 years. First, for example, been late years of the market. So it will be copy paste. For example, there's no distinction between the other real estate projects. Thereby, you'll be facing a lot of risks. So the best solution, for example, is to foresee and forecast, for example, the future changes, for example, from 3 to 5 years, and the average as well in the medium range. So I don't want to say more than that, because some other projects, the mega projects, they have completely dynamic mechanisms well in analyzing the gap, for example, because it's actually make the demand not responding to the demand. Of course, today, one of the best solutions that we have, the GIS, and by generally speaking, it's very great, has a great capacity to analyze, but it depends on actually in the accuracy of the data. So today, for example, there are many entities. They have a strong base of the database, and they have actually database about the ages, for example, nationalities, level of education, income of every region in the Kingdom of Saudi, every province, and even the districts as well, detailed, and with further information, so we can actually analyze these data as well, so as to know, for example, the taking place changes from 3 to 5 years, for example, in the future. So in a way that we can actually know the ages, and we can link it with other former experiences at the internal emigration, in addition to the trend to study of the university undergraduate study, and we can reach, for example, the demand which is going to be expected in the future. And on the short term, on the medium term, this is the first thing Chile we look at. The second choice, there is a technology, very advanced technology right now, which uses the machine learning, which is based on machine learning. It tries, for example, to identify the future or determine the future of, for example, the new emerging cities and the places of crowded places, determining crowded places, and, for example, places that will be highly demanded. And in addition to, depending on other similar experiences today, for example, you can know that whether or not this road in the northern part of Riyadh, for example, that doesn't have activity. I mean, a lot of how after 5 years or 10 years, I mean, with the growth of the population, for example, so we will know we will know whether or not this road, for example, will be connected to the main roads or not, will be overcrowded or not, and is it? And the machine learning will give you, for example, all these kind of readings. So they map the future for and you will know through this map to what extent things will be changed if you have the very necessary statistics and of the enablers of the demand or the components of demand in the region. So undoubtedly, you can come up with a very accurate recommendation as regards the future gap. Now, for example, Dr. Elian, are you convinced of what has been said by your colleagues here in session? Of course, now, I can add something to Mr. Elian, and this actually discussion is interactive, and I like that very much. For example, I want to complete, for example, and Mr. Lian, the innovation is not only confined to technology, but I believe that the processes themselves that we talked about, how can we make them very brief and short and faster than before? And I can give you a very simple example to enhance what I'm saying to you. One of the things that Chile we saw big challenge as a source of big challenge things for facing any client in the company or direct developer and using, for example, the technological system to manage the assets. Or for example, before when I participate, for example, any system ERP or any system of assets management, that the first step, for example, is to enter data. And the more the company is large, the more problems or the more intensity the company will face. One of the solutions that we came up with, I call it an innovative solution, for example, is that the entry of the data, this type of entry has 3 ways. The first of which is the traditional way, for example, manually, the manual entry, for example, which is being applied in the market today. For example, one of the things, for example, that we concentrated on today is to have the possibility of reading the contracts from the EHR platform or just network, where the system can take the data from the contracts spontaneously and can be actually enlisted in the system for incorporated system. So the only thing I can improve the data, and in this way the user can take the PDF file from EHR platform and he can actually upload the file and we can take the data. So and we actually shortened this step in this way. And honestly speaking, even actually as a company, we can say we show great difference, big difference as well. And the developers or our clients, for example, when we explain to them this actual feature in the system, they are attracted more and more, for example, to why? Because they see this is very important for them because it will save time and time and effort as well, and the entry of data at the beginning. And this is one of the good things that we achieved, and the journey of the client's journey inside the system today, our system today, and actually is provided by the application, smartphone applications, and they have electronic website. And we always try, for example, to find the problems, to pick up the problems like this, like the entry of data or anything which is causing a lot of trouble, or just like we want to shorten this step and to provide a fast solution. And by the end of the day, of course, I say that as you mentioned before, that Chile today, and we are on the Facebook, we hope that to find Bill Gates so as to reach the phase that you mentioned before. Do we have Bill Gates among us? Can we find Bill Gates among us? Is there, Dr. Alayan? When we are talking about smart solutions, and don't you see that there is a relationship actually with many people, because this is a new sort of thing, especially in the real estate sector today. Today, the community, for example, like the young generation, representing very big percentage, they can deal with technology confidently and conveniently. But elders cannot actually deal with technology. Those who have actually thinking traditionally, they do not actually admit the digital solutions. Can we use, for example, psychology in this regard to convince, clients or elders? This is very. This thing is related to this point. Psychology can be an example, for example, for a case which is very important in innovation, but it might be more important in the development of real estate rather than any other field. My colleague Hasib mentioned, and before him Talal did, because the diversity of specializations or adopting other specialities in your original industry or activity. For example, the industry of real estate development has science, and very fixed science, and recognized accumulative knowledge. But for example, you are at an age that really, for example, there is an intersection of all specialities, which has become a trend, which is going to be the fashion. And there are many companies, for example, that can give excellent services because they adopted, these companies adopted sciences from other specialities or from other domains. A short time ago, for example, my brother Talal mentioned the GIS. The GIS, for instance, it's the mapping system. It's actually, and then the mapping system used technology and brought together between maps and the information technology system, and now they came to know, for example, the growth, the demand, and the supply, and they can, by all of these kind of means, methodology that can protect the growth. Hasib talked about how can I use, for example, the digitalization. In the entry of data, or entering the old data, so as to exceed, for example, difficulty of adopting technology. And the issue of adopting technology, the difficulty, there are social solutions, or just psychological solutions. How can I can enter the client through very easy and convenient steps, for example, into our products as well. I can be very tired. I can come up with a very innovative idea, such as, for example, the program of the owners union, but without adopting because of the difficulty of this technology. Psychologists say, if you want to change the behavior of a person, for example, give him, for example, give him something very easy to be done. So something that can manage it. And now, for example, this person said, he said literally, give me the documents that you have, and I can actually image all of these kind of things. And he said that really he hit two birds with one stone by restoring the old data, at the same time digitalizing such kind of data as well in one system, and the accessibility to this this system. And so we applied, for example, the steps which are recognized in psychology, and giving an easy attempt to get to technology. Psychology and innovation and technology is largely used, is greatly used. We see, for example, Amazon, one click payment to purchase. They call it in psychology, for example, how can you, for example, and then that you cannot get out of that until you finish everything. For example, this is what takes place in Amazon. Amazon guarantee your purchase to buy to buy, guarantee to buy. How can I guarantee that truly guarantee that the customer will not change his opinion? So they actually prepared the payment click within the same kind of vision. We hope to see this in the development process of the real estate, because the value chain is long in the real estate, and it's very important to look for solutions that will facilitate this value as well. I'm very happy to see the diversity of this forum because if you really want to add new features, for example, in new projects, you must, for example, look at the other points of view of others, and you have to keep an eye on other industries as well. And they call it innovation exaptation. What is the meaning of this term, or how you adopt a known solution in a known industry, and you can move it to another new area? Gutenberg, for example, when he actually invented the printer, he took it from the philosophy of the machine oil machine. All squeezing machine. I'm very happy to see this great diversity of consulting companies, startups. If you visit, for example, the exhibition, you will see lawyers and experts. This diversity will make us, for example, be innovative in the real estate development, in the methodology, in at the same time in the value chain as well, with the new innovative ideas, thoughts, ideas that are not traditional on the house of expertise and not get used to. And those are the players who came out of the region and changed the whole rules as well. And at the same time, for example, though, and so for example, we all things are changed right now. For example, so the value chain will never be shortened from the same people who built the old value chain. Generally speaking, for example, you need, for example, a new external player, for example, to change the playground. Do you need a new player, for example? So not accept our own players, but we need if a new player coming from outside, and this is what I recommend and advise as well. So try to get together with those people who have got different thoughts and ideas, different philosophy. Get together with the people with different sciences, different skill, knowledge, skill areas that you're not used to. Here comes the innovative ideas. Talal, I would like to ask you, for a short time ago, when you talked about, for example, the gap in the real estate sector, mentioning that during, for example, that you need 3 years, for example, to cover or this need. But there is a very important idea, partial or aspect here. This is the financial behavior. For example, what about the most important, priority of the developer because sometimes these things happen because there might be some sort of change within 3 years. For example, we are not isolated from the outside world. Today, if you see the reaction financially, or from, for example, and the social changes, and the reaction was very great and the large as well, and the power purchasability increased, and the spending level has been increased. And one of the most important factors, for example, to understand the behaviors, financial behaviors in the spending on things that are related to real estate directly or indirectly. So we need, for example, to work on a case study, international benchmarking as well. So for those people who preceded us in such kind of experiences, taking into consideration the social changes or the balance of life, for example, we want to understand through these kind of experiences as well what the reaction is. What about the changes, for example, in the spending modes, and so that we can identify the changes that are taken into consideration by the developer of real estate in the future. To take it in, great, Hasib. And the technical solutions, or today, for example, you mentioned that you have what you have in the company. You have solutions, but the solutions are available internationally. So what about the available solutions internationally in relation to your own solutions in the company? Any startup must study the market, must study. Must see the best examples. For example, at the level of the region where you stay, or globally. So. Now, these were the steps that really we traced as startup, and we kept a close look at the best companies of the world, either in the United States or in some other European countries as well, and companies that really started 30 years ago, and they have 40 years of experience, for example, in the field of assets management as well as a technical solutions, which is the main focus of our conversation. We have companies like Yardi, Baldi, and all of these global companies will in the regard that provided very great solutions that will solve a very big problem being faced in the market of assets management, and it became very common. And then in America, they are considering this is and after this, they moved to other countries. And recently, for example, even they came to the Middle East and Saudi Arabia in particular as well. And so many companies, the big companies in Saudi Arabia working in the market, they use such kind of systems to manage assets and property. And but the problem sometimes we might face with these systems, the needs and that needs that are related to the Saudi market specifically, that cannot be understood, but he must be that cannot be understood by any person unless he comes to Saudi Arabia to understand what's going on. For example, for today we have programs. For example, for the rental programs, so we have a JAR network. These are the initiatives of the government, and in the way that they are connected with the system it's not easy. And the needs, for example, in the local market, in Saudi local market, for instance, are not like any other international global market. So the change in these systems as well, it's not an easy. This is the first thing. The second thing, the service, for example, which is provided by the providers of such kind of services, and they concentrate largely on having a global system, not only confined to a specific region or country. So for them, when they see that the Saudi market, for example, compared to the American market, is not that size, doesn't have the same size. That's the reason why they do not invest in the local needs of the Saudi market or these very accurate, very specific needs. As here comes our role. We are national, local companies as startups. We concentrate on the small details, because we believe that there is a devil in the details. We want to actually to determine this, things that are used in the Saudi market, and to what extent we can provide, for example, these needs as well, so as to shorten the journey and to make it very fast and convenient. Dr. Alayan, I think that during the pandemic as well, it was one of the most important period of time that the smart solutions came into emergence, where companies concentrated on it. Especially if you take into consideration that there's many companies, for example, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when they are since the year 2015, they are working in the real estate, even in the service sectors that serve real estate. How do you see, for example, this matter and this issue today, for example, after pandemic, after Corona pandemic? This is the question we did not agree on, sir. We did not agree on this question. Praise be to God, brothers and sisters. The Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, is supporting, greatly and strongly, and the innovative thoughts, the growth of innovative thoughts. But for Allah's support, and as well as the support of the government, which is stemming from the vision as a startup. Actually, we look at our colleague. And talking about his startup, for example, has been supported. We talk about the support that came from the wise leadership of this great country, for example, and what was very serious in innovative solutions. In all levels, at all levels. And for example, in digital solutions, for example, that started, for example, in retail and electronic e-commerce and at large. And we saw Zaid and Salah. Companies that the end user don't know the B2B, for example. This range of support, because most of the individuals, they see things that you'll deal with, but with this great support, with that has been actually directed to the new technology and constructions, the best methodologies of modern constructions. Today, we have Saudi companies that they can focus on that they focus on third printing, not only in spare parts of the cars. Now they are, for example, working in all levels, like in furniture. I went to many places where the chairs, for example, are 3D printed by Saudi engineers and designers. There is a great momentum. There's a great movement mentioned by Talal. Sometimes we might not see this movement, but all of a sudden will come up clearly to everybody. For example, this is what we live this experience. We live this momentum, and that's what there is a hidden, invisible momentum. And within the coming years, you'll see the leadership of the startups, of Saudi startups, and so many fields and industries as well, even in the real estate sector. Talal, talking about for instance, the demand and supply. Recently, you mentioned today, for example, the purchasability, or just the purchasing power is over increasing. Real estate developers today, we saw even there is innovation in the methodologies of construction. How do you see this thing in the few coming years? I think the truth is only solution. If there's no other solution but this as well. So traditional solutions are not enough, and not actually will be, they will cut no ice, and because the new solutions are required, are necessary as well. So we are in a race with time, and any real estate developer, for example, wants to seize the opportunity or wants to, for example, to exist in the market, for example, in compliance with the demand and supply, you must actually adopt the new methodologies of the construction technology. I don't have engineering experience, for example, so to give you some of the details as for the new technologies, construction methodologies. But of course, we observe in so many projects, for example, through the retail or residential, projects, and even towers as well. Today, for example, now there is actually the new industry of steel, which is used, for example, commercial shopping malls. For example, the brickcast, in addition to many, will shorten the time, will actually minimize the mistakes and errors, and at the time is the most important element. Time is money. Hasib, many people around the world sometimes ask, how can we benefit from other solutions or applications in managing my property or managing my asset? And today we're concentrating in the real estate sector, especially on the housing development. Before, we used to see, for example, the residential unit, for example, as only a housing unit. But today, for example, we can have a complete different look. For example, you can look at our residential units as a place you live, you stay, you have fun, you have time. And actual real estate changed with the time until it became, for example, communities. And now, for example, we see the big, in so many projects, we see the real estate developers here in Riyadh and the Kingdom, within the same, unit, we'll have more space and utilities, for example, that really as an extension, to the house, or to the complex or the residential units, just to serve the dwellers or the residents. And the more, for example, utilities we have in the residential areas, for example, so there will be an increasing need where you can have a system that manage all of these units and these utilities and these facilities. Here comes our role, for example. It's hard because we play the mediating role between the developer and the owner of the roles and the operator and, for example, the lessee. And the idea is that our company, for example, is the channel that brings all parties together. And the more, for example, the more the owner wants, he can actually communicate with the developer, and this will solve a number of problems, for example, that we have today. Today, for example, the traditional way where people, for example, communicate with one another through the messages or WhatsApp messages or this social media, or time will be lost and wasted. So as to have, for example, a clear vision for all the users and all the needs, for example, that are needed by the dwellers, and we must have a smart application or system to contain this information and data. Today, the system, for example, provides the service of the delivery of the units electronically with all the guaranteeing documents and provides a complete system for maintenance and operation, in addition to management of assets of the facilities. We have systems for utilities reserving or booking for where the owner, for example, can actually reserve the units in the real estate. So and at the same time following up following the financial payment or installments as well. This into many other related issues, financial issues. We concentrate on something in our product, which is creating the spirit of the spirit of the community, societal spirit. This is something which is not present within the last few years. And the idea how to interact with people, for example, through the platform. Platform is not only managing assets, but it's managing assets and at the same time managing the people and who are actually occupying these units as well. So I can communicate with the owners, for example, through the platform. I can send them, for example, some messages, or I can actually I can manage or organize events, and I can send them invitations. I can actually provide them with some offers, for example, from other companies. Let me say connection. I can bring them. I bring them with other companies that we have some agreements as well. So now people, for instance, became very cooperative with one another for the benefit of managing this asset or utility and they interactly. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everybody. Well, actually, we come to the conclusion of the first morning session on innovation and smart solutions. Innovation and smart solution, of course, would like to extend appreciation to the guests as well of this session, of course, and for this informative session and interactory and of this session, of course, interaction that we have seen in this session. Thank you. May Allah bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Turkey. And we extend appreciation to the speaker as well. I invite the Deputy Minister for the Rural and Urban Affairs, Housing Ministry, for example, to honor speakers in this session.
أولا الدكتور عليان الحربي.
دكتور عليان الحربي.
دكتور عليان الحربي والأستاذ طلال رقبان.
مستر طلال رقبان. مستر حسيب محمد.
ثم
and the session moderator, Mr. Turki Al-Musha.
شكرا جزيلا. السادة والسيدات ما زلنا
Ladies and
مستمرين.
gentlemen, for example, we're still continuing and the agenda on the third day, for example, of the Real Estate Future Forum. And now, for example, with the second session, and the theme of the session, for example, markets, the real estate markets, international markets in 2023, real estate market, for example. I mean, Dr. Mahmoud is going to be the first participant, Al-Burai, and Mr. Antonio Kambinagli, and Mr. Fahmi, and Mr. Farouk Mahmoud, and Mr. Abdul Nasser Taha. And this session, of course, is going to be moderated by Mr. Talat bin Zaki Hafiz.
السادة والسيدات قبل أن تبدأ هذه الجلسة نفيدكم
Before we
بوجود
start this session, of course, now we'd like to draw your attention that there are interpretation devices, for example, at the back of the hall. You can actually request it from the organizers so as to be provided actually the headsets so as to listen to the simultaneous interpretation service. Now, Mr. Tal, of course, you can kick off this session. In the name of Allah's most compassionate, God's peace and measure be on the Prophet Muhammad, his disciples, family member to the day of judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I promised yesterday that yesterday I told you that truly the fifth session was my last one. But of course today I'm eager, for example, to start the second session. A beautiful session is going to take under the outlook of the international real estate market 2023. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about the first time, for example, and I know that there is a global international association for real estate, and this is old. And of course, in 1951, it was established the International Association of Real Estate, or union, or a federation. And actually, the members of this association actually excels more than 1,500 members all around the world, and it has great goals and missions and message as well, so as to promote and I don't want, for example, to take much time talking about the International Federation of Real Estate. It's based, located in Paris, as I understood. And ladies and gentlemen, السادة والسادة سوف أعود مرة سنأتي إليكم مرة سنأتي إلى هذه الجلسة.
Real Estate Federation, which is a long-standing Federation since 1951. Based in Paris, it has more than 1.5 million membership. We're going to be today basically looking at the outlook of the real estate market on an international level. Please join me to welcome Dr. Mahmoud Al-Bur'i, وهو the FIPSI International Organization Committee President, United Arab Emirates. دكتور السلام عليكم.
واضح الصوت؟
واضح.
Of course, is my voice clear right now, ladies and gentlemen? And وترحبوا معي توني أنطونيو.
FIPSI Professional Division President, Mr. Antoni.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you here. Thank you very much.
You're coming all the way from Italy, yeah?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you have rain and nice weather like us?
Wonderful. I think it's a wonderful weather.
Good to have you, sir.
Thank you.
أيضا أرحب بمستر فاروق
I
محمود
welcome
FIPSI
فاروق محمود فيبسي في عام 2017 عدى 2018.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Really glad to be here in Riyadh and to share our experiences on what the global markets are, and looking forward to a good session.
And my congratulations for the economy of India. It's really booming up.
Thank you.
And that's very good. Excellent news to hear. Also, I would like to welcome Muhandis Abdel Nasser Taha from FIPSI. Assalamu alaikum.
السلام ورحمة الله
فرصة سعيدة عمرك. الله يحييك. Okay, let's dive in because of the time constraint to the questions. Question number one, I'll go to the doctor. How do you see the real estate market after COVID, Allah la يعيدها إن شاء الله, and what are the challenges or the changes post-COVID, please?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير. خلينا نتكلم بالبداية
Let me
بالعربي
actually
إذا
take in
تسمح
Arabic
لي.
first of all, for example, which is the first language that I'm going to use. And let me actually, extend my appreciation to our brothers here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the great accomplishments and achievements in that we are witnessing day after another, and the high level of real estate development, and actually coming up with the great development of this important sector today. I remember a story I want to tell. In 2007 as well, I got together with the founder of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, the founder, and asked Lee Kuan Yew, for example, what is the main cause of the story of the success of Singapore? And he said the secret story success that we appointed, for example, people, staff in the public sector much more smarter, more intelligent than the private sector, because the private sector is the leading sector if the public sector is developed in an idea or innovation, looking at the future with the real estate, and the real estate is matters everybody. And during the pandemic as well, we used to say stay at home, stay safe, and that was very important when I'm talking about, for example, all of these needs as well. Home is the first pillar we need, for example, to concentrate on. And I asked him, for example, what do you think about the Gulf markets? And he said, I'm worried about the sensibility of real estate markets in the GCC. Why? I asked him why. He said to me, he told me in Singapore, 90% of the people are Singaporeans. But you have the formula is different. For example, try to work on the competitiveness of the sector. So we conducted a study on competitiveness of the real estate markets and how to take, for example, to the next level. And honestly speaking, COVID, I expected that it was a great opportunity for all of us. It was a challenge. It was a blessing rather than a curse. And it had a great concentration, benefit lessons to benefit, and put the Arab countries and the Gulf countries and the international map in particular. Today in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we remember that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launched the initiative of the Green Middle East Initiative. In itself, this is an international and a global initiative that really focuses on making the Middle East a region, an inspiring region to the world. If we talk about the trends in the real estate, for example, first of all, we need to talk about the sustainability and the healthy cities. This is the global trend. Now we know, for example, that there is a very coherent relationship between the health of the person and his house and his environment. And today, for example, we are developing cities not only for vehicles, for cars, but for humans. Today, for example, we're talking about the 15-minute city. We're talking about the 20-minute city. I tell cities, how can I make a city, for instance, that the person, the dweller or the resident in 15 minutes can actually get to his office, his house, he can get to his university. And the second trend is resilience, flexibility, the job flexibility. How can we make our city, for example, and crisis proof? Proof cities. The world is about crisis, catastrophes, calamities. And if you look at the international global report, economic report, as regards the disasters of the world, calamities, 5 of the great 10 is risks for global risks are related to sustainability, especially climate. The second thing, for example, as regards the international economic report that covered technology, the technology is accelerated. For example, the role of technology, for example, to occupy everything in our life. We talk about city tech, fintech. We talk about different type of technology. For example, supporting young generations, developing capabilities, capacity building. For example, how to have, for example, real estate markets are well organized with high qualified people working and licensed and well certified, accredited. In addition to this, and the globalism, for example, the Middle East now has become, for example, more attractive to the world, especially to the foreign European investors, American investors. Today we're talking in our Gulf states as well. We're talking about investors from 215 nationalities, and then they trusted the laws, this transparency, integrity that is applied here. And now, for example, the great funding is injected in our real estate sector. We can say, praise be to God, Corona, the fact it was a curse as it seemed to many of the people, but to consider it as a great blessing. Crisis has two main parts as well, and like the currency, like the coin, has two sides. For example, opportunities and risks as well. We actually would change, for example, the risk into opportunities. How can, for example, we came to make competitive markets, real estate markets, and became pioneers and leading companies. I agree with you, Doctor.
And Khalij at the same time. I think Saudi Arabia and the GCC has set a standard to the world and we dealt with COVID so safely. And in fact, the health organization had talked about it, the way that the kingdom has dealt with the COVID. And I do agree with you 100% that sometimes crises do create opportunities. Thank you very much for the excellent view. I'll go to Mr. Antonio. What is your view, Mr. Antonio, with regard to, post-COVID? Where do you see the world and /0 and the real estate is heading? Please.
I want to follow what my colleagues told me before. Basically, I see that there is some common goal. When yesterday I saw what are your goals for 2030, I see there is a common path. And the real estate somehow is a platform where there are some common goals that all the countries are taking. And basically what I see is to put in the center of the development the human
Antonio,
being.
could you just...
Yes, sorry. What I see on this common goal is put in the center of the development of real estate the human being, so the person, your relationship with others. I was so impressed with yesterday night when I visited Riyadh, how much things you have done here. And I was impressed yesterday also listening what are the goals for the next years. What the main driver are like climate change for sure, and to build a society where people can live a better life. And this makes also the work of real estate much more complicated. Once was just a builders. Today, if you see how they started to project the new development, there are so many considerations, the risk you have to take in consideration, like school, education, and the mobility of people inside that community cars, bicycles. So the complex life, I think what surprised me that is very positive, that I come here from Europe and I don't see a different goals. We are on the same path, and that is what I like very much. And also Europe, you know, that is but they try to make something similar to what I've done, is goals to reach in 2030, where the buildings has to be put in the center of this kind of renovation of the economy and of the society. So the real estate is not only part of investments, is also that, but is also part of creation of urban living style that is more feasible for our children. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll go back to Engineer Abdel Nasser. Engineer Abdel Nasser, I've been to Egypt recently, and I saw, wow, honestly, great things, especially when you go further to the new development, the New Cairo, if you like, center. And mostly it's a huge, giga real estate project. How do you see the world is moving towards this year in the real estate market?
شكرا طبعا على الاستضافة وعلى الايفنت دوت.
Thanks very much. And
أنا عايز
I would like, for example, to give some of the most important data about the International Federation and about, for example, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and joining this federation as one of the Arab countries. And in Egypt, for example, we started, for example, to join the International Federation 8 years ago. And honestly speaking, frankly speaking, privately, I learned a lot of things from this federation, of course. And I would like, for example, to let the people know, for example, about the role of the federation. It's opening, for example, to what's going on around the world. For example, there is a conflict between, for example, the growth of the population and the urban and the growth as well. If the growth population is faster than the urban, for example, we will have different problems and challenges as well. That's the reason why the planning, for example, learning from international practices, the global practices there through lessons and errors as well in all world cities is a great, for example, source that we can depend and benefit from when we are going to make modern new cities and smart cities. This is very important remark as well. The second remark is that from the International Federation is a partner, a main partner, for example, in the preparation of the International Declaration for Sustainability globally, for example, along with the United Nations, and we participated for 2 years in launching, for example, in 2016, the International Declaration of Sustainability, and the Federation is actually participating in so many sessions as well for the last 2 years as well. This is very important. Sustainability in ECA and NG in Egypt, for example, the definition has been well known. Now we try to take, for example, learn from the lessons in the market from the real estate, Saudi real estate market. I don't want to say or to tell you what is going on because you know much better than we do, because we are very impressed by the great change and the volume, and actually giving very good indication about what's going to happen in the future. And it's actually with the support and political support of the government, it's going to be unprecedented at all. It never happened in the history of the kingdom or the region as well. Let's talk about the role of the International Federation and in such important market. For example, we do not actually, we no longer think locally, but we think globally. The thing that really I liked and I show here, for example, we're gonna change this into, for example, an outcome. How can we change the Saudi market into a global market? And to achieve this, and the thing is very clear. I need, for example, to take all the practices in mind. For example, I have to listen. I have to take all the lessons. I have to benefit. We're not going to actually invent the wheel. We are a part of the national community, for example, and we are based on competitiveness, for example. So, for example, and today, for example, the European country, for example, preceded us in speaking global language. Egypt started, for example, to conduct a new experience and experiment what happened actually through the largely erected, smarts, for example, for 20 or 10 years, for example. So we're going to benefit the ready lessons. We don't have to try them, but we have characteristics, socio-economic. It's not urban and physical plan, but these lessons. I need to take the summary of the lessons, for example, through in housing, in affording housing, for example, in developing cities, in the summary, in the meat of the matter of the international community and the federation as well. And then we can localize, for example, I can actually apply it to the Saudi market, the Egyptian market, for example, so that I can build the future, for example, from what others ended. This is a great message as well. And the third message, that's the second message. The third message is that the age where we're living, for example, there has been a session before, for example, before this is talking about innovation and digitalization. And digitalization along with innovation, the market of technology is, for example, is is very short-term market. For instance, what's going to take place in the future is going to be completely different from what's going on today. For example, the real estate market is different. We need, for example, to use faster growing tools and instruments in a long-term product. And what's going to happen in the long term, for example, is very impossible to use tools, for example, that have been used in the short term. Any resolution decision I make, for example, actually, this is a big challenge. For example, there is a big difference between the product and the tool. And there's a big difference. Today, for example, we are building city, not, for example, to have a good shape. And the sustainability has been covered by Dr. Mahmoud. For example, the basics is to achieve economic, for example, sustainability, the use. For example, this is the big challenge ahead. I want, for example, to keep my characteristics and my characteristics. And in the concept of sustainability, the social culture values are basics, are pillars, for example, in the personality and my personality that I see it right now that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been keen to achieve this, to keep its, to achieve modernity with the respect of its heritage, culture, for example, dimensions, for example, so as to have to keep our own personality intact and sound as well. This is very important, for example, intervention based on the important role of the Federation and how can we connect, for example, the Arab countries along with the world. Because we are a part of this world. We are in one boat. This is one thing. The other thing, how the Federation cooperates or with the rest of the world or can help. For example, the region here, because I've been very attracted actually to this. This is a great history of this great federation since it started long ago. Mr. Farouk. لقد أتيت من بلد به
control more than 20% of the world population and the economy. How do you see the Federation and the world when it comes to real estate, connecting India into that development? 2023, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to state that from a perspective of the Indian perspective, we're one of the largest population in the world. And the amount of housing requirement is unimaginable that one can build for years together and still not achieve what we have to do. FIABC plays a very important role in connecting these dots that are still to be done. And from a perspective of housing, commercial, I was just seeing this morning's news in India. One of the largest REITs has bought Baines from UK, bought for about 480 million. And the total REIT that has bought into India, Blackstone, is about $43 billion US dollars worth of real estate in Bangalore. That's the city that I come from, and in Mumbai. The main players there are concentrating on IT and IT-related businesses. We've got logistics centers coming up. The infrastructure is very poor, but I think our present government is concentrating on the infrastructure. That's the key to the whole thing. And the most important thing is affordability. The per capita income, which will not allow people to buy homes unless they increase the income aspect of it. But the higher middle class and the lower middle class, that is a growing phenomenon, mostly from the IT and IT-related sector, is the future of India. And we are the back office to the world from a perspective of your software development, your, all the call centers that are managed with the American companies or the European companies have their call centers back in India and in Bangalore, most of them. And this is driving the economy where I think the absorption of just last year's space is about 50 million square feet only in my city, Bangalore alone. So if you take India as an overall market, I think there's tremendous potential from to invest there. A lot of funds have been investing. I think the Abu Dhabi fund is very active there. The Singapore government is pretty active with their funds, and the Qatari and the Canadian pension funds. We were personally involved in a transaction worth about $600 million. Our company got them a place for a shopping mall. So I see a lot of potential. And talking about potential, I think Saudi Arabia is going to be the leader of this region, or I would say the tiger in this region, because of your natural resources, the buying power that you have, and the amount of wealth concentration that one can afford to build on your infrastructure without heavy borrowings, or if the borrowings are there, they're just internal borrowings. So from that potential, I think there is tremendous possibility and potential for growth. And there is one major thing that can happen is if you open up globally, you are going to see a flood of gates of investors coming in from especially cities like Mecca and Medina, where religious tourism is rampant. And, this is where I see a lot of people from the Islamic world wanting to invest here, have a home here where they can spend time and possibly let it out when they're not using it. So I think apart from this, I think yesterday I heard some of the honorable speakers talking about Aba, the Red Sea region, and Neom. I think these are the futuristic cities. This is going to draw a lot of attention to the to Saudi Arabia. And I think the kind of investment that is going on, especially on Neom, I mean, it's the most publicized project in the world, the way I see it right now. And not that Red Sea isn't, but Neom has a more I don't know, an appeal where it's kind of looks like a pet project of His Highness and seems to have gotten all the publicity. So I think Saudi Arabia, this is the beginning. And this joint collaboration with FIABC, which your country has signed yesterday, will open the doors to the world for you to do business. And you don't have to be an expert in the world to do business. But if you're an expert in your own market, you can do business with colleagues from different parts of the world, 74 countries, with over 1.5 million plus associate members from around the world. So this opens the capacity of investors, lawyers, architects, brokers, developers, and professionals to come under one roof. This is the only global organization that gives you that umbrella feeling that it's a buffet that's laid out. You can choose what you want. You want services from a professional in architecture, you've got the best in the world. So I would say that this is the beginning for Saudi Arabia, and when there's an old saying in English, well begun is half done. So you guys have started very well, and I think you've got the world waiting to enter here, provided your policies fit into the global arena. And I personally feel, inshallah, it should be a real great success.
That's very good compliment. Thank you, Mr. Farouk. عودة للدكتور محمود. دكتور محمود كنت تتكلم عن المدن الحديثة، الموبيليتي، الأمور هذه كلها. ولعلي استشهد
I might, for example, take the example of Neom. Neom, for example, you can do everything, for example, in 5 minutes in Neom. You can cross the whole city, for example, the line, which is one of the greatest projects, for example, within 20 minutes. And I'm talking
kilometers in 20 minutes. So I highly appreciate what you have said. لكن خلينا نقول دائما بيقولوا
actually, they always say, it's commonly said that the crisis creates opportunities. From pains, we can come to gains. This is exactly what we expect, for example, in the real estate market in 2023, for example, from your own perspective. Thankfully, sir, I thank you for this great session and these great points that have been actually discussed by the great panelists as well. We are in a very important forum and the opportunities in the sector. We are in the Arab country region, for example, which is the highest region, for example, in rare water sources, and for the 6% of the world area, but we have only 1% of the water reserve of the world, for example, and the highest, for example, unemployment level in the world, it's here in the Arab world, but the highest rate of high level of young generations here in Saudi Arabia. So, for example, if we mix, for example, the real estate policies along with the economic, social policies, will we create for new jobs, great opportunities, job opportunities. For example, I'm talking, for example, about the Arab region. I'm talking about the available opportunities that can be provided. For example, how, for example, the real estate sector, for example, how can it play a role in creating jobs, for example, to support, for example, the sustainability stability in the region, for example, and to deal with its shortcomings. And the second thing, for example, and security and safety. Security, the best blessing that we have, security and safety blessing, which is not actually cannot be, which is priceless. For example, the foreign investor who invests here because of duty, because of safety, because of security. I met two ministers, former ministers in Holland, and for example, they actually moved their business and trade, for example, for their families to a Gulf country, to the Arab United Emirates, saying that we moved our business activity. Why? Because of the high level of security and safety. You don't know exactly what it means to us. So leadership, we actually we thank Allah for the wise leadership that we have in the United Arab Emirates, for example. This leadership believes in the vision, and they have vision from 2020, 2024 to have net zero. We have a great, strong initiatives, very robust. We have young generation, for example. This is the great wealth and main pillar of our main wealth and human capital. How can we actually exploit and make better use of all of these great available opportunities? And for example, providing a good house not for the low income companies, families, but how can we make it a very affordable, good housing or residential unit? For example, how to urge and how to, for example, empower, how to enable the private sector based on its import over increasing role. The government cannot do everything. It cannot work. It can actually act as jack for all the trades. The country is the authority that provides laws, legislations, but by the end of the day, the private sector, for example, can play an important role. His role, His Highness, for example, Rashid bin Maktoum, Mohammed Rashid bin Maktoum, the best way to protect the future is to create it. أفضل طريقة على سبيل المثال لتنبأ المستقبل وأن تخلقه. So and then
فكل الفرص الموجودة في
for example,
الاستدامة
for example, sustainability, opportunity, green cities, health cities, for example, the new generation, for instance, didn't, according to the conducted studies, for example, they do not look for a permanent house. The average age of investors, for example, the real estate is 36 years old. We have a young generation, they're not looking for a house, for example, but they want to move from a place to a place, for example, from one opportunity to another opportunity. This nation is very important. For example, they cannot be shut up in one place. Yesterday, for example, the launch of the real estate university, one of its own kind in the region, for example, drew my attention, for example, under the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And my brothers and my colleagues in the Emirates asked me about this, investing in young generations, in youth. Today, for example, they have these societies of owners, for example, if in every building, for example, you have a citizen manager, for example, we're going to talk about hundreds of thousands of jobs as well. In Emirates as well, the same thing. Today, we talk about how, for example, the helicopter, the system thinking, for example, what we need, for example, subsystems to talk to each other. We need, for example, to collect the debts all together, the private sector, real estate, Ministry of Justice, the judiciary, the Ministry of Youth.
يكون معرض في كل الفرص
exhibition and forest exhibition, they have a multiple and tremendous amount of opportunities. So today we would like to invite you in order to visit forest exhibition. Well, at the same topic, as you mentioned today, the real estate is not just a landscape and the buildings. It's such an industry, a holistic industry, and today we have to concentrate. So, as I give you an example, today Riyadh or Kingdom of Saudi, they dominions 47 of the economical and of the region, and this is what's the vision of the Prince Crown that today they will holistic about, and that will be as a facilitator that will help them in order to mechanism the whole investor and industry. So I will get back to Mr. Abdullah Nasser. Just please, with the 2 minutes, let us wrap up about these questions. What you say that the crisis will mechanism, it's the mechanism of the new opportunities, and now so today we need to start from us. So within just 2 minutes, could you please explain about the new opportunities? Well, definitely about the outcome and the chances, it's considered as one of the most important chances in order to proceed our education. So that development in Egypt is considered has been within the last chapters. So if we talk about the chapters, if you want to talk about the Brasilia and Italy, you could say that we have done a lot of we are now competitors for the over 40 countries. What's happening now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is, for me as an Arab individual person, this is something I've never heard. However, today I'm the real word. I am touching that. So it's something remarkable. So that political vision is something remarkable and unique. What's happening here? This is we are all responsible about in order to translate it and interpret it in a tangible outcome and items in the real world. Today we need to deliver it to the whole world. What's happening here? That it has to. We needed to explore a new vision in order to face all these gates and to open, and that we have to market together in order to let all the world know what's happening here in Saudi Arabia, and that will what's happening in the Arab countries in general. Actually, so my advice for you and toward you to find a different destination and to keen on what's happening about to let all the others people and to see what's happening in Saudi Arabia and with this changing. So today we have in the European Union and the International Union of the Egypt. Today we could see that in Saudi Arabia this is considered as a milestone and an international. So this is the first lesson. On the other hand, I would like to take advantage and to say that what's the impact of that's happening? What's the good and the positive lesson? Which is I want to assert that the mistakes is considered as a good lessons for us. And today there's a lot of information, and today we are ready in order to keep on the level. So we have recognized that they have a lot of opportunities and talents people. They are also we needed to nationalize the experience to experience. Well, wonderful. I would like you caught my attention actually with your speech. Well, I would like to highlight about the real estate sector. The real estate sector in particular, it's one of the main pillars of the development. So, for example, if I want to create an industry community as a developers, I would like to see and focus on a country that they have a follow in a particular an economical follow. So, if we will create something related or different from the real estate, so first of all, we have to know what's our main role, which is developing the real estate and the industry sectors. Well, wonderful. This is what you caught my attentions in order to collaborate together with foreign people and in order to collaborate together and expand our partnership with other business. And as the Ministry of the Finance has been said that they have created a trip which is the Saudi trip, and it was funded by the Saudi fund. So it's such a pleasure to be a part of this trip, and there was several foreign investors. And I swear to God that I was fascinated with what I witnessed. It was started from the Red Sea and from the Raya and from the King Abdullah Financial Center. So even the foreign people, and they would not believe it. Well, actually, it's better to see something in that tangibly. It's better from you going to recognize it from schema or other resources. So what do you think about is a mother Tara?
What Engineer Abdel Nasser said, the socio-economy, it's very important to be looked at. In 2 minutes, if you can. Thank you.
In my first speech, I say some general things. I want to give you 3 examples what in our market we have done to help the transition to go to everybody. One is the tax credit. Basically, we need to help also people that owns his own house, little house, to upgrade the structure according to the modern standard. I give an example. In the last few years, 56 billion of euro in Italy has been used by this to give a little person to have a little house to renovate his own house. So the tax credit was an example. And another example that we use, I see as important, is make cooperation between public and private to manage the public infrastructure, swimming pool, hospital. So basically, there is an agreement between needs. You need to provide some standards, some cost, and the state give you the structure, and the private give the management. On the last, and it's important to use the technology, and also in the social improvement of real estate. For example, we see the social equity crowdfunding is something that is increased and is very helpful to connect people that live in the neighborhoods to common place. That can be a place where they educate kids, to make the connection between the inhabitants of that place more close to real estate infrastructure, where are carrying out activities that are useful for all the community. So I give you 3 examples that I think are matching the goals that we are speaking about.
Thank you very much. Mr. Farouk, 2 minutes, your comments? 2 minutes, please, if you can, please. Go ahead. On the opportunities looking forward in 2023, what do you see we're going? 2 minutes, huh? Please, thank you.
Well, personally, I feel that world will be categorized in 2 categories.
Yes.
One is, I've said this earlier, in the English calendar it's known as AD and BC. Now it will be known as before Corona BC and after Corona AC.
Okay.
So I think the best is yet to come. And Corona has been a negative thing, but from a perspective of one man's food, the other man's poison, it has been beneficial to a large amount of corporates who've amassed great real estate assets, especially funds where when everybody was selling, they were buying. And I think the opportunity I see here, especially in Saudi Arabia and in the growing economies of the world, I would say part of the Middle East, part of Southeast Asia, India, these are the economies that are going to be in the growth engines. Not the United States, not Europe, not any other economy, but I think the number 1 economy would be from regions such as the Middle East. You already see a lot of growth happening out here, and Far East. And the reason is very simple. The world is sitting with tons of capital to invest, and this capital needs to be deployed. And from the point of view of deployment, the return of investment is what the investor is looking for, the equity players are looking at it. And if you play your cards right and do the right things in the right way, that you've got a policy of 2030, and the minister was mentioning yesterday that you've got your plans laid out very, very clear, and all you have to do is follow that path. So I see prosperity, and more prosperity ahead in this region, inshallah. I personally think that we would like to be a part of this growth story and growing both the Saudi real estate business and the FIAPSI partnership. It's going to be a win-win situation for all together.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Mr. Farouk, I would love to continue talking with you. Time is so limited because 50% of me is media, 50% bankers. And media like to talk much. But the time constraint, I would like to thank you all. Great to have you. And I hope that the Federation can help not only the kingdom, but the Arab world, how they connect to the Western world and take the technology from where we are today, not to reinvent the wheel. شكرا لكم، شكرا لحضوركم. جلسة رائعة.
Thank you, highly attention, much appreciated. Well, actually, we are in the end of this conversation, and now thank you very much. And now we will move to the honoring all the speakers. Mr. Talat Hafiz, thank you very much for the chairman of this last session. And now we will take and to move in order. I would like to call Engineer Abdullah Abder in order to honor the speakers of the last session.
مع الدكتور محمود.
Dr. Mahmoud,
مستر أنطونيو.
Mr. Antonio,
السيد فهمي
Mr.
والسيد فاروق محمود
Mr. Farouk Mahmoud,
وعبد الناصر
Abdul Nasser Tah.
مدير الحوار في هذه
Now we
الجلسة
will continue
الأستاذ
our day,
طلعت.
and after this session, Mr. Talat.
حقيقة نشكر الأستاذ طلعت على
Thank you very much, Mr. Talat, for all your efforts yesterday and today, and in management and monitoring multiple sessions of the real estate future forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Talat Hafid.
السادة والسيدات.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would thank you for your attention, and now we will continue our third day of the real estate future forum, and we will move to our next session, which is the programs and the supporter program, in order to the chairman I would like to call the speakers of the next session, Mr. Al-Maddah, the Minister of the Housing and Rural Housing, and the chairman of the Bank Riyadh, and Engineer Sultan bin Ahmed Al Harazi, the chairman and the executive manager of the partnership in the National Scan Company. The chairman of this session, our Mr. Abdul Majid Al Anzi. Hello everyone, peace be upon you, all of you, and good morning everyone. Well, actually, today the climate is wonderful with the raining weather. So today, with that, from this point, we will talk about with a full of passionate about our talk about the life quality and the weather. So when we talk about the life quality, it was associated with entertainment facilities. Today, we will take and we will expand our definition, and we will talk about the needs between or the upon two terms, which is the profits and non-profits and the non-profit. So today we are talking about the financial ability and the financial needs, which is from in the future real estate form. Definitely, with this topic, we need to talk about the facilitating, and that will improve the life quality for the beneficiaries and also in the whole country in general. So today we will talk about our main role for the developers and the real estate developers. They will not stop in just in order to provide the unit and the real estate. However, they have a more responsibility that related to their life quality and how that life quality will impact upon all the individuals. So today, I would like to welcome my speakers in order to we start with Mr. Muhammad Speaker, and then in the Ministry of the Rural and Municipalities and Housing, and Mr. and Engineering Sultan Al Harazi, the real general in different sector of the real estate sector. So initially, Mr. Rakan, I would start with you. Let us start, and could you please provide us about the real life equality and in the Ministry of the Municipalities and the Housing? And in terms of legislation, well, initially, good morning. I would like to good morning, everyone, and I would like to thank you, all the organizers of this forum. Before I answer your question, actually, I would like to initiate my speech with a definition of the life quality, since the life equality is considered as a new term, and we have to know. And this is what the custody of the two holy mosques has been issued this term in Saudi Arabia. And today, the life equality is considered something as abundance, and it's not fully understood within the ecosystem that we are since in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Under the Vision 2030, there's a lot of things that has been changed under this vision. And so today, the life equality is considered. So as you mentioned in your question, you have mentioned the developers as well, besides all the ones. And I would like today to highlight that today, life equality, they have expanded the definition, and it's bigger than real estate sector and or all the districts that you are living in or any buildings. So today, life quality is the or as Sultan has been mentioned, and today we will talk in depth about the real estate sector and the life equality. And so it's the ability of the citizens in order to own a good real estate, and that will get the good amount of satisfaction and to facilitate the whole journey. And also we will support all the real estate sector. So it's considered as a holistic vision and that will impact the whole citizens in order to get to be satisfied. So today in the ministry, with a previous period under a good leadership, starting from the scan and so we have 400,000 citizens, and we provided and we serve half of this number. Also they received their property and they start and their housing. So today we would like to talk about the holistic program and what's happening here today. One of the I remember one of the previous session yesterday, they mentioned all of these details with a number. We'll have to see the big achievements upon all the ministries and everything that they are collaborate. Will actually all of these achievements under the Vision 2030. So we are in simultaneous with a time today. So and we are chasing the time in order to achieve our goals. Well, wonderful. So I would like to take before. So do you think that the banks they have more responsibility and they always feel as the burden upon all the banks and the bank sector as well? Do you think that it is considered the banks considered as the main mechanism of the housing procedures? Well, thank you very much, Mr. And I think I would like to talk to, in the morning about multiple subjects. However, the bank sectors all the time we are concentrated in terms of the funding or the housing funding and most the prices in the average state. However, what's the actual life is the real estate of the mechanism of the role of Saudi Arabia. So even with whether it's for the individual or the real estate funding. So in fact today the banks they will see in the more holistic way, and this is we have to make sure that we have also for the medical and hospitals we have a hospital, and in the terms of education sector as well as the commercial and the realtors and all of that details and the services of water, electricity. So today the real estate and the real estate sector is not concentrate in just one point. However, they are a vast majority. So we concentrate on different sectors in order to make aware of that. So today, for example, the water, education, electricity, and the facility management and the facility other facilities, all of these and harvesting and forestation, all of these details considered under our responsibility. So as a result, today is a real estate sector is just stores or we funded also the education, schools, hospital and medical facilities. So as you're gonna see today, we are concentrate about the funding or just not just but also individual developers. It's more important, which is we have to see that business change in order to raise the quality, in order to increase also the quality, and that will affect in order to shift and to divide all the cost between all the sectors. That will help the benefits and also that take advantage with these efforts directly or indirectly we will achieve with all the chain. So that will enable the development. So today they will not giving to be as a point. However, they will in general way, if you could see the banks or the contribution of all for example in the tourism sector, also entertainment sector and medical sector, water sector and electricity as well as mentioned. So there's something hidden and it's not obvious for all of us. If I want to talk I will take a lot of time, and there's certain numbers. Well, actually I will end my well, indeed, that what you mentioned is very important. So I will move to Engineer Sultan. Sultan, we every day we are talking about the whole housing in the far away. So what do you think about the problem? What's your issue in related to the life equality? Well, of course, the real estate development sector, it's related about their life equality, and in order to enhance the suburban and also the others and those who's living in the suburban, and as well as that will concentrate about the life and the mental quality and the mental health, as well as the medical health as well. And we have to concentrate on the educational sector, such as and as well as the entertainment and the sports, all these facilities that will utilize and facilitate the life of all the citizens and the individuals. And today we have to see different projects in order to enhance the Vision 2030 today, and in particular in the real estate sector and the life equality. So today, what's the responsible of the real estate sector? They are to concentrate on the life equality in general, and starting from the facilities, that live facilities and the basic and the foundation facilities that will impact positively on the life, say in the life equality. So our mission is to make the suburban and the areas to be as a wonderful, and that will increase grabbing the attentions of all the people. First of all, we have to take under consideration the health and the hospitals. It's very important. Yes, wonderful. So, as Mr. Sultan has talked about the mental and health, so today we could say about also the buildings. We have, for example, we have known about the white color in the most of the hospital. Do you think the colors and the way of designing that will impact as a super and the civilization impact for others? Well, actually, is that impact on the housing? Do you think that, for example, if we talk about the house, what do you think about the designing and what's the criteria of the color in the housing? Well, I will get back to about the previous discussion with my colleagues. So today I could say what's the journey that we have started with the ministry. They're divided in two parts. The first part, which is the funded part, which is the related and associated with the banks. So today the flow and the wave today with in the bank sector that will enable all the beneficiaries in order to own their house. And however, today from the other part, which is the developing sector and developing part, today we have a multiple discussions and also the exhibition that's happening. All of these fields that related in order to develop our journey and in order to develop the country. So today we are in a journey, and it's a long journey, and we need to develop ourselves. Our vision today in the ministry for the beneficiaries in a different way. So today we are studying the attitude and the manners of all the beneficiaries. Today we need to increase all the service providers or the developers together in order to all of us. We need to unify our vision in order to achieve our goals and our objectives. Since the attitude of the citizens, and so don't forget that today we are talking across and all the ministry and the country. So today we have to recognize the strategy. So and also the royal strategy. So today we are in the same flow, and we need to mechanism and increase our work under all these strategies. So and these strategies is divided into the regional strategies, for example, in Riyadh. And today we couldn't deal in the same way that, for example, 20 years ago. We need to concentrate about today and what's the strategic of today. What we working here today. We are in different sectors. We need to be part and the main pillars of this mechanism, and within to be the best solution and best developers in this. So this is what you're talking about, the life equality. For example, today, if I could understand what's the aspiration of the beneficiaries, and as Mr. Tariq has mentioned, for example, to make an open areas, and also if we talk about the talents people. So today, the suburbans, is it just a housing, or could be a mechanism and in order to develop and would be under the vision? So I think what we need today in order to starting from the forum. So we have take a lot of knowledge and we could see the things differently. So what I think today, what we witnessed from development today, it's something. So for example, also the suburban. This is a new term for me. It's not in our language actually. And however, when we talk about the suburban, we are talking something different, and hopefully that we will take advantage for all the beneficiaries. So we will provide a life equality from different aspects. Well, that will lead me in different also question for the housing ministry, and also for under the Vision 2030. So today we achieved 60% actually, and also what's the expecting from the Ministry of Housing in the coming few years and in the next stage? What do you think? So, for example, if we talk about the life equality, it could be guarding in the center, or the guarding with the housing. So what do you expect? Well, today we have exceed 60% within the 20 before 2020, and also the last year. we provide the citizens with the best services, and today we have it transferred from A to B. We raised our quality and even the excellencies and the procedure and also with all his guidance. And so today we are concentrate about this the needs of the citizen, and that will completely different from what we have done in the past. So, and also the pavement, we are taking care about the pavement in order to let the people work, and we talk about the different facilities. So we need together to start create areas in order to gather the people together. So life equality is something, it's not related about the designing or it's for a farm or a park in the middle. There's a lot of different initiatives related to, for example, the talent people and entertainment. So today the sustainability, if we achieve the sustainability in, for example, in energy in one of the suburban, so this is considered one of our goals. So now it's cost a lot of provide a less than what we costed. So today, so this is considered as one of the part of our objectives, and this is why we talk with different partners. We so wonderful. Since the real estate sector to today you provide as a mechanism and enable to, we would talk about housing or not, or as you mentioned you have other projects in watering or in servicing. So even for investors and especially for the investor and the open area, as Mr. Rakan has mentioned. So please, what's your role in order to develop the real estate sector? In order, how do you gonna be a collaboration together that will lead in order to achieve your objectives? Well, let me start from a simple way and a simple point. For eventually, the real estate developers is considered as a product, services, and a bank services. So our product is unlimited, which is the loan and others. However, today, what we can take about how to provide the best services for the citizens is based on and under the developer's responsibility. So they are depend on the suppliers and the vendors and a lot of things needed. So, for example, today, if we could say about the whole network as a one network, we have to make sure and assert that I funded the realtors and also I allowed all of the financial flow in to receive for all the realtors and to provide it to be all the realtors. And so within GH chain, if this chain has failed, we need to decrease the amount of money. And so within that all of these procedures will decrease all the impact and the negative impact on the sectors, as well as if we want to talk about the individual sector. And for example, what do you think about the products and the goods? For example, if there's any risk in terms of some products, they will increasing the materials. So today we are collaborating with a partnership with the different parties. For example, reducing the energy. So in order, we are following the Saudi Green Initiative. This is the initiative that with the central funded, and in order that it's under responsibility in order to follow and to fund this within the greening and within also the cultural fund and as well also the central fund. So today we are talking and we are utilized with a different partnership, and that will affect their life equality as well as and also that is housing sector. So all of these details will affect the real estate and real estate sector and the life quality. Wonderful. So, for example, if someone has asked about, for example, since we know that contract is a general contract and we have a tremendous amount of papers, and well, the realtors or the client, they will not be aware in order and they not have the ability to read a tremendous amount of papers, so they don't have any clue what the bands and that what's that's in these papers. Do you have something, a rule, what's to in order to raise the awareness of the clients in order to know what they are signing about or on? So today we are talking about two parts in our. So in the central bank we have any products that they have been agreements between the two parties, between the claimants, and also for the Riyadh Bank and also, for example, the commitments bands and the commitments elements. So the standards. So most of the documents and the papers, they have a unified documents and agreements between the two parties, and this is considered as one of the very important rule. And there's and also we have a legislative agent, and also that will separate and divide if there is something happen or any issue that has been established. So today, for example, from our point of view and culturally, we need to highlight everything. We have to highlight the revenue and what's the outcome of this, and also we need from the client to be concentrate and to be and more concentrate about the contract. For example, if you have a contract for 25 years, you need to be commitment at the end, actually. So that's what I need. And also, for example, some client, and he is maybe he is my friend or my neighbor, so there is no any benefits in order to let them go. They have the ability, they need to raise the awareness in order what you are signing. And so at the end, we know each other, and eventually we need to we will not allow someone to sign on something or any paper or any contract if they do not have any clue or about the whole criteria. And also, and if there's any problem, you have the right in order to negotiate with the bank. Exactly. So after this is will happening. So Engineer Sultan, always we are listening about the quality of the housing company and national housing. So let us talk in a more reality. What do you think about this life and the vital projects? Is it follow the same criteria of the life equality, and within the others with others quality that are friend with the ecosystem, eco environment also, and it will be environment in terms of these buildings? For example, if we talk about the Khuzama suburban, and the size of the area is 30 kilometers square, and they provided more than 2,000 families, and they have it contains vegetation area, as well as the size is 1 million kilometer square, and 100 stores and a commercial store, for example, mall, and that contains a lot of entertainment sectors and facilities, as well as the sports facilities. And in the Khuzam suburban, then we have also a park that is sized with a 500,000 square. And this is, well, actually, I would like to highlight today that the utilizing all the suburbans, it is 1.30 out of 1 million. Well, actually, and the recent percentage, which is 50%, related to all of the services and the vital services such as educational or medical and others. So today, when we're talking about the life equality, it's not just in order about vegetation area and the pavement in order for walking pavements. However, today we are talking as a life attitude. You have two religion gathering and centers. You have religious centers and pavement for walking, and as well as for bicycle pavement and the mechanism and the whole mobility. So this is what we need and we seek in order to achieve. And also inside the suburban, in the center of the suburban. So today, what we have, all of the what we call it, there was one term that I could, which is modern, and the hierarchic, the modern and center modern in the Arabic language. So what we call it today, it's not related about to provide the beneficiaries or the citizens, Saudi citizens. It's just housing. However, we need to provide for them the ultimate attitude of the life, and this is what we mean about life equality, and also what we need in that term, and this is what we call it the humanized term. Well, wonderful. This is about especially in the life equality. Well, actually, what's the ultimate in terms of the life equality in the suburban? We have a multiple projects for the housing. So in order that will lead in order to achieve a and feasibility for the utils for the housing and owning. For example, that will not take 5 to 7 minutes in order and also inside the we have something related about the environmental sustainability. And for example, we have a station in order to process and to water processing, so that the water processing that will lead in order to increase the vegetation area, and that will decrease the cost amount of money, and as well as to increase the infrastructure of the increase the network of the infrastructure, as well as we have in the suburban some storage that we increase keen in order to assure the watering system as well. Beside that, we provide an architect designer that is a classic. It meets eye to eye the needs of the people today, and on the other hand, the vegetation area is a very amount and big size, and this is what we need today. Amazing. So, Mr. Rakan, can we today invent competitors and these competitors? It could be a privilege in order to us between different sectors. For example, in order to increase the life equality in general. Well, yes, Mr. Sultan, today it's a challenge for all the developers. So today the standards of the demanding area, which is getting higher and higher, and this is the aspiration, and well, actually what's happening today, and it's not going to affect in different cities. What's happening for example, we are talking about the urban design. So today there is a lot of new codes we using. So it's just efforts and a self efforts. However, it's a subjective and it's a teamwork in order to follow one criteria. So what's the initiative that happens today? We have to apply all of these that related to all the developers and how they took and they will glance all the attention for all the citizens. And in the other hands, we need to apply and to raise the percentage of the owning. So we reach over 60%, and the outcome of this percentage we raise the life equality and the quality in general, since we have a supply in the market. So however, today we are looking about so as the humanizing, and as I mentioned, this is considered the humanizing system. And what's the humanism today? What we're talking, it's about the quality and the best the best designing. And today we're talking about the sustainability in the energy or in any different sector. For example, the water. All of these details in the past we never talked about these details. However, today there was possibilities area. There was experience. However, today is much different. So today, if we talk about and if we see what's happening today, what the developers has been doing, so they are facing a lot of challenges, and we are in the good way, and we have a very high aspiration. And I'm sure, and I would like to assert about my space about the ecosystem that we will achieve what we are doing. So every single person, they are following the aspiration, and of course, indeed, we are in this challenge, and we will avoid this challenge. Then we will release the best criteria of all our aspiration. So thank you, amazing. So I would just like to give you 2 minutes for Mr. Tariq and Engineer Sultan. And today we are in the Real Estate Future Forum. Of course, you have a clue about the future of the real estate. So we have today, what do you think about the real estate sector future, especially in Saudi Arabia? Well, regarding the market and the real estate market in Saudi Arabia, they are in developing. However, it's not in a smart way, and the smart it's about the varsity and the kind of the types of the buildings. Where we are looking forward in the coming few years to witness a big development, even if in the housing or the commercial sector or the entertainment as well as the medical sector. So today, what's the needs and demanding? We are expecting to be better and better, and also the acceptance between from the individuals or from the companies and others also companies. So today we are witness a lot of new companies and a fresh company in Saudi Arabia. They need offices and they need a quality life, and and this is under expectation that will enhance the demand as well as the different area. So and as well beside that, we are allowed and we expecting the quality today is excellent. And however, we have the aspiration in order to get it higher and higher and to increase and to be the best in the class internationally, globally, and domestically. So all the initiative that's happening, even if from the Ministry of Housing or from other ministers under the Vision 2030, we will be the best in the real estate sector, whether it's housing or commercial or any sector, even the entertainment sectors. Thank you, Mr. Sultan. Today, the sustainability has been increased, and we hear a lot of the sustainability term. What do you think about the sustainability in terms of the real estate projects, and is it affects the mechanism and the rapid changing in the time? Is it going to be affected the cost for the beneficiaries and for the final beneficiaries? Of course, we take that in consideration. We talked about the sustainability in terms of suburban and for the individual. So, for example, currently, we try in order to decrease the cost in terms of the infrastructure for all the community of the suburban, and for example the vegetation and the medical centers, they need a good amount of financially. So what we need here today in order to try to make a balance between the vegetation is, so since the vegetation area they need a lot of water system and irrigation system. So and that will based in order to achieve and create storage that will help the whole in order to avoid all the obstacles that at the end that will increase also the inflammation of the water. And in terms of the time, well, actually we need to decrease the cost for the final beneficiaries as well as so we are continue in order to develop more and more of the suburban and as a committee, a life committee, and we will adopt. And 4 years ago, we have adopted a new life designing and new life attitude. So today we are talking for 5 to 7 suburban, additional to 5 community and housing community compound. So they provide 1,000 units of the housing, and that will and also the total of the vegetation area, they are exceed 20 million kilometer square, additional to the main facilities and the vital facilities and the facility management as well as the entertaining facilities. Well, life quality is a very important topics, and it's under consideration with every individual. So today we are talking about this long journey. We tried to give you the richness information about the life quality. So thank you, Mr. Hassan Maddah, the agent of the Sunni, and Mr. Tariq Al Husseini and Mr. Sultan Al Ahrazi, the real estate and the manager and the executive in the Iskan company. And also as well as I thank you for your listening and your highly attention, much appreciated. Beside that, I would like also to thank sincerely all the organizers about this forum. Thank you very much, your highly attention, much appreciated.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ عبد المجيد
Thank you
العنزي.
very much, Mr. Abdul
شكرا
Majid Al
المتحدثين.
Anizi. Thank you for all the speakers. I would like
عادل
to
الزهراني
call
وكيل
Dr.
وزارة
Adil
البلدية
Azharani, the
والقروية
minister,
والإسكان
the agent of the
للتخطيط
Ministry of the
الحضري من
Housing,
أجل
in order to
تكريم
honor the
السادة
speaker.
المتحدثين. والبداية مع الأستاذ راكان
And naturally,
المداح
Mr. Rakan Al
الوكيل
Maddah,
المساعد
agent
للدعم
and
السكني
assistant
بوزارة الشؤون
agent
البلدية
in
والقروية
the
والإسكان.
Ministry of Housing and Municipalities and Rural.
ثم الأستاذ طارق الغزيري
Mr. Tariq Al Ghazari,
رئيس مصرفية الشركات الشاملة ببنك
Yeah.
الرياض.
manager of Saudi Arabia and the housing company.
ثم المهندس
Engineer
أحمد
Mohandes Sultan Al Harazi, the manager, general manager of all the mechanism of the company housing company.
ثم مدير الجلسة
The
الأستاذ
chairman
عبد
and the
المجيد
manager,
العنزي.
Mr. Abdul Majid Al Anizi.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much.
السادة والسيدات
Ladies
مستمرين
and gentlemen, we will continue our third session, our third day of the real estate forum. We have witnessed together in the beginning of the third day several sessions about the smart solution and the innovation and the life equality and the feasibility of owning a house, and as well as in the vision under in 2023. Today we will move in order to the humanism and the cities that we will move to our Mrs. Sumaya Sultan, the executive manager of the Art and Architecture and Designing Authority, as well as Mr. Adil Zahrani, the minister, the agent of the Ministry of the Municipality, and as well as Mr. Khalid Al-Sahimi, the chairman of the development, real estate developing, and as well as Mr. Ayman Al Walid and Mr. Sabah Barakat, the chairman of this session, Mr. Hamad Al Mahmoud, the Sky News of Arabia channel, Saudi Arabia.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا واهلا
be
بكم
upon you and
في
welcome
الجلسه
to the
لهذا اليوم
third
التي هي بعنوان
session
التنميه
today with
الحضريه
the name
وانسنه
about the
المدن. يسعدني
humanized
ويشرفني
cities
ان
and
يشاركني في
urban
هذه الجلسه كل
development.
من
And I would
الدكتوره
like to
سميه
welcome my
السليمان
speakers today,
الرئيس التنفيذي
Dr.
لهيئه
Sumaya,
فنون
the
العماره
chairman of
والتصميم،
the
وكذلك الدكتور
Authority
عادل
Art and
الزهراني
Designing
وكيل
Authority
وزاره
and
الشؤون
Corporation, and Dr.
البلديه
as well
والقرويه
Adel
والاسكان
Al-Zahrani,
للتخطيط الحضري.
as well
ايضا
as
يشاركنا الدكتور
my
خالد سحيمي
Dr.
الرئيس
Khalid
لقطاع
Al-Sahimi,
التطوير
the
العقاري
chairman
بالشركه
of the
الوطنيه
sector of
للاسكان،
the real estate sector in
وكذلك
Iskan
الاستاذ صباح
company, as
بركات
well as
الرئيس
Mr.
التنفيذي
Ayman
للعمليات في
Walidi,
مجموعه
the
روشن،
executive manager
وايضا
in
الدكتور
Roshan
ايمن
company, as
الوليدي
well
المدير
as
التنفيذي لاداره تطوير
Dr. Sabah
المشاريع
Barakat,
بشركه
the
رؤى
executive
المدينه المنوره
manager
او
in
المدينه القابضه.
in
مرحبا بكم
Roshan.
جميعا، ونبدا على بركه الله لهذه
Hello everyone, I would
الجلسه.
like to start my vision and
يعني
my
إذا سمحتوا لي أنا
session.
ممكن يعني
Well,
كل شيء
please,
فاهمه
if you
في
allow
هذه
me,
الجلسة
I
في
understand
ضيوفي
everything
كلهم
with
تحت مظلة
about everything under the real estate sector, except Dr. Sumaya. Dr. Sumaya, they are from the authority of the culture. So what's the art or designing cooperation, or for example, if I talk about what's the association between the Minister of Culture with the real estate sector? Well, it's such a pleasure to be here, and for the art and designing authority and corporation, they are not forgotten from this form. I would like to will actually analyze that. And we are under the Ministry of the Culture. We are 11 cultures, and one of them, which is about the architecture and designing, and we are talking about 4 special development and buildings, and we have additional 2 specialists out of field. We have about designing and interior designing and environment designing and graphic designing, as well as the architecture designing. So today, what we need in our form, and we are not taking and imitating the role of the Ministry of the Housing. However, it's from our sector. We have the initiative about every. For example, if we talk about we have something related to the educational sector, and others related to the political sectors, and as well as for the companies and individuals. Since we are talking about, we are dealing with about the humanized, and we're dealing with realtors that related about the authority and cooperation of the arts and designing. So today, until this moment, we have working it for two years ago. We have developed something rule. However, one of the main initiative of this, which is the King Salman architecture. So, for example, I will get back to you in order to explain well these buildings of the King Salman building. Dr. Adel, this title will actually, which humanize cities. When you hear this term, humanize cities, which is actually is something tradition, and it is it's a controversial term. So let us talk about what do you mean about humanize cities? Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad, my brother. Well, before I answer your question, I would like, this is what it's going to be as a follow what's mentioned with Dr. Sumaya. Today, the role of the Ministry of the Housing and the municipality and the rural, they have a role across the about the generation, which is that it's based on the fire. So the first, we are setting the direction. This is the first one. This is the national dimension. This is the national dimension upon that. So today we will concentrate about the direction, and the other part, which is we have set up the standards, criteria, regulations, and policies. And this is what's related about the second also part. So today we have these 2 main parts, what we call it under the steering upon the national steering, and how this we will invent and enhance this steering within the Ministry of Culture. Today we are talking about in order to make the with a beautiful the buildings, make it more beautiful and make more catchy, and that will understand with the Ministry of Culture as the third part, which is I want to mention, which is the enabling, which is enabling all the secretaries, especially in the private sector. Today we have to enable the private sector besides the public sectors. So today we have a community, which is community of exceptional schema. So it's in collaboration with the rural and the urban sector, and and so today we're talking any with a private sector. They have a notion and prosperity, and they have a big mechanism in order to increase the holding amount of people that will affect the vision of all the directions that we provided from the private sector, and as well as this is considered as as additional point from upon all the vision of Saudi Arabia, even if it was whether it's upon that strategic path or others ones, and whether under also that the support and the minister and different support that we receive from different sectors, and also from the secretary that we receive in order to enable all the developing and the interior developments. So we have the direction, standard regulation process, and as well enabling, which is and the fourth pillars, which is the performance management. Even whether it's in the project or the quality of the projects. Today our agreements with Roshan, it will help us in completely in order to update the policies, update the legislations, and update all the directions. So the ministry has a unique outcome and a unique perspective. Today our objective in order to develop and enhance your environment and with the humanized sector. So today, what's the biggest main rule upon all the for example, humanize or Roshan? As my brother from Dr. Hamais, and they have a rule in the next coming phase. We'd like to talk about the architecture. Which comes first? Is it today we could say that we have a development about the rural and the suburban and all the humanized system. So today, some people they were there's agree about which comes first, the humanized or others. When we talk about some of my colleagues, they are agree with me today. When we have a vision in order to development all the suburban, or we have the infrastructure, and where we could put the as a vital and the sustains. Today we talk about did we talking about the zoning or the next use? Today we talking about the micromanagement city in terms of parking. Is the parking sector is develop and support the humanized sector? So for example, in terms of all the vehicles and cars, so today the humanized has becomes based on the methodology of or the urban development. So the humanized, they have different dimensions that's related to the mobility and capability. This is the scientific terms of how the whole cities they are they have a contract and with as a backbone in order to establish the best quality. So for example, anyone today that travel to the top 10 cities, so we could recognize the mobility factor. They are the main factor in order to create as a creative factor as well. So we're gonna recognize the 60% of the life quality of the income of the income of and revenue of any cities. For example, as Excellency Khalid Al Falih has been spoken in for us exhibition, we see that these numbers based of the 60 or 50 from the backbone of our strategy and create. So this is what we talk about. For example, that will impact the successful of the tourism, and as well as catching multiple the capitalism and the international capitalism and as well as we talk about the cycling, we talking about the mobility, we talking about the parks. So it's a complete system. However, at the end of the day, it could be something related about. So today we need to understand which one is is coming first. Well, actually, Doctor, I think this is the controversial question. Which one is going to become first? Is the humanized or the developers? So, Dr. Khalid, you have given a lot of details about the humanizing within the legislation and the ministry. So let's see about in the real world today, Mr. Khalid. What's the project that you are preparing in the real ground in order to affect all the sectors? Well, in the name of God. Our main mission is in order to interpret all of the works and to translate all the objectives into the suburban and the projects in order that will affect the services and the quality life for all the citizens. And this is from my point of view. So how the human was in full actually this is we have to understand and raise awareness about the new era, how the next generation have been changed from the past and the today, and for example, and even the quality and the services that will serve us. So we developed all these factors in terms of about to transfer the suburban and the urban cities into in different ways, so that now and the human they have the ability to utilize this will help us in order to live together, and this is in order to be achieved from the suburban. Today we could see if we want to cut for example the caps and the architecture caps, so that will help us in order to know how we will zoning and to divide the districts in the suburban and within make the human that living in the community and in the as my colleagues has mentioned, they will reach services within 5 or 7 minutes, and how they walk, and also the walking service that could be with a pavement and a safe pavement, and also will not be afraid for your children for example if they want to cross the roads. All of these details will provide the advantage of so how we will provide the best services with our clusters. For example, also the cluster buildings, it took something, and how we will provide the feasibility in some of the units, or will actually that will not divide it between rooms, and that we need to work a collective work that will enhance, for example, a supermarket or a central supermarket in so that I would not need in order to make a duplication. So for example, that will affect all the traffics, and that will for example, they will in the morning there will be a mechanism, and in the evening that will affect that. So as well, beside that, I have to support all the stadiums, the stadium of the sport and the different sports facilities in order to provide the best service. How I also will take advantage from the processing and the environmental processing and for example the nature, how I will let as a one component that all the citizens citizens they will will be satisfied, and that will affect raising the amount and the income of all the real estate sector. And for example, how I will enhance also commercial sector and the commercial centers in order to support all the outcome and the revenue. For example, we have a 3.5 kilometers in difference in order to hold the family. They will get benefits and they will satisfied in order with all of these services. Eventually, about the small community and the small real estate community, it's not could be which is the biggest. Well, in opposite to your speech, I would like to say that all of these indicators across different levels, for example, the facility management and different, they will affect and they have to distribute correctly. That will affect well, as we have seen about in COVID-19. We need, for example, some the people are in demand and in need in order to set in their homes for a long period, for example. So that we have to take in under consideration that the houses that they have to be affected for the sunlight and with others factors and the vital factors that and what we collaborate with the ministry that we in order to achieve all these criteria. Well, if you allow me, so the last also about that's related between the for the architecture. So, for example, the architecture and the buildings is they don't have an open core or an open center. However, they have to be better. For example, our question here: how we will provide some period of areas that well, actually, it's related to the humanized cities. However, Mr. Sabah, you are in the Roshan. You are concentrate on a unique procedures that in order, for example, to provide a real estate production and well. So, what could you please tell us more about that topic? Hello, everyone. Could you please? I will talk about. إذا ما نحاول أن نراه هو في روشن أن نحاول أن نعاود.
When we looked at it, and I support everything my colleagues have said on the panel, the starting point is the layouts, the infrastructure, and the future-proofness. So we make sure our units are the best design, they accommodate all the needs of our residents. But there's much more to it than the unit itself. We have to look at the community. So it's the layout of the community, making sure that all the walkability aspects are included, so the 5 to 7 minute walk to your local facilities. So we plan all of this. Over and above that, we make sure that there's a whole layer on top of this, which is what we call the social infrastructure. So it's one thing to plan the location for a mosque and the location for a kindergarten and a school. We also make sure that we're building them to make sure that when the resident picks up his keys, he knows that the mosque is there, he knows that the school is there, he knows that the kindergarten are there. As we adapt and develop, this is going to be the standard. This will be the effectively what is the norm. For us, I don't think this is enough to define what a humanized community or a humanized city is. We need to take it to the next level up, which is all the social infrastructure rather than the physical infrastructure. So I'm glad that Dr. Sumaya is with us because we are looking at all the cultural aspects. How do you activate the spaces? How do you make sure that there's community interaction? How do you make sure that people treat their homes as homes rather than just houses to live in? How do they interact with their neighbors across the community? So as an example, there was a decision to remove all the front boundary walls from our homes. So all of a sudden, the minute you remove the front boundary wall, you can't then just leave the road outside as a strip of asphalt. You have to actually complete the sidewalks, you have to complete all the pavements, you have to do the landscaping, you have to do all the other, we have outdoor majlises, outdoor play areas. So by removing the front boundary walls, we're really enabling this community living to take place. And this is all being done in a non-gated, non-compound environment. So this is actually an open community, but it's a genuine community where you'll see people interacting in the outdoor space as well as interacting indoors within their homes. The integration with all the external stakeholders, so obviously working with our colleagues at Mumra and as the doctor mentioned this morning, we signed a great MOU to help develop and update the codes, and this is an integral part of the work that we're doing, but also the interaction and the initiatives we're doing with Ministry of Education, all the sport activations, the work we're doing with Ministry of Sport to try and humanize the communities rather than just creating housing developments.
اوكي طيب دكتور ايمن
Dr. Ayman, so you are the executive manager in Ru'a Al-Madina Holding Company. Please, could you provide us with a brief about your company and what's your project that it will gonna be on the real ground, and what's the impact that will affect and that will increase in the humanized cities in the Medina? Thank you very much. I would like to highlight, well, actually, I would like to give you brief information about Ru'a Al Medina project, which is has been established from well, actually, with under the Prince the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been issued, and we are contribute. So the size of the project, 1,500,000 kilometer square, that will serve multiple of Muslims people, and that will located be on the east of the mosque of the holy mosques, and we have over than 47,000 rooms. When we utilize, when we associate the humanized cities with our project, all of these based upon some strategical points. So we have three main pillars that will take it under a certain consideration. And so when the visitor will comes and will get out of his, for example, hotels or any accommodation in order to apply the prayer in the holy mosque. So today we consider about what serious obstacles the visitor might face. For example, maybe the cutting the cross or walking safely without any attention or without any risk from the accidents of the cars, as well as we take in consideration the safety of the cars for the whole. So this is we achieved all these obstacles that within the humanized cities, and in order to divide the for example the traffic mechanism in order for the people and walking. So this is considered as under the infrastructure. There is a lot of new roads under the ground, and that's especially for the people, and also the parking, as well as the parking for the accommodation, the hotel towers. So this solution will help us in order until we will reach a higher numbers of our objectives and strategical points that will let's and take advantage and benefits for all their life quality. And the second pillars, which is about the open quality of the project, which is will concentrate and will actually represent 30%. Will actually, this is a higher than benchmark of the international benchmark. And the weight is from 60 to the 65, and as well as for the whole buildings. So this is another also pillars that help us in order to achieve the experience and satisfaction of the visitors, and that we will help us in order to increase the life quality in the coming. So, and in the other hand, we're talking about the vegetation area, as well as the third pillars, which is which is one of our objective, and one of the objective from the program of the Rahman visitors. This is under the vision of 2030. The third main component, which is the sustainability. This sustainability has been taken advantage and honoring in order to raise the sustainability program, which is under from the Excellency, the Ministry of the Housing and Rural Municipalities. So we adopt his vision, and we adopt the sustainability in energy, and also in order to taking advantage with the area, and as from the other also accreditation and standards. If I would to add also another pillars, which is the experience of the visitor, and for example, so or the architect. Well, please, doctor, if you allow me, I would like to contribute to. Well, I will get back to you in that to know that. So we will talk about what Ru'a Al Medina, and we talk about this project. So you have 500 million. So I would like now to stop here, and I will get back to you soon. I will get back to Mrs. Sumaya. So today I acknowledge about the art and the architecture, how it affects, and this is a group of people that will how they affect the rural and the real estate segment. So how do you associate together with the Ministry of the Municipalities and the Housing and the Rural as well? So you have launched recently King Salman and building. Could you please highlight what does mean and what's the impact of this project. So what is this charter, and what's so please, can you please explain? Well, from this explanation, I would like to answer others also question from my colleagues. Well, the charter of the King Salman architecture, it's an initiative that has been launched last year, 2021. Well, and it was just the agreement from the council and the Ministry of the council. So what's the our charter is the raising of the architecture and our impact in order to, for example, we will reach an environment that agree in our needs and demanding today. However, we need to know what's the name of the charter of the King Salman architecture. Well, actually, some people they would not, which is actually the architecture of Salmania, the Salmania architecture. Well, actually, each what's the custody of the two holy mosques they did the King Salman when we see several projects, and this is outstanding projects. We could see the country where some of them some part they are normal. However, some of these projects they are outstanding, and from the architecture point or from their successful period of over than 40 years. So from this point today, we think how we will verify this journey and this project. So it's not, well, actually maybe it's based for someone who has based in Riyadh, and how we will take all these lessons and get benefits from in order to make it as a chain and to be applied in different area. So what's the charter today here? The King Salman will actually it's a 2.0. So and the charter is considered as a responsible or a holistic and 6 values. These 6 values that I heard today was the first one is related and associated with each other, which is the sustainability and the validity, and that's what's related about the historical past and the trajectory will actually. And the other part, which is the other value that related about the human and as for example the life equality, which is related to these values. Any decision that based on designing the human they as the core of this project. And today, for example, about the 2 question is the humanizing or the urban is coming. So today simply at the end we need to talk about that we are the human beings, and we are talking about our demands and our needs. And today, tomorrow, after tomorrow, one of the main projects and the outstanding projects today we have seen that has been built 40 years ago, and today they have the creativity in order to invent this new kind of people. So today we must know that there is one aspect that they have, for example, even the buildings and the whole real estate they are going bigger and bigger, and even the immigration system they affects the real estate sector. So indeed we have a very big projects. However, we need to know what's happening inside out. For example, some buildings that has been achieved in 70s 80s, are we going to re-instruct it again and again? No. Well actually, so we have, this is the value of our buildings, and I think the function related the values. We have creating values and innovation values. So in each circumstance or event, we need to versatility the services. We have seen some people that, for example, they say that my house is smart. For example, if someone he does not able to turn off and turn on the light, it's really difficult. Well, actually, there's some misunderstood that it's not follow our needs. The six values from this chart we applied from our, for example, the sensitive and as a sensitive part, and the cultural and the cultural also aspect, how we will create this cultural community and how we will activate this community. And the third one, which is I have a box that I'm living in. Well actually this is, and also for example the the site. So what you smell, what you see, what you build. So this is the sensory of the actual value. Well, actually, for example, even if I talk about the nostalgia, if I sometimes we hear about a place or a location, sometimes we feel that nostalgic about them, and we so today we're talking about the beauty also about the buildings and the community, and so all of these details are contributed with each other in the chart. So we have also 5 exhibitions in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We need that will happening in order to identify identify this chart and the Kingdom and our projects, and we are working in order to make it as, and also beside that we have an online course that will also help us in order to increase to market about the market of the chart, as finally in the also the forum that in Netherlands that will has been visited by over than 120 visitors. So, doctor, please correct me. So, this is the chart is affected with the different areas of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, all what you speak is excellent, actually. However, today, how we will translate all what you see in the real world and in the ground, and today, well, actually, the chart we have issued. And however, all our partners and the decision makers and the Ministry of the Rural and Housing, so in order to utilize the start building the chart, and we need the code as a Roshan experience. For example, if they don't have a burden or a front burden. Some of these parties, when you are going to get deeper in some codes, that we will see the impacts of that. So, for example, the individual will in his will not say that I will apply this chart. However, you are right. All of what you mentioned is very, since we are applying the sustainability or talking about the feasibility and also the flexibility in different area across for example, the housing and the country, and even also the developers and the realtors, we could see acceptance in order to trying to apply. Well, the chart is not commitment until now. However, what's the main component and what's our objective in order to enhance the creativity? Well, actually, we simply will not provide the solution as on a private plate or on a white plate. However, we need to exchange and negotiate together in order to reach the solutions, and this is what's kind of creativity, and this is with it happening from the warning. This is a warning in the international and regard the year by after year, we will achieve our objectives. So all the projects that today we are witnessing, is everyone that will owning a house, the impact of all of these, that will take a period of time. Well, great. Dr. Adel will actually, this is the controversial about question, which better the humanize or the urban. So all of this development in the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia, it must be from the human sector and the human role. What do you think? What's your role? Let's say about the integration relationship or between the factors of the urban civility and how that today they humanize to work with inside a mechanism. Well, it's be obligatory system. It's not optional. So today, what's the Roshan? This is the integration between the how to way to develop the project and at the same time what they want to produce for the community. And أعتقد هذا ما يريده إذا جدا.
I'm sorry. واللي احنا اليوم نتطلع له من خلال التعاون.
What we are going to achieve within the Roshan agreement. So today, the Ministry of the Housing, Rural and Municipalities with the Roshan, and in order to work with on the homework under the vision and the Crown Prince, and today we must have urban code or architecture code. which is today the architecture code. They have two parts related about the identity and the chart of the Salmani charter, which is really important in these documents, and the other one, which is the other part, which is the urban code or the urban framework for the next phase. And so our part today, we have to make sure about we have architecture identity in there is based on some area and geographical area in Saudi Arabia. For example, for instance, we could find the Najd identity, the architecture identity starting from Riyadh region and Qasim and part of Ha'il and part of Mecca. As well, beside that, we could find also the Al-Hijazi coast, starting from Yamba region, passing to the south. So today we have this is the geographical map identity for all the architecture. So this is a part that we're working inside the homework. Inside this is homework that we are achieving under a high guidance from the ministry and others. And also the charter, Salmani charter, has been played in order to centralize the Najd. This is considered as the biggest area inside the Saudi Arabia. In the other hand, which is related to the real estate sector and the environmental, which is the urban code, today the ministry paying a lot of efforts in order to update the local plans and the regional plans. Today we're not talking just to provide a list of registration or the policies. Today we need to know how on underground master plan for each region and for each area. I'm dealing with my colleagues, any architecture population or after it's considered as a one rank dealing with the ministry and under the master plan. And if not existing, we are working under updating bro. So today we have a special zones inside the area, and I'm talking about just a city or just a city. I will talking about just a regional plan, and then we will talk. We have a master plan, which is the city, and finally we have the local plans. Inside each city or each master city, we have a different distribution of that. For example, we have a downtown. This it's under a master, and the acting for this downtown is much differently from other cities or much projects. And when I talk about that, of course you're gonna ask me different what? For example, from the facilities, economically, or is it part of all the holistic area? It could be attracting for all the tourism and tourists as well, and how we're gonna deal, and some part of the, for example, the performance, and to treating them as a part of the land use or mixed use or for example, it's zoning as well. So today what we're talking, this is all the homework today, and we will finish it by 2023. This is the part of the role of the economical role in the humanizing, and also the ministry has been worked with some partners and with the industry sector. How I will made and establish the role and the smooth industry inside the city. Well, today we have a lot of citizens, and they have a lot of high amount of creativity and vision and talents people, and they exceed the average actually. And all of these Saudi citizens, what they need is just a small room from there, and they start innovating something that is going to affect the environment. And today we are feeling enthusiastic to understand the criteria what we have mentioned in the first. For example, for for the law and industry, for example, inside the city. And today, for example, we must need to be this light industry inside the sector. So today, for example, in Champs-Élysées, you are gonna see a paste or pastry or industry, even the industry and the manufacturing, you're gonna see that beside the store. So what we're talking about is the best practices today on board with us. And we have the best practices, Roshan, downtown, a lot of big magnificent projects inside that. So today today we have our vision, and today we unified and we know where we are going, and we know our main objective today. So all the real sector, they are fascinating with what I'm saying. Today we have a really enabling potential to that relates. Today we have a meeting with my brother Muhammad Draibi in order to talk how all the circumstances will play an important role in order to develop our project. Today we have a very parking company. I am Amrinja. However, today if I want to open the standards in order to raise the parking, for example, I will make overwhelming on the developers, and eventually the revenue will not be acceptance. So today, what we're talking with the excellencies, part of ours, how we will open the gate for the foreign investors. For example, also the owning houses, and so today all of these considered as enabling potential that in order to implement our new ideas, and in order to achieve the mechanism and the process, the economy, the environmental process. So today, with our partnership we have made something urban transformation, street transformation. Today the pavement and the roads, today we could understand the mechanism between the sidewalk and the pavement, and from the and outdoor sitting streets for literature, lighting and greenery. And this is the key. We're actually a system. It's not a furniture thrown in the middle of the street. This is will raise the property value. So today we are dealing with the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of the Tourism. I will not speak on behalf of the Ministry of the City. However, today they have a part in order to achieve our objective. And so this is the national public road, and example we have ABC urban design and public road, and this is one of the ministry of the public road in some level. So today we're talking about some nation, and we have enablement. This is enablement that we're talking about from the first stage for the strategic secretaries and the ministry and in the private sector. Well, actually, each sector I could ask you. However, in order to ask you some question, I will, for example, let's move for Roshan Group. Mr. Sabah, how did you achieve the balance between the density of the population and the kind and the quality of the products? For example, if it has, for example, that achieve the life quality. Well, it's an excellent question. إنه من الواضح هناك عدة وجهات.
But at the same time, we need to be able to provide best-in-class housing for communities. So we look at what the need is in any particular location. We look at what the demographic demand is in terms of affordability. We look at the location itself, what's around the location. So if we're in a location that is completely isolated, we have to provide everything within the community. If we're in a location where there are things around us, we can try and capitalize on some of the surrounding infrastructure to provide more green spaces, more leisure facilities, more parks. But as a starting point, we've taken a strategic decision to actually take the balance between public realm and housing more towards public realm, so that we can actually add more facilities, because it's a lifestyle choice. You want to be able to create these communities and encourage them. So we have to be able to provide those spaces, and not just the empty spaces. You know, if on our master plan we're showing a basketball field or a playing field, we actually go out and we build it with all the amenities that are required for it. So it's activated from the beginning. But in all instances, we always go more on the side of providing those amenities rather than for the sake of it providing more housing.
Okay. طيب أرجع للشركة الوطنية.
Now we'll get back to the national company. I will remind you with the King Salman has been said about we have a development in the real estate sector, so we must see and collaborate with a partnership in order to raise our ceiling in the real estate sector. So we have mentioned previously about you have a lot of huge projects, and you have a unique methods in order to achieve the humanized cities within these cities. Even it was, and also we could also display some pictures that you mentioned. So the our objectives today in order to build a big amount of data, in order to update the data, as well as it's not could be a cost a high amount of money that it will actually it depends. So that needs and requires a very high amount of data and requirements in order to achieve to my son these objectives, and that we helps a lot of kind of people, and that we take advantage in order to make it locally and globally, as well as is in for example we use also Dominion and others from the technology that will utilize a different area, and this will invent a new picture, as well as at the same time it will decrease the cost. On the other hand, we achieved in order to make a declaration, in order to decrease the cost for all the beneficiaries, and also all the units will reach 30 or 40% or even higher percentage in the price of the land and the ground, and as well as to be the same and in the open market. And that affects the distribution and what we have been done in during the last years, and we have achieved 1,000 market, and in 2023 we will reach 55,000, and I think we have over projects and a density of projects. So the management and the organizing all these projects will took a lot of time and skills we have a bit developed during the previous years, and until now we could take any information or any country or any project. Well, in front of you, we could say this is actually this project is under implementing actually. This is how to cluster the architecture, and how we will divide the architecture and then between the real estate sector, and how we will for example how we will contribute the sunlight and the air within the sun, and also we will create a backyard for all the same for the house, and the that will open the mechanism for all the provide an area for playing for all the children, as well as in the backyard, and that will help them in order to give the best solutions for all the providers.
And later on, of course, they can go to the public park and until they get back to school. For example, here we're talking about, for example, making such kind of thing, of course, making it much more human. And you can center in the parking, and there must be a very silent comment from Dr. Sumaya as regards the parking. No, I was not silent, of course. No, we might have problems, but today, for example, when you think so much about investments and real estate, how can we actually make an apartment, for example, where services can be provided, especially the parkings, because the situation is getting worse, because we sometimes we face the problem finding very suitable parkings. For instance, how can you actually start a project without expecting a big number of people, for example, who can come to the place after being constructed? And why don't we measure the mobility, for example? We expect, for example, with the measure of everything's going to be changed, everything's going to be improved by all the activities, for example, actually all indicators show that really how the city is complicated. Whenever we change something in the city, for example, we might have some problem, and that's the reason why the government it is need, for example, to bridge the gap, to tackle problems so as to achieve balance as well. We come to Matina Holding Company. For Dr. Ayman, let's talk about, for example, the period of time, because you started, for instance, at the implementation of works as well, for within how many years, or where, for example, the visitor can practice, for example, can actually this kind of militarization, militarian type of services, for example, the project. The plot has been actually proven last year, and now we started the infrastructure of the project, and the percentage of delivery is 11%. In addition to the other designs that we are coming up with, for example, is through agreement with a number of partners. For example, we we try, for example, to come up with a design of more than 12,000 hotels rooms, and this is one of the great accomplishments. In addition to, we have phases, different phases in our project. Until 2030, we're going, for example, to achieve 47,000 hotels room. For example, let's talk about, for example, and I want to talk about parking, and for example, our project adopted. Our project is the largest of its own kind. Is for example, achieving the biggest number of hotels rooms. In addition to the parking, the infrastructure was one of the components, the main pillars of the plot and actually we adopted the super block. And for every complex, for example, as Dr. Khaled said, every complex, for example, has or includes, for example, 18 towers, 18 hotel, towers, accommodation tower, for example, where the parking areas can be commonly used. For example, this helped us to provide a big number of parking areas and lots, and at the same time, separating, for example, the roads, for example, actually with the pedestrians roads. And one of the things that from the perspective, my own perspective, in this regard, the general plot is the most important thing. Is the basic, and there are many different concepts depending are built upon the general plot of the project as well. Achieving quality of life. We're talking the concept, the human concept, the destination, smart destination, or the smart destination. The concept of, for example, the open areas and green areas. All of these things are criteria that will help us to achieve our strategies and achieve actually to enrich the experience of the visitor and to give maximum comfort to the visitor as well, because this is one of the most important goals that you're working on. Actually, based on this project, we benefited from the public places and the pedestrians as well, pedestrians roads as well. We adopted the smart smart systems for safety and security, smart for lightning systems during the time of praying, and for example, for ball points. All of these are the concept that we've concentrated on that can be actually built based on the general block. And it will help actually achieve the quality experience of the visitors as well, and the visitors to the mosque. The prophetic said, Dr. Adel, you're talking about criteria, standards, concepts that actually that are very necessary in the real estate sector as well. What about the role of the legislator from the ministry to achieve, for example, this framework, which is to make human cities and to develop, of course, the urban development. I want to go to the parking. The parking top is very important, for example, all over the world, and it's one of the most important concerns as well for all developers. And parking, for example, is one of the problems for any city manager. Any mayor, for example, always adopts the idea of how to solve the problem of parkings. Because these are the things that are missing in big cities and cities. Now we're talking a different way and different strategy. It might be the goal of the Minister of Housing or the Rural and Urban Affairs, for example, at the level of the parkings. We're not talking about the parking, for example, theme, how to deal with it, for example. But today we have to have technical task on technical task. The ministry is working so hard on this file as well, which is going to help us in the next phase as well. It's a file, one of the most important files, like shared parking. For instance, for example, and why today is the role of the ministry, for example, so as to actually to focus on the community, businessmen, investors, developers, students of university, private sector, public sector. We need to educate the community, for example. This is our role in the Ministry of Housing. And the shared parking, for example, when I have a project, for example, mixed-use projects, residential, commercial, administrative, medical or clinic centers, and then I put criteria that, and I have to commit, for example, I must have to, for example, parking for every 20 meters square, and the commercial and administrative and residential and health. For example, do you see all of how much a problem, for example, how problematic is the theme? So all the world will be actually full of parkings everywhere. Shall we construct parkings everywhere? So we need, for example, we have some jobs that not work in the weekends. So I can support some of the of the jobs on weekends that might be differently used through actually using the park in a different way. So we discovered the shared parking, more than 30% of the parking areas and lots. We were going to squeeze them. We got to decrease them. If we're talking about, for example, to improving the culture of the parking culture, and we found out in the ministry that our colleagues, for instance, in Saudi downtown, in the private sector, for example, they are thinking with the same kind of mentality like we do. And now, for instance, we need, for example, to change the mindset as regards, for example, the criteria and the standards, and for the criteria or the standards. Like, so we have only 1 minute, doctor, please. I'm so sorry. This doesn't matter. Today, the standards, we're not talking about master plan, for example, the strategic planning. No, we're not only... Before, for example, the ministry, for example, we worked on the analysis. Dr. Our colleague, who was working with our colleagues as well on national special strategies. For now, we're working on the macro level of standard and criteria. Not compulsory, not to make it compulsory, but a part of it, for example, to inspire. We need, for example, to inspire the community. We know, for example, that today the Ministry of Culture, for example, say they say the children is not compulsory. Yes, but we need, for example, to inspire the community. We need to spread the culture. Most of the culture that we have, for example, are put to inspire, empowered to inspire. This is the concept. As for the policies and regulations, we're working on, for example, the compulsory policies and regulations, how to play an important role, for example, through coming up with these strategies and the tourism and entertainment, where we actually extracted everything that's related to the urban planning, and how can we facilitate, how can we be working as a facilitator to all sectors. Now we're working on the procedures and measures that are compulsory, but at the same time inspiring at the same time. I'm very happy actually to promote the culture, for example, and to change, to have a human cities, humanitarian cities as well. And this is the new term that we have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And based on this session as well, we'll clarify the concept, this culture, the culture of, for example, change in having humanitarian, cities as well. So, thank you very much, Mr. Sumaya as well. Dr. Adel Zahrani is the Deputy Minister for the Rural and Urban Affairs for the Urban Planning as well. Dr. Khalid, thank you very much. Sahaimi, the Head of the Real Estate Development Sector in the National Housing Company. Thank you very much, Mr. Sabah Barakati is the CEO of Roshan Group, for example. Come to the conclusion, Dr. Ayman, for example, the CEO of developing, for example, projects, for example, and Medina Holding Company as well. Thank you very much for listening and for your due attention. Let's get together in the next session. Hamad Al Mahmoud, our colleague Hamad Al Mahmoud, thank you very much for moderating this session. And to the speakers as well, we thank the speakers. Well, I invite the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Housing as well, Mr. Ayman bin Mohammed Salah, for example, to honor the speakers of this session.
And
the beginning with Dr. Sumaya Al-Sulaiman, the CEO of the for example, the Construction Arts Department.
Dr. Adel Al-Zahrani, وكيل
Dr. Adel Al-Zahrani, Deputy Minister for the Urban Planning. Dr. Khalid Al-Sulami, the head of the Real Estate Development Sector, for example, the National Housing Company. Dr. Ayman Al-Walidi, the CEO of the General Manager of Ru'al Medina Al-Medina Vision Holding Company, and Mr. for example Sabah Barakat, the CEO of Operations in Roshan Group. And Hamad Al Mahmoud, the director of Sky News channel in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the moderation of this session, of course. And we extend our appreciation to His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of the Housing Ministry, for honoring the speakers of this session.
السادة والسيدات
Ladies and gentlemen,
من جلسة التنمية
and from
الحضرية
the
وأنشطة
urban
المدن
development
إلى جلسة
and
دور
to
القطاع
the session
غير
of the
الربحي في
non-profit
استدامة
sector role
التنمية.
and the achieving
يشارك في هذه
sustainability
الجلسة
the
المهندس
sustainable
سلطان
development of course
الفريس
Sultan Al
وكيل
Kharesi,
وزارة
the
الموارد
Deputy Minister
البشرية
for Human
والتنمية
Resources, Minister for
الاجتماعية
Social
والضمان
and Social
الاجتماعي
Development
والأستاذ
for
عبد الله
Social
عبد الراشد
Security as well,
الخالدي،
Abdullah Rashid
عضو
Al
مجلس
Khaldi,
إدارة
the
المركز
member of board
الوطني
member board
لتنمية
member of
القطاع
board of
غير
directors
الربحي،
member for example to develop the
ودكتور
non-profit
محمد
sector,
بن علي
Dr. Mohammed bin
العتيق،
Ali Al
المسؤول
Atiq,
العام على المجتمعات
General Supervisor
السكنية
for the
في مؤسسة الملك
Residential
عبد
Complex
الله
and King Abdullah Foundation.
بوالديه للإسكان التنموي والمهندس يوسف
And Engineer Yusuf
السيباني
Al
وكيل
Saibani for
وزارة
the Deputy
الشؤون
Minister for
البلدية
the
والقروية والإسكان
rural and urban
للإسكان
affairs of the
التنموي.
for the
مدير
development
هذه
housing
الجلسة
development
الزميل
and
أحمد
the session
العلي.
moderator Ahmed Al Alkami is going to be the session moderator.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, for some this session, of course, we're going to talk about, of course, the role of the non-profit sector in achieving in sustainable development. Of course, this sector has been actually witnessing a number of satisfied missions, along with the launch of the Vision 2030, which actually finished a number of phases as well, putting a number of governance in addition to enablement. For example, we're going to talk about the role of the sector, because in sustainable development, in addition to the role of the real estate as well, specifically with our guest on this, of course, in this panel discussion, Engineer Sultan Al-Kharesi, Deputy Minister for example, for the social, for the human resources and social security as well, Dr. Yusuf Al Saibani, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Ministry for the Developmental Housing, and Dr. Abdullah Al Khaldi, a member of the Board of Directors of the National Center for Developing the Non-Profit Sector, and in addition, for Dr. Mohammed Al Ati, for the supervisor of the residential complex of King Abdullah Foundation's Parents for Foundations, King Abdullah Parents for Foundations. We welcome you all. I start with you, Engineer Sultan, when you talk about the role of the non-profit sector, for example, in the sustainability, the sustainable development. So we need to talk about the concept. What is the sector, the non-profit sector? Let's ask this question first. And want to know what the non-profit sector is. It's a great honor to be with you, for example, to define the non-profit sector, for example. In the National Center, I think that really they are supervising this sector. But, for example, I would try to give a very simple definition. Where always, for example, have in mind that really when you mention the private sector, I mean the non-profit sector, we understand as if it is the society or just like a charities sector. It is the establishment organization that the profits doesn't go to the owners, but the profits go, even if it's profitable or they achieve the profits, they will go for noble purposes that might actually have return on the same foundation for its sustainability, or might go to other noble, for example, goals or profits as well. But the profits do not go to the owners of the society, of the foundation. Still, we have actually corporates as well system that found non-profit companies, for example, through which we can establish a non-profit company, corporates. And many organizations, for example, started, for example, to become non-profit, such as King Saud University, which has become non-profit, for example. King Faisal Specialized Hospital has become non-profit. Our organization, we have a great models, for example, all around the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are non-profit, for example, that they don't, for example, they do not actually distribute the dividends to the owners. They have noble purposes, noble goals, for example, and actually they spend these returns on the different goals. I mean, not the owners, but to the. If we talk about the role of the Ministry of Housing, for example, they are playing an important role in supporting the sector as regards to sustainability. In urban and in real estate. Talk about the role in brief, for example, before we start talking about details. Because first of all, praise be to God in the name of Allah. Praise be to God. God's peace and mercy be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his family, members and disciples. Well, we'd like to welcome our colleagues as well, and Engineer Sultan and Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Muhammad Al Atiq. And I extend my appreciation to them for sharing with me this session as well to answer a question. So, for as a matter of fact, if you look at the non-profit sector, the third sector, in other words, the ministers, for example, did not accept the specialized center ministers that are concerned about running this third sector. But of course, this sector has been actually witnessing great flourishment and development after the Vision 2030, where the Vision 2030 has been actually focusing on support. That sector. They want, for example, to increase the GDP, for example, of this non-profit sector to more than 5% in the GDP. And the Ministry of Social Resources, they taken into consideration the board of the sector as well by Majid Al Hagail, and our colleagues in the Ministry of Human Resources. The Ministry, for example, was very keen to build the sector institutionally for many considerations of many reasons. Well, based on three pillars. The first, which is studying the sector. There's the housing and the urban and the municipal. And I'm talking about this area, real estate. For example, they studied the sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, completely in all the sectors, starting with the housing sector as regards, for example, the supervision of the ministry. At the same time, and then after the study, they embraced the institutions and non-profit building the capacity of the organizations. The ministry, for example, paid more than 50 million riyals so as to enable this sector, and was keen to help this sector continue financially and to be financially sustainable, and providing them with the human resources and staff. We have great examples we can talk about, for example, from this sector. We can talk about, for example, that actually I cannot speak about the models. I cannot talk with the presence of Dr. Khaled and Mohammed as well, because they are our partners. They have more information. They can tell you much better than I do. And for example, we wanted, for example, to find a connection and to bring all together the non-profit sector, the ministry, all together with the Ministry of Human Resources, not only, for example, for the several support services, or exchange of data, but which is the most important thing that really under the aspects of the ministry. This is in brief, and I think that really with the other topics we're going to talk about details that are related to the rest of the discussion. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, those who are standing up, please, those who are standing up, please. there is an exhibition, for example. Whoever wants to go over there, you can visit the exhibition, because here, for example, you want to listen only to our guests here in these few minutes. Mr. Abdullah, I move to you. As regards, for example, a very important role, for example, the Vision 2030, for example, of the region, the Vision 2030 of the Conservative, which really concentrated on increasing the percentage of the house's ownership of the citizens, for example, to 70 by end of 30, for example. So this sector has an important role, for example, to play to achieve this goal. Let's talk, for example, based on your experience and your work, for example, in a number of committees and centers as well in this regard, for example, how this sector, for example, can contribute to achieving this 70% out of the house ownership of the Saudi citizens. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Ministry of Rural and Urban Affairs and the House of Ministry as well, and the role of and the non-profit sector, in addition to the organization of this forum as well, and specifying and preparing a session about the non-profit sector. For example, let's talk, for example, historically about the sector. For example, in any country, there are three sectors: the public, the private, and the non-profit sector. And non-profit sector, we call it the third sector, and there are different definitions. For example, that we call the non-OGs, for example, or the third sector. The economists, they have their own definitions. Socialists, they have, the politicians have their own definition of the non-profit sector. But the certified or accredited according to the Vision 2030 is the non-profit sector. And the government support of this actually sector has been institutionally, for example, organized much more than ever in 2016 with the launch of the Vision 2030, for example, through preparing, laying out goals such that contribute to the GDP, as mentioned, for example, my brother Yusuf. In addition, the other aspect, for example, which is to help grow the sector and through its diversity in all regions, for example, to include all the beneficiaries, for example, in all the regions and provinces of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the third point, for example, is actually to encourage the volunteers. That's reason, for example, upon the resolution of the public volunteering, for example, resolution. And by receiving more volunteers, in addition to keeping the rights and the obligations of the volunteers, establishing such an incentive, for example, for the non-profit sector, one of the most important enablers of the sector. Before, for instance, we had only the Ministry of Human Resources and Social, for example, Security was the only ministry to organize the non-profit sector. Today, we have, for example, the National Center for supervising the non-profit sectors financially and administratively as well, and actually. For example, charity societies are not the only non-profit centers, but we have the universities, we have hospitals, and anything that applies to the goal of non-profit. For example, goal is non-profit institution, and the National Center is responsible for managing and supervising this sector as well. In the other, we have 28 supervisory bodies technically supervising the sector. Each entity, like a housing entity, for example, is supervised by the Minister for Rural Affairs as technical supervision, but the organizational administrative supervision is the responsibility of the National Center. In the health sector as well, the health societies are supervised by the Minister of Health, for example, and education is by the Minister of Education. That's the reason why we have the sector more organized than ever than before, for example, and we have very positive growth that exceeding we have more than, for example, 3,700 non-profit organizations, for example, in 8 years since we started, the division started, but in 40 years, for example, from 1383, since the establishment of the Ministry of Human Resources until the launch 2030, we have 1,000 societies. That's the reason why non-profit sector has an important role. For example, I come back to your question as regards, for example, housing. The public sector contributes to increase the ownership of the citizen, ownership of the houses according to, for example, what's expected from them. The private sector helps to construct such units and to help the owners through financing as well. But there are some classes of the community that do not, where the conditions of ownership cannot apply to them by the private sector, and there might be, for instance, those people who are under the category of the government of protection through, for example, increasing the percentage of the citizen ownership of houses. That's the reason here comes the role of the non-profit sector, for example, to become a third partner of the government, of public government and the private sector and public sector as well, so as to contribute to rehabilitating, training, educating and developing the residents as well, because development or growth, for example, is the maker. Man is the maker of development, and is the main goal, is the center of the focus as well. That's the reason why today, for example, we have a lot of non-profit organizations, collaborations with the Ministry of Housing as well, in addition to with the national institutions. They could, for example, achieve the ownership of hundreds of units annually, and its role does not end with the ownership, for example. And this, but here comes the non-profit sector, for example, after the ownership, for example, to contribute through enabling, for example, the private sector to establish and to prepare, for example, and furnish the units as well, in addition to adding other related developmental aspects through training, education, health services, for example, to contribute all, for example, achieving the quality life of those residents through the partnership of the non-profit sector, in addition to the other related government entity, public and private sector. When you are talking, for example, about, for example, the non-profit sector institutions, we're talking about, for example, Dr. Muhammad Al-Atiq is going to talk about, for example, King Abdullah's Parents Foundation, Charity Foundation, for example. What about the role of the institution or the foundation in the concept of sustainability in King Abdullah's Foundation, King Abdullah's Parents Foundation? In the name of Allah, God's peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad, his disciples, and family members, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Ministry of Rural, Urban, and Housing Ministry, and for their great keenness as well in this regard. And I would like, for example, to welcome the guests here, the distinguished guests. King Abdullah Foundation, at the beginning, since it was established, started to prepare or to conduct studies, for example, to determine and identify the poorest individuals in the kingdom, in the whole kingdom. For example, they launched 13 studies that defined the most needy, and then started, for instance, to in its phases, in the first urgent phases, for example, that's really followed by another phase as well to construct until we reach a number of the residential units that we constructed, and more than 4,000 residential units, in addition to 25, for example, 25 complexes around the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in addition to the contribution of King Abdullah Foundation to build 6,000 units for the immigrants in the last couple of years as well, and coming from different parts of the country. The foundation, since was established to work on achieving sustainability, for example, in establishing the complexes or compounds as well, not only the complexes, but of course, but concentrated on the beneficiaries, for example, through rehabilitating them and providing programs, training programs, developing, for example, the supervisors' capabilities, and participating in with other sectors, for example, in this regard. And so the foundation of King Abdullah's Parents, for example, is working always to achieve sustainability of its works through, for instance, for following up the residents and many residents, praise be to Allah, for example, in a couple past years, for example, actually, and for example, they submitted, for example, and for example, they applied, for example, they are on the waiting list to get their own residential unit, for example. Mr. Sultan, for example, you defined the concept of the non-profit sector, for example. But if we talk about, according to the definition of this sector as well, about, for example, a role it's in developing the real estate, for example, as we saw the model of King Abdullah's Foundation. We always, for example, the elements of sustainability in any work, in any project, for example, must be in the minds of the planners before executing it. How can you ensure the sustainability of this project? Today, for example, we have the models, housing models, for example. One of the most important models that's really kept an eye on, for example, even we started in the Ministry of Human Resources, for example, to work, to not only things that are related to houses, but hospitals and building services, non-profit services that are provided, for example, to the citizens, and they call them non-banking, for example, housing, non-banking. For example, a non-profit sector, for example, that's not actually look for profits, and he can actually establish residential units, and they can and lease it, for example, to the needy people, not with payment for it, but the prices are different from the market. They pay, but they're not. It's the same thing that really happens in the market. Even the governments to control, for example, the prices of the rental and the rental value in districts. In many cities, in Vienna, for example, 60% out of the people, for example, they living in such kind of models, houses. They live in houses that belong to, for example, non-profit sector or non-profit organizations. In Hong Kong, for instance, there are 46% of the people living in Hong Kong, for example, they live in such kind of units. In Canada, Vancouver, for example, the prices of the rental prices were high. The government controlled, for example, the prices, the rental prices in this model, with this model. And so, for example, how this model, for example, could achieve sustainability and achieve these prices and affordable prices, and so many methodologies. For instance, this model used, the first methodology is to actually decrease the capital cost. How can we actually decrease or reduce or cut down the capital cost, for example, in a way through the support of the government, for instance, or through, for example, different models, such as, for example, the element of time. For example, today, the commercial real estate, for instance, or the flat that is actually rented by the private sector or the owner is different in its revenue in 10 years or 11 years or 12 years, while in the non-profit sector, for example, it can actually stay for 20 years. It can last for 25 years. At the same time, the prices are not raised, are not actually boomed. So today, if we rent, for example, along with the private sector with the same price, 40,000, and after 10 years, the private sector will increase the value, but the non-profit sector will never increase, because the most important thing that we're all about is to focus on the operating and the protection of this forest service. This is what I mean. The sustainability model in the housing sector, for example, has a great models, success stories. And I know that everybody, for example, has more than one model, for example, to achieve the sustainability of the housing sector. But we need innovation. We need, for example, to evaluate the problems. We need to identify the problems. We have a problem of raising high prices. In some places, we don't have supply. How can we control, for instance, these problems? How can and where, for example, the non-profit sector can be very active to design its model and can support through this model, for example, they can support solving these problems. I think it's time now. It's a proper time, for example, to be engaged in this. We have two numbers. One is good and the other, for example, is not good. And it's the first good number, for example, has mentioned, and for example, in the survey about the social protection, or for 3 or 4 years, the last survey, 2019, which was conducted in collaboration with the World Bank, and the percentage of the owners, for example, house owners, for example, in the low income families or individual, for example, reached, for example, 65%, for example. This is excellent percentage ratio, and this is good news. But the worst news, the bad news, is that the people who are renting, for example, and the amount of their spending on the house of their income actually represented 73%. For example, they spend 73% of their income to obtain a house. This is a big challenge. This is the bottleneck. So now today, how can we make the non-profit sector, and how can we interfere in solving this problem, for example, and providing good affordable prices houses, for example? We are working so hard actually, but we need, for example, to be innovative in such kind of models as well. And the floor is very open based on the international practice in addition to local practices as well. 2 weeks ago, for example, there has been a signing of an agreement actually to establish 4 hospitals in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and he said that really I didn't actually. For example, and actually the capital was zero. In different ways, for example, collaborating with other entities, for example, he said that really they came to decrease, for example, the capital cost through very simple fees to guarantee the sustainability of this hospital and to provide, for example, quality services, for example, by this hospital. That was, for example, the topic of the sustainability of the non-profit sector as well. This is a very important point as regards to the role of this important sector, the non-profit sector. Now we move to you, Mr. Yusuf, for example, as regards, for example, the role of the ministry in supporting this sector. And, for example, we talked about a number of achievements as regards to the housing sector. Now we talk about the role of the ministry in supporting these charity societies or non-profit sectors, for example, and how to achieve sustainability. As a matter of fact, this role, and let me tell you a secret now, before, for example, my meeting with you, that the biggest challenge for me, for example, how we talk about the role of the ministry to support this important sector less than 10 minutes. And in less than 10 minutes, actually, before we needed 10 hours to talk about this topic, of course, but now, and starting from this the supporting from supporting, for instance, the societies or platforms, or the, for example, the ministry support towards, for example, capacity building of this sector. For instance, the ministry did a great job, tangible effort, for example, changing, for example, the third sector, including its organizations, for example, to be the real estate developers, was a great challenge. It was a great accomplishment and achievement. I feel that was unprecedented. It's exceptional in the history of Saudi Arabia and the history of any ministry. That's the reason why the first ministry that did this was actually the Ministry of Housing, Rural Affairs, and with my respect to my colleague Engineer Sultan, for example, they have been given the full mark, for example, supervising this sector. Everybody's proud of you, but of this accomplishment, we changed a number of sectors to specialized societies and associations as well. We have specialized in restoration society, specialized in assets management and construction, etc., etc. I have a number of societies, foundation that I make them entitled, for instance, like any real estate developer with specified lands to build the units. And I mean, we made the goal is to provide services to the beneficiary, the ministry, and the third sector, including the societies, of the same. They are partners. They are partners with the private sector. The ministry, actually, as a matter of fact, the ministry was able, for example, to provide more than 50 million in Imkan 1 project. The first, and now we're going to launch, for example, within the coming months, for instance, Imkan 2, so as to start the second project to embrace more than 50 charity federation or organization, for example, to raise their capabilities, for instance. And I think at the same time, and the partnership with the National Housing Authority is an integral part of the ministry, because the ministry supports the third sector. And this, and for example, I cannot, and Dr. Abdullah Al-Khaldi, for example, knows a lot more than I do, for example, but actually the founding and a partner, co-founder is a very important player with the Ministry. Jude platform is an indivisible part of this big project. And I think that the ministry has the right to be so proud of itself, for example, in accomplishing this work and a great achievement as well. Why not? If we and the first contributors, the first contributor was the Casino of Two Holy Mosques, along with the Crown Prince as well. They were supporters of this sector and the establishment of platform. We're still working so hard so it's time to achieve sustainability and developing it along with our colleagues, for example, from Ministry of Human Resources and the Merrimack, to achieve, and the harmony with the Ministry for Human Resources regarding data or supporting the sector is at large great. We have, for example, regular committees that meets regularly at the level of the second level, the third level as well, until the excellency, the ministries as well. Coming back to the Ministry of Human Resources, for example, engineer, I would get back to you, for example, as regards the issue equality and its importance to the sector, for example, so as to guarantee and achieve sustainability. How can you see that? Quality is the most important component of sustainability. When things or great works are done in a good way, according to standards and a criteria specification that will achieve sustainability of this work, and this is very important, fundamental, even if it has been actually, if we invest in quality. We have great examples, evidences. I can tell you, for example, many works were constructing in a very low quality. They were demolished, they were vanished as well. But many other works, for example, or buildings that continued, for example, project continued now. And for example, I feel sad when for example, when I look at a building that is 5 years ago, that seems that as if it was constructed 50 years ago, because of the lack of maintenance, the lack of quality of the construction, and behind this building, for example, were great donors and great grantors as well. But while you find good examples, good models, like very successful, where you feel, for example, that really many units have been established 20 years ago, but with the sustainability and the quality of, as if they are built 5 years ago or 2 years ago. I think quality, even in the health services, education services, everybody, for example, get an access, for example, to learn and to make sure whether or not the quality of education is there or not, for example. But do we obtain quality of service? This is the question. This is the challenge. And I think actually the floor is open for research and for innovation. And how can we, for example, provide a high level of quality in housing that can be provided by the non-private sector, and we guarantee a sustainability. And today, as legislators in the private sector, sector, non-profit sector, for example, how can we, how to ensure that quality must be the most important to know, and incorporating elements in the whole process. Thank you very much. Mr. Abdullah. And through working in the National Center, for example, and developing non-profit sector and non-profit sector, in addition to your membership in so many committees, let's talk about sustainable development roles that can be done, for instance, in this regard or this sector. Great, beautiful. As long as you ask it about, for example, development roles, let me, for instance, sometimes there is misconceptions about the sector, for example, as we said, for example, as if they are charity societies. But of course, there are many other multiple roles, development roles of the private sector, of the non-profit sector for the non-profit sector. For example, if any ordinary, for example, citizen who is thinking about owning a house, for instance, which is submitted by 380,000, so the citizen will own 380,000, and will go to the private sector, where is going, for example, to cover a marginal, for example, finances to get by the end of the day this house. This is the dream. The dream, for example, in some of the specialized, for example, societies of orphans who are giving due care to orphans, for example, through in collaborations with Jude platform that really actually covers the value of the value of the one third of the value of the residential unit. For this society has successfully been able to achieve the goals for the orphans, for example, through constructing a unit in amount of 3,000 only, and that's not as a full payment but installment. This is the maxer through, for example, the work or business model and the part-time. Yeah, I mean, this is the triple agreement as well. The society through its partners and they cover only 55,000 reals and then contribute to furnish the unit with an amount of 52,000 reals. The beneficiary, for example, only pays 55,000 maximum instead of renting, for example, in a residential unit, for example, 20 to 24,000 per year. And in the eastern region, for instance, we can say that in the eastern region that the family could. With the 55, for example, 55,000 within the system installments. I mean, as if they owned a new in this way, and they owned a very suitable unit, and as if it were an amount of 3,000 reals. And through this society and the volunteering work and encouraging volunteers, for example, one of the universities, for example, has been actually putting the designs, interior designs, and the interior design, for example, voluntarily. So this development project created a volunteering opportunity. And the creating opportunities in opening areas, for example, through the designs. And the students, for example, were very innovative and creative in putting some interior designs and putting the tracks for walking tracks, and even in some of the aspects that will improve the quality of life actually in this place. So, for example, in addition to this, for example, the water companies provided water supply to the residential units so as to and the desalination station. In each the residential unit. And today, for example, for instance, they signed an agreement with one of the company, for example, where they can actually achieve, for example, water sufficiency. And if they have, for example, an open area, they can actually produce 11 crops a year. So they can, for instance, they can grow lettuce, for instance, and as one of the 11 products. So, for example, they can achieve food security and sufficiency as well, and even they can actually sell this to the neighbors. These are the most important goals of sustainability, in addition to mother health, entertainment as well. These societies, for example, they organize, for example, entertainment journeys to the beneficiaries in these actualization complex, and all of these development roles, for example, are not this responsibility or the missions of the private sector and the public sector, based on its actually a supervisory role. They cannot get in this field. So this organization, non-profit organization, for example, actually increased the ownership percentage from 21 to 60, 22. 1,000 families and beneficiaries actually were enabled, for example, to achieve the dream of owning a house. In brief, you can imagine the widows, for example, who are dreaming of owning a house, for example. With the work of these non-profit organizations, for example, they could provide a unit and furnish a unit and actually help the family of orphans, for example, to own it. Without the role of the non-profit sector, we'll never be able to come up with these models. Even with the big role of the private sector, but with the role of the non-private sector, we were enabled, for example, to bring or to let the volunteers engage in this process. This is the mission of the non-profit sector. This is the only, Dr. Mohammed, as regards the non-profit sector problems or obstacles. For example, there must be some challenge facing this non-profit sector. Let us seize these opportunities actually in the presence of the specialists who are sitting with us right now as regards the regulations or supporting the sector. Dr. Mohammed, what are the most remarkable challenges facing this sector, non-profit sector? Honestly speaking, the most remarkable challenges is the difficulties of the database. The database does not really exist as regards, for example, so as to verify the beneficiaries, for example. Is he one of the, for example, the needy, the extreme needy people or individuals? Or this is the problem of data. Data is not there. It's not. We don't have enough data, for example. Why? Because sometimes we are not guided so as to know those who are the individuals or the needy people who deserve, for example, to be given the support, for example. So searching the real piece of information is very hard for all of us. The second thing is the culture. The culture of the beneficiary, for example, might be a person, for example, threatened in something which is not actually based on development or. That's really, in addition, for example, the far distances. Sometimes some places are very far from the urban places, away from services, away from communication, means of transport. This actually makes the beneficiary, for instance, that it is not actually able him to move or from one place to another. In addition to the fact that the programs, we find difficulty in some of the entities or the government entities, when we want, for example, to provide a certain program, sometimes we face difficulties and problems, for example, in sending some and asking those entities to send to us a trainer, because this place might be a remote area and it's hard. That's the reason why we have lack of for example, training capabilities. But of course, the establishment or the corporation has been done great efforts as well, successful efforts as well, and we're going to talk so much later on about that. And actually, the topic is very big, and we need, for example, more time. But as you said before, for example, but of course, still I have about 4 minutes. I would like to give you, for example, 1 minute to each and every of you, for example, if there is final word, for example, regarding this sector as well, the non-profit sector. Well, Engineer Sultan, you can kick off a recommendation. I come up with a recommendation. I'd like, for example, to mention. I'm so interested in mentioning it. We need, for example, regulation. We need legislation that really will guarantee the keep the rights of the beneficiary. For example, and as we said before, for example, that as for the system of the ownership union of owners that enhances sustainability. Now we need a system, for example, that protects the sustainability of the non-profit residential units, residents' rights. And I hope that this is going to be a recommendation to have a clear that supports everybody, for example, and with incentives to the non-profit sector, for example, so as to achieve its sustainability and establishing such kind of projects as well, so as to serve the country as a whole. Engineer Mr. Youssef, at the conclusion, I would like, for example, to refer to two main things. First of which is I invite everybody to work with the non-profit sector. This non-profit sector is not an easy at all. It's not a piece of cake for us to work in such sector. Why not? If we know that the minister, for example, has participated, has been supporting with 17 billion Saudi riyals through providing housing solutions or supporting self-support in the development of real estate as well. I would like to conclude with a story that took place, for example, with us in the ministry for a new habitat. For example, actually, they were studying a study in collaboration with the beneficiaries. For example, so as to actually to reflect the international practices in the kingdom here. By the end, the UN Habitat they recommended to transfer the Saudi experience outside the kingdom, Saudi Arabia, to Europe. And actually, the Ministry of Rural Affairs has been given an award, and that is this is something we are so proud of. And as a matter of fact, even the works of the Human Resources Ministry or the Rural Affairs and Housing Ministry, all the entities, all the ministries, along with the non-profit sector, is institutionally organized work. And needs, for example, high qualified people and staff as well to work in the ministry or in the third sector. It's a great opportunity for investments. At the same time, we know that the ministry, for example, has very big projects that played an important role in establishing some of the institutions in the non-profit sector, in addition to supporting some of the institutions, for example, that the organization that were suffering from some kind of shortcomings as well. For Mr. Abdullah, in this, then a minute, please. I have 2 points as well. I pay tribute to the efforts of the Ministry of Rural Affairs in the relationship and collaborative partnership with the non-profit sector, and this is actually I certify. I have to certify that. And that to recognize and to say, I have to certify that the great effort of the ministry is highly appreciated to achieve development goals through partnership. And for example, the other invitation as well to one of the great advantages of the non-profit sector, it can include everybody. It can include everybody. This is an invitation for most of the distinguished guests to participate in this great sector as well, by skill, by knowledge, by consultations as well, because everything is a part of the volunteer work where you'll be rewarded and recompensed by Allah. Dr. Muhammad, one final word. As a matter of fact, I would like to refer to a very important topic, an important issue that we need, for example, regulations, for example, so as to apply the institutional conditions. For instance, the legal issues, for example, are very complicated. We're always doing our best, for example, to achieve sustainability, sustainable development. For example, if there is violation, for example, or by not benefiting, real benefiting, sometimes we find the difficulty, for example, in regard that we need cooperation, for example, and especially in the complexes or not by through the official entities that take big time, but we need, for example, other partners to work with us to solve problems that we are facing, for example, especially if the beneficiary does not actually fulfill the requirements. And thank you very much, my guests. And that's important to actually Ben Station, actually, His Excellency, the Deputy Minister for Rural Affairs, Mr. Yusuf Al Sahibani, from Deputy Minister for the Rural Affairs and Housing Ministry, for the residential the development housing, for example, Mr. Al Khaldi, the CEO of the National Center of Non-Profit Sector, Dr. Muhammad Al Atiq, the General Supervisor of the residential complexes in King Abdullah's Parents Foundation for the developmental housing as well. And I would like to extend my appreciation to you, all of the audience and the distinguished guests. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Al-Alkami, for running this or for moderating this session as well. I invite Dr. Al-Alian Al-Harbi, for example, the Deputy Minister, for example, to honor the speakers. And with Mr. Sultan, the honor goes to Mr. Sultan Al-Jrais.
الأستاذ عبد الله بن راشد
Mr. Abdullah bin Rashid Al Khali. Mr. Al Atiq
والأستاذ يوسف
and Mr. Yusuf, for example, Al Salibani.
ومدير الجلسة الأستاذ أحمد
And the session
العكرمي.
moderator, Mr. Ahmed Al-Alkan, is going to be honored as well.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة ليان الحربي وللسادة المتحدثين في هذه
And with extend our appreciation to Mr. Al-Harbi, who honored us actually in this session.
السادة والسيدات.
Ladies and gentlemen, we actually extend our great, actually warm welcome. This real estate future room forum. We move from the title and the theme of the forum section, for example, and about like the role of non-profit sector. Now we talk from this session. The title is going to cover the theme of the role of the fourth revolution, the first revolution, the fourth revolution, in the real estate development. For example, Engineer Abdul Hamid is going to Diab, Mr. Yusuf as well. The session moderator for Mr. Faisal Al Saif. And the title of this, of course, is about the fourth industrial revolution role and the development of the real estate sector. The role of technology and the real estate technology and the fourth industrial revolution related technologies and developing and growing the real estate sector. This is the theme of the session, which is about to happen right now. Again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, now, good afternoon, everybody. So, please, let's say your prayers upon the Prophet Muhammad. Today, we're going to talk about, for example, the real estate technology and the fourth revolution, first industrial revolution technologies actually in the development of the real estate. So we try, for example, to talk about some of the terms. If we talk about, for example, the fourth industrial revolution, for example, this is the hope of the future. We talk about industry and establishing plants and bring them. And if I want to simplify this, for example, if we talk about any plant, for example, imagine that this plant, for example, has been based on high level of automation, robots are managing everything, for example, without the intervention of a human. In addition to the devices are connected one another, wireless connection, for example, all of these, for example, proactive resolutions can be actually taken in the device before even if there isn't a problem in the device, for example. So the resolution comes to the artificial intelligence. The industrial revolution, for example, is connected with the 4G and 5G. That will, for example, raise the productivity and decrease, for example, the consumption of resources and thereby efficiency, raising efficiency. This revolution, for example, can play an important role, for example, that can actually develop as well as it did with other sectors, can solve the problems in real estate. The real estate technology, from the simplest to the most complicated in the real estate field as well, from the planning and organizing places, for example, to the development of construction materials and the components, the basic components of real estate, until arranging, for example, and setting everything right as for the logistics, for example, specified for the real estate. This is a great thing. For example, I will start with Miss Alia Sabti, please. And of course, you are in the Boston, Saudi, Supple, for example, Alia Sabti, the general director of the national address, and then logistically, You started actually with the great, we're getting through the national address. And could you, for example, actually give me a brief, not a brief, actual information about the national address in the public and private sector, for example? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you. I'm so happy to be here and to be with you, for example, as a speaker in this important session as well, particular. And actually, the postal the national address, and simply, how can we create, for example, place identity for the real estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, either residential units or lands or plots, for example, which have not been constructed, for example, built. The national address, and simply speaking, is a system. It's an address, and actually, and actually, with the digitalization of this address, for example, will give it identity. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, covering a very big provinces, 100% of the lands is covered, either in big areas or little small areas. And we enable all the sector, for example, to create solutions through technical solutions, even or business. Or business solutions through this place identity and the national address. So we can say, for example, we spent 3 years, for example, coming up with this great revolutionary solution. Friends, we talk about the short code or the beef code, which is in Google, for instance. And anyone, for example, when you open the Google Maps, for example, and try to press any point, for example, you'll have a special code. This is one of the products that Chile came up with in the last 2 years, to have a code that facilitates, for example, the beneficiaries, for example, to know their houses, to know their units as well, covering the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have 4 numbers, 4 letters as well. Thank you very much. You mentioned that it exists in Google, and now, for example, you can make them for navigation in a very easy way. For example, for the corporate and for the company as well. If you really want to move from one house to another house, for example, with now, if we're talking about Subul, we're talking about, for example, the enablers, for example, the private sector. And here I move to Engineer Abdurrahman Aziab, the CEO of Shell Real Estate Company. If we talk realistically about the basics, for example, that you benefited from the logistics system. Thank you very much, Brother Faisal, for this honorable invitation to be one of the speakers of this session, of course, and to come to this important forum as well. Undoubtedly, without any doubt, for example, that our company, to benefit from the open data and from that has been established, the government is a great experiment experience and through for the national address or the open data by the Minister of Justice and the Minister for Rural and Urban Affairs, Minister of Housing as well. So there has been a proven fact and reality that the open data is the basic, for example, for transparent real estate sector. If we don't have open data, it's hard, for example, to have a transparent real estate sector that can be credited or can be dependent on. The goal is to actually to increase the investment, for example, rate, and to democratize, for example, the system of real estate, and that the real estate information can be available for everybody, for example, and then equally, for example, benefiting from the data, for example, that can be reported, for example, and by the different ministries and government entities, and not only to use only this data, but, for example, we are keen for not to recycle, for example, and reporting the ideas, for example, but we create data that are related to all of us. For example, we increase the quality of the published data, and we add value added, for example, to the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia through, for example, the national address, for example, data, or the data of the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice, as a matter of fact, for example, they are proactive in actually reporting all the information and data about, for example, the real estate transactions. Today, we have the General Authority of the Artificial Intelligence, SADAYA, and that is responsible, that raises the flag of the data governance and pushing the government entities to come up with clear policies of data, of open data. This is a great opportunity, for example, not only, for example, for us, but for all the sectors, for all the real estate sector that has to benefit from this great opportunity to create new products, and that will serve the real estate sector and actually will increase the attraction, investment attractiveness. We talk about industrialization or manufacturing aspect, for example, and he's the CEO and co-founder of Modeling the Solutions of Manufacturing. Please, manufacturing model. Could you talk about the role of the 4th Industrial Revolution, for example, industrialization or manufacturing? This revolution. May Allah bless you, Faisal. Today, the 4th Industrial Revolution, the basic concept is to bridge the gap and for the barriers between the technical particles and the tangible particles. This is the thing this is the pulsing heart of the fourth industrial revolution is to connect all the parties, all the dots as well between the designs and between the ideas. If we talk about, for example, 3D printing, which is the concept, for example, the common concept about the idea of for example, by addition, manufacture by addition. The 3D printing, for example, actually it's done through drawing, for example, the engineering of systems or engineering of blocks. This block, for example, can be entered in programs that analyze it and change into layers. The 3D printer understands this design and start, for example, to design each layer from the design to the end product, either spare parts or a bottle, and it can be, for example, a real estate product like a house for ranches. And the distance between the design to the end product, for example, didn't pass by labor or simply production line. Only needs 3D printer and an element that is designed. So the role of technology is to bridge the gap from let me say, from the design to the product. So and this is what achieved the revolution and its impact. For example, we can spend days and days to talk about its impact as well. They will move to Dr. Ahmed Faqih, Engineer Ahmed Faqih, who is a specialist in real estate, for example. And could you talk about, example, about the application of applying the fourth industrial revolution in the sectors of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? But to be accepted by the beneficiaries, for example, outcomes, not only coming up with technologies that might not be the best for us or proper for us. Faisal, let me start, for example, giving you, for example, in a hurry, the volume of the property globally, 121 billion, 300 billion in Arab countries, and today, for example, we are actually we're investing 27 billion US dollars. This type of investments can be classified as the angel investment. I would like, for example, to talk about the future, for example, in 2030, so we will see robots working in places and communicating with, for example, another robot, for example, in real estate, with the artificial intelligence based technology. And this robot, for example, will let him know or see a real estate map, interactive map, and with actually enhanced reality, and this map is connected with database, for example, based on the licenses, for example, from the Ministry of Housing, and with the population to give you the chance opportunity, for example, if you want, for example, to buy a land, to develop this land. So you must have data, for instance, very big data in analyzing the growth of population and the volume population, in addition to the issued licenses, in addition to analyzing the sales of the Minister of Justice, and to what extent the boom will move. This is actually the future. If we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, for example, in many sectors, such as the 3D printer, we talk about the example that has been mentioned by our colleagues. And so we talk about devices. These devices will take the basic materials that are well prepared and the pre-prepared, and that's why, for example, it will be very easy for the 3D printer, for example, so as to come up with the designs, for example. For example, now the 3D printer, for example, can make the first 3D printer that I saw was in 2000. It was for printing a very small item that took 1 day, for example. So today we're talking about houses that are printed, for example, in hours with the size of this place. There is a great revolution. It has advantages and disadvantages. Now, for example, I move to De Gonzalez. I'm asking him about, for example, these technologies. For example, if we're talking about the advantages and disadvantages of the technology, then now الآن إذا سألتك عن المزايا والعيوب من خلال وجه.
As well, reintroduce you, Mr. Gonzalez Vargas, the Director of Business Development at MENA at Constructions 3D. So, pros and cons. What can you tell us about that?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, for making me part of these panel discussions today, especially Dr. Olayan Al-Harbi. When we are talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, we are talking about many different technologies, big data, 3D printing, virtual reality, blockchain. And we are talking about advantage of disadvantage are very clear so far. The advantage that we can see using these kind of technologies, we are talking about efficiency in the processes. We are talking about quality in the manufacturing of the product. And we are talking about more productivity in your team. With all the data that you are recollecting with this artificial intelligence or big data or machine learning, you can improve your process and make a better service for your customer in order to have their needs that they need. When we are talking about disadvantage, I have a clear image where it's coming, and it's the problem of the manpower. We are not have a well-educated people in order to succeed in this new era. McKinsey, the consultancy McKinsey, gave a statement that maybe 800 million of professionals will lose their jobs in 2030 because they are not well educated on this technology. So I see this as an opportunity that we can create new professionals in these emergency technologies and make them well educated. And I just forget one thing. Also, the number one topic that is in discussion right now in this 4.0 industrial revolution, it's cybersecurity. As everything going digital, even the cryptocurrency, we need to take care of the cybersecurity and be more proactive in that kind of topics, because at the end, we are talking about a new revolution, and it's all about information, and you need to take care of that information. Thank you.
Great. Now, حاجة بس أوضحها من مسألة السايبر سيكيورتي على الاندستري 4.
وأتكلم عن الأمر السيبراني على سبيل المثال وعلاقته ب
comes to private networks، لما نتكلم على الشبكات المصغرة في الاندستري 4.0 الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، فهي المأمن فيها جدا.
It has level of security. For instance, for example, when we for example try to come up with the network database, for example, in a factory, in a plant, for example, and to connect it with the internet along with the international organization. Here we can see risks as well. When you talk about the system or ecosystem, it's very big and needs great support. If you talk about civil company, there must be solutions. For example, you contribute to providing a number of solutions. If we talk about digital solutions in the national address, for example, to what extent, for example, you contribute to developing the real estate sector for developers as well as for the residents or the citizens. As I mentioned before, as mentioned by my colleagues, and Mr. Abdulhamid and Ghazalov about the importance of data and information creating and providing solutions, digital solutions, either for the real estate sector or a number of sectors. It's the basics. So having data that will mature with high level of quality, diverse from diverse sources is great. Is very important, for example, and playing an important role to create these solutions. The national address is based on data. For example, we have a combination of different data, different sources. We have, for example, the geospatial data. For instance, we have geospatial. We have the data of the registers actually on national addresses. For example, they have data, for example, of the private sectors registered, corporate, for example, the public entities. We have records for millions and millions of records of data combined, for example, from different sources. In addition, for example, to different types of data as well. We have today, the geospatial information related data. We add the number of layers, so we have a very big insight that will help me a lot to develop, or even it will enable the sector, for example, to provide applicable solutions that can be very useful for all of us, and we can actually it can be applied to application of artificial intelligence. That's machine learning, IT, big data, all depend on data. So data that we have for the time being will help to create these opportunities. Do we have solutions? Yes, we have, through building the insight for him, how to help build, for example, an insight for him for developers of real estate, or for the other end users through, for example, correct and sound insight for to help them to build the decision-maker process much better for this. So what about the challenges that you face, for example? So the national address is not vertical, but it's actually, it's not horizontal, it's vertical. So, and for example, we are talking about cities. We talk about very big cities, for instance. We talk about, for example, the dimension of the column dimension. How can you describe, for example, a column vertically, and how to get it in connection, for example, in the ecosystem? Yes, you provide solutions. This is one of the targeted solutions. We cannot build the digital solutions for the sector without digital twins. The digital twins will never be available without the special data, geospatial data, and we never get to the end users without the having maps, 3G maps, and printing and maps and etc. that depend on geospatial data. And the solutions are there, data is there, and I think that clearly the sector will benefit from all of this. Engineer Abdul Hamid, if we talk about the importance of data, it's very clear it's important, but is data, for example, in its expansion in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's very big. It's that within the expansion of data, does it have an impact, for example, to provide us with taking the thing that we want out of the data? Based on our experience, for instance, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a continent, and collecting the data from different sources, for example, is an obstacle, is a problem. But now the Minister of Rural Affairs and Minister of Housing as well came up with a unified map, and in fact, for example, for all cities and governorates and villages and towns as well, for geospatial information and for lands and plots. And so this is to answer the first part of the question. So we need one source of truth, so where we can collect the information verified, very accurately measured, so as not to have any disparity or difference between one entity and another as regards to the data as well. But this is on the scope of the geospatial information. But if we come to the real estate transactions, as I mentioned before, and the role of the Ministry of Justice that publishes data, for example, for 12 years about the real estate transaction deals, having data at the level of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia actually will increase investment attractiveness. Yesterday, the Minister of Investment mentioned that the system of the house ownership, for example, in the latest phases, I mean strongly, having accurate data which is continuously published, for example, if anyone from America wants to buy, for example, a real estate or just like a unit, if there is no accurate data, we'll never be able to buy. Here comes the importance of having this policy, so as to create the start for the states and the real estate sector to create these products that will provide, for example, and respond to the questions of the investors or of beneficiaries. There is another point I would like to refer to, Faisal. I mean, actually, the real estate sector, for example, is one of the least responding to technology. For example, as for the collaborative, transport, and we're fast in responding to the digital revolution. I'm talking about, for example, for example, the technical solutions based, real estate technical solution based. When we talk about the local situation, we have a historic opportunity to benefit from the enablement, empowerment, and the the official open door policy to enable the real estate sector. For instance, it's not only confined to deals or data, but for example, sales and buying and sell. You can buy and sell the real estate digitally, automated. For example, you can actually have the clearance, for example, and you can actually finish the whole deal while they're sitting at home. This is one thing. The other thing is, as for the collaborative financing of the real estate, for example, more than one company, for example, has got, and now companies, for example, for instance, are away from the umbrella of the central bank. For example, they are allocating a lot of funds, for example, to democratize, for example, the information opportunity, the real estate opportunity, the momentum that we watched and we have seen in the kingdom for the last 2 years in the developmental and the real estate development sector. For example, it's a great opportunity for the young generation who are interested in this to come up with solutions that, for example, will move, for example, the real sector in the kingdom from to higher levels. For example, now we're always talking about solutions, how to adopt, embrace solutions. For example, if we talk about the latest technologies, yes, we adopt and this applies to everything we have. For example, digital, electronic, for example, real estate technology, or for example, we're talking about the 3D printer. No, we might need it in a specific, parts of the same field. Dr. Yusuf, Mr. Yusuf, we talk about costs, for example. Now we are, for example, we innovate. We not only print, we innovate. We try, for example, to increase the solutions, but at the same time, we need, for example, to bear in mind the costs and the future costs and inflation that is taking place for them to be successful in the future. Everything today, for example, is led by the financial cost, for example, which are very important components. For example, by the end of the day, these houses are constructed for a beneficiary. That's why the cost is element is very important. One of the most important phenomena, one of the most important phenomena that we are seeing from the role of the Ministry of the Rural Affairs and Housing Affairs, along with the Ministry of Industry, in transferring the real estate industry to chain developers to industry, and instead, for example, and instead of building the building an apartment, for example, through its all construction phases, for example, and the challenges related, to change the developers to become manufacturers. So I can actually manufacture the units and I send them as ready-made parts, and that this is one of the technologies of the modern technologies, real estate technology. Or, for example, you can print the house at the same place of the construction site. This transfer, for example, in the process of from the traditional construction to using modern technology, either in factories or at the same site, this, for example, will decrease the costs of the initiation of the initiation process of the project. The cost is very low. For example, in using the real estate technologies, I don't need, for example, 2,000 units, for example, until to be visibly. To be visible. So, for example, I don't have to. I don't have one model for all issues, but for example, the manufacturing change process, and that one thing else. We want to actually mitigate the risks of the economic cycles. This is one thing. There are in many projects, for instance, where the demand is decreased. We see the problem when there is no more demand because if there is a human resource that does not work in the market. So directly, for example, we'll face problems and challenges as well. And however, when I, for example, I change the real estate sector to digital industry, and the machine does not eat or drink, I can actually use the machines, for example, to develop other sectors, either in real estate or develop other products like furniture, parts, for example, of the product. I can be free to use these assets to generate opportunities from these assets, and instead of getting into the economic problem. All of these factors will lead by the end of the day to decrease, for example, the cost and to mitigate the risks of the real estate project. If we get to the fourth revolution, technologies, we're talking about for high invest in adopting in it, and it will have a great return. And we need, for example, sometimes we need 4 years, for example, to measure the impact. But if we talk, for example, Mr. Ahmed, and ask you if we come to any industrial revolution, for example, in adopting technologies in the field of real estate, in the real estate, is there a high cost, for example, required to be developed by developers or from the same individuals who have got, for example, a return that are expecting return on the investment? Is there a way, for example, to convince developers, for example, that in the future they will benefit? That's the reason why they need to invest. Let me talk about the volume of PropTech, for example, is faster than FinTech, for example, by 2 times. For example, the FinTech needs 4 years, for example, to reach $12.7 billion. While PropTech, for example, needs only 2 years, for example, to reach this. This means that is a great high indicator, for example, for the businesses, for the business community, for example, to be angel investors in such kind of investment. As for developers, we can tell them a word, we can tell them something, we can send a message to them. I'm talking about developers, the future in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and based on the visions is promising. For example, if you're not co-paced with technology, with development, you will be belonging to the old generation and the past. If you do not adopt, for example, technology of construction, which is based on PropTech, you will get out of the market. And for instance, even so as to save, for example, the cost of construction. We see this in the Ministry of Housing that did the same thing in their project. Now the PropTech firm is used by the ministry. A month and a half, there has been a conference in Bahrain about PropTech. Today, for example, with this great size of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it's a great position in the Arab world, for example, as a big market. It's supposed, for example, that, for example, the smart capital, owners, for example, need to make for this market, because in the long run, for example, there will be great profit as well. How can you simplify this? That developers need to embrace, and it can be actually the adoption of technologies. This is option. It's not optional. It's a major. It's fundamental. Otherwise, they get out. What are the technologies, for example? What about, for example, the smart management system of electricity? Are you talking about for the ready-made, for example, units for sustainability of water, electricity? The full structure. We need to adopt this. Actually, we have seen a lot of experiences in the country of Saudi Arabia, for example, the 3D printing in houses, and we talked about some of them. So, and some were accepted, and it had, for example, an impact from the community, and some of the people, for example, could resist this because they are not familiar with it. If I, for example, Mr. Gonzalo, I ask you about, for example, the latest developments, for example, in the 3D printing, and how much the people will accept this in the community. نحن نتكلم على سبيل المثال الطباعة الثلاثية
accepted by a margin of people, and it's not being so accepted by another category. How do you find it different with the acceptance rate in different regions and countries? How do you find the perspective of accepting 3D printed houses?
Well, thank you so much for the question, by the way. One of the weaknesses that I can see during my whole career in 3D printing, almost 5 to 6 years in traveling all over the world, I see the difference of producing the local materials. When we compare the traditional materials in the building and we compare with the mortar that we use in 3D printing machines, we can see a huge difference of the price. And that makes sometimes people afraid to take advantage of this technology. But this is one point, one key, because with 3D printing, you are saving time, you are saving cost, and you are taking a fraction of the labor. The building, by the way, it's bringing you data. Right now, when we're talking about automatization, we're talking about the industrial 4.0 revolution, and we can see all the industries, manufacturing, industrial, mobile, everything is automated. But when you see construction, what you can see? Nothing so far. 3D printing is a key of innovation in the construction. We are not taking construction as a 3D printing the new market. No. We want to help and play as a team. This is the only way to grow and succeed together. So 3D printing, we are talking about 3 keys. The robot, the 3D printing, the software who collect the data, and the local material. What we do in this industry, since we are a small niche of companies, is we try to share the information, share the know-how, and teach the people how to use it and how to implement it. We are talking about, we can build homes, yes. We can build a small stuff like chairs, like tables as well. But we need to take care and bring the more powerful tools that we can bring with 3D printing. Right now, I don't know if you have seen the news, will be the first 3D printing mosque in UAE, and it's a huge step as well. The flexibility of the design with the 3D printing makes you create some unique pieces. We are talking about quality in compared with quantity, and during the time, and by the time we are developing, you can decrease the cost in these local materials in almost 70%. So you can be very competitive in compared with the traditional sector right now.
طيب أستاذ يوسف سمعنا عن تقنيات كثيرة.
لقد سمعنا. Of course, we talked about, for example, different types of technologies.
Differences type of technology and how we combine it with a technical traditional outcome. So that will affect the economical sector. Could you please tell us more about that? Well, today we're talking about the 3D printing. We have a different methodology and approach to start. Where either we will build the whole list, the house as in the scan, or we're gonna build unit by unit. So, for example, we're gonna start with the backyard or the doors or the furniture. So this we considered as a holistic between the traditional development as the building. We could be as a, for example, a one build or what is it, the technical, whether it's traditional, and then we're gonna move to the 3D and the printing factors that's related to the factors, and that will affect the freedom and the vast facility and the outspeak of this. That one of this topic that related to the topics. We get in order to see the different types of house. So today, what we will see, this is the customized information, or this is so that's really allowed me in order to customize each unit differently and separately from different, and that's based on the press. Well, is this a holistic approach from the traditional way and methods, and that will provide us the best solutions in order, and at the same time that will change the whole shape of the district. Well, let us talk about the experiences about. So, for example, if we talk about your experience in order to adopt the smart, engine and the smart and the artificial intelligence in general. Well, actually, yes, Mr. Representative Suhail. Well, we have how we will take, for example, how the artificial intelligence has taken advantage in order to raise the effort of for example, the economy, and some of them, for example, in the economical sector, and for example the real estate sector, all of these status and procedures, they will be registered in the Ministry of Justice. So most of the dealings and most of the procedures so has been there. So regardless what has built up on the ground. So this is the importance of the artificial intelligence with a God, and will actually. We invented something, a creation that is able to, in order to determine the size of the area. From this model, we achieved in order to raise the quality. As long as this is the Innes Hill, what's happening in Innes Hill, this is similar in order to decrease, and for example the towers, and that will bridge all the gaps. And for example, you have automatic evaluation for all the real estate, especially for the ground, with the accuracy related will not exceed 3%. So how we will take advantage in terms of building, and this is in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Justice. From the other hand, a lot of new policies has been rapid. The adoption procedures, and that will invent a new products. For example, if we talk about the real estate future forum today, I would like to conclude this conversation and about the new technology. So, actually, it's as an ocean of a new generation and a new innovation. Today, we have focusing on two terms, which was adopting and enabling all the services, and in the other hand also adopting the people, adopting a new minds and adopting a new authority. And this is, if we have that, will affect and continue in order to sustainability. However, not any new technical in the world that we have to adopt. However, it's something related in the real estate. And from this point, I would like to thank for your conversation. Well, my speakers, Mrs. Alia Al-Sabti for in the Barid Al-Saudi Subul, and Mr. Muhammad Diab, and Mr. Yusuf Asghayr, a partnership in and a executive manager for water and a solution, and Mr. Ahmed Al-Faqih, expert in the solution, as well. Why then Mr. Gonzalo, the co-partner of the construction. Then shukran lakum jazilan, and thank you very much. And as you thank you very much, your highly attention, much appreciated. Thank you very much for Mr. Faisal Al-Saif for the monitoring this session. I would like to call Mr. Rayyan Al-Harbi, the consultant of the municipalities, the rural and housing ministry. Please honor the speaker.
الأستاذة علياء السبتي، مدير عام العنوان الوطني بالبريد السعودي.
Mrs. Alia Al-Sabti, the General Manager in Subul.
الأستاذ يوسف الصغير
Mr. Yusuf Sghir, a partnership of models and solutions.
المهندس عبد الحميد الدياب.
Engineer عبد الحميد Diab.
والمهندس أحمد
And
الفقيه.
Engineer Ahmed Al-Faqih.
والسيد
Mr. Gonzalo Bonzal.
ثم الأستاذ فيصل السيف.
And definitely Mr. Faisal Al-Saif, the chairman of the last session. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور عليان الحربي. السادة والسيدات،
Ladies and
نشاهد
gentlemen, and now we
وإياكم
will
الآن
move
مشاركة
to the
وكلمة من
next
سعادة
session of
الرئيس التنفيذي
today.
لمبادرة
And in order
مستقبل
about the
الاستثمار
initiative of the
السيد
real estate
ريتشارد
sector,
آتيوس.
Mr. Richard Attius, please, the front is yours.
Gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer. Good afternoon, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for allowing me to be with you by video. Unfortunately, I was supposed to be in Riyadh in person, but the last-minute commitment obliged me to be in Europe today. So I will try in a few minutes to share with you what I learned from my modest 30 years experience in the industry. First of all, I would like to emphasize the fact that the conferences and exhibition market is expected to be just in the United States a $620 billion by 2028. And globally, a 20% growth between 2022 and 2027. But some countries, even in Europe, like Turkey, are expecting a growth of 26%. So definitely, it is an industry with huge opportunities, and we know that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is now at the center of this growth. But to really see a positive impact on the real estate market, the exhibitions and the conferences, business models and concept need to be redesigned and reinvented, as my modest opinion. Because the consumers are expecting different experiences and different guest journey. So the question is not just to build conference centers and exhibition halls or any other facilities, but to build a 360 ecosystem which will include hotels, restaurants, and of course to also be connected with the best infrastructures in terms of telecommunication and in terms of airports. This is absolutely crucial. And this is why, to understand the best practices, I will encourage you, the experts who are in the room today, to look at the successful destinations like Marrakesh in Morocco, Durban in South Africa, Orlando in Florida, Dubai, of course, next door, Barcelona in Spain, Monaco, Brussels in Europe, #1 destination on the continent, and of course, the #1 in the world in terms of conferences and exhibition, which is Shenzhen in China. During the past 30 years of my modest experience, I saw the impact of building great facilities and the need for expansion. We advise many local authorities and government leaders on what they should do. In Davos, where I was producing the World Economic Forum conference for 15 years, we almost obliged the local authorities to build more halls and more hotels for allowing the Davos summit to stay there. In Marrakesh, I started my business in 1994 with only 1 conference center and 5 hotels. Today, 55 stars and 4-star hotels exist and 4 conference centers. In Riyadh, I cannot wait to have more options because we have few challenges in 2022 to host almost more than 35 conferences during the year, which we produced. And as you know, we built an extension at the King Abdulaziz Conference Center to be able to host FII in October 2022. So this is why I am so happy that yesterday, a few days ago, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has launched the Events Investment Fund. I think this will definitely help the kingdom to become the #1 probably destination in the world in terms of conferences and exhibition. And you're the expert of real estate now. What you have to do is to support this great announcement, this great initiative, this vision by building all the ecosystem. And what we need is also furnished apartment, furnished, I would say, hotels, because what the guest wants is to have a destination which will be very easy to come and a friendly destination. Thank you for attention. Cannot wait to see you in person. Thank you.
شكرا لمشاركة الرئيس التنفيذي لمبادرة.
Thank you very much for the participation of Mr. Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we will move to our next session, and which is the dimensions of the real estate and registration in the real estate sector. Mr. Ibrahim Shail, Mr. Jihad Abu Abad, Mr. Muhammad Al Ahmed, Mrs. Maria Douehi. And the chairman of this session, Mr. Hamad Al Mahmoud, the chairman of the Sky News Arabic Saudi Arabia channel.
السلام عليكم مساكم الله بالخير.
Hello everyone, good evening.
حياكم الله في
And
جلسات منتدى.
thank you very much for your listening for and you attending for this session in the real estate forum. And today we would like I would like to share today I would like to express my speakers today, Mrs. Doka, and this is and we'll talk about the mediation, the registration, as well as the speaks in the real estate and in the real estate sector, as well as Mr. Ibrahim Ashohel, the general executive in company of applying the real estate, and Mr. Abu Abad, in order the chairman in the authority of the real estate sector, and Mr. Ahmad, our partner in the Riyadh Chamber. What we talk beside the real estate sector, which is we have mediation system that has been launched recently, and a lot of controversial about the mediation system, and even it was with Dr. Said Al-Garni yesterday has mentioned, and we and also about the ministry, and there is a list, and after 76 they were found years they found the same sectors. So today we have the same about the mediation system. However, today what's the spectrum about the today? Let us make it as this is the media, and this is the infrastructure, and this is our topic. And please, could you please define about the registration regarding the spectrum about registration, and this is must be in terms of all units of all the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We know that the deed it's real important. However, the deed sometimes is not contains details of the contract. So today we have a unit of the buildings. They have a talk about the deeds. However, they lack about the different details about the real estate, and that will in the past. However, today what we talk about the real estate identity, it could be verified and in the same the deed, and what's the land has contains, and in terms of buildings and the classification and standards that could be achieved in a special deed, and then eventually it must be audited or any kind of verification, and this deed could it must be a verification, and it's as a property paper and documents. It's related about registration between from the new and the receiver and the new owner of the property, providing also license of all the building and distribution and and others. Well, it is going to be as alternative for the traditional deed. Well, actually, it's a new update and a new up-to-date deed. We could, and for example, and any individual could not be able in order to enter the platform unless if they have the deed, and that's provided also for those who want to get and to own all this the identity of the real estate. Well, about this and actually this is all under the platform, the electronical platform. So please, Mrs. Mariam, could you please identify and about this platform and how it's established? Well, we have updated the platform in order to digitalize and governance everything that Dr. Marahim has mentioned, and regarding the governance and also the mediation system help us in order to expand all the benefits for the beneficiaries, and that will raise all the dealings and the treatments in terms of the real estate sector. So actually we have worked a lot in order to update the platform, and we were keen in order to provide a feasible services for all the providers, and as well as within some realtors, and help and will actually, and finally we get a lot of positive feedback, and this will take just less than 4 minutes actually. So our services throughout this platform will actually, if we have the mediation real estate, whether an individual or a company, and also the mediation could be under some institution, for example the owners of the facilities and the institution. Perfect. Well, actually, we have heard about the spectrum, one of the spectrum about, if we talk about the sample of the what's about our, for example, realtors or the real estate sector and realtors, or for example, you are someone, maybe your friends will know. So today I don't have any knowledge regarding the real estate sector. So today, could you please provide us with a brief introduction about the realtors or the sample and and mediation system, please. Regarding this mediation system, has been a recent report has been issued in 1414 Hijra, and this is related to that has been implemented in last Wednesday in the January. So the decision has been in 4 pillars, which is the first one. It's the practices in the same, and one of these practices which is related about the mediation system and the realtors, which is about in order to follow and to proceed the whole procedures of the real estate, and that will also include the real estate, include the auction rule, and also the facility management. And there's also 3 main pillars that have be included by the system, such as the contract and also modeling the contract, and as well as also the mediation and also the mediation of the services and system. Well, actually, this new system has been issued after 47 years. Definitely, it will impact positively on all the real estate system. Mr. Muhammad, are you a sponsor and a member in the Riyadh Chamber? Since we're talking about the mediation of the system, could you please tell us more about that topic? Well, there's a technical issue with the mic. Please, let us move with Mr. Ibrahim. I think most of the people, they are in the real estate sector and they are dealing with the mediation system. So definitely there is a big impact on the real estate sector and the mediation in order to make it enable and implementing all these details. So previously we were here, we heard a lot of something. They will give you a card that's a credits in order to pay or to deal with the real estate sector. After this mediation system, the whole procedures that were in the past today it's much different. So this is this procedure is something happening in the whole world, and I think it could be as a consultant for the clients. So for example, the clients, if they want to buy something or to own any property, they will put, so the consultant is for example is not organized enough, so that will affect. So for example, within the mediation system, that will help the clients to take the best and the most satisfied service within the mediation in order to provide them their suggestion and also the consultation. So that's and we have to concentrate on the rights and the rights of the clients and the both parties. Well, actually, the mediation system, it's not just for it's not limited just for individual. However, it's about the unit and the whole unit. For example, if you all have a unit and registration units, for example, so I would like to ask Mr. Al-Shuhail and the executive manager. So of course you have a car application and real estate. So I think what's this mediation system? What's the impact? So however, today you are in a car application and with a big amount and the power of this application. What's the impact of this transformation, either positive or any obstacles that you wish to in order to be solved? Well, we have over than 2 million users for the car application, and for us is considered as a transitional move since we have witnessed about the last period, and there's a lot of rights that guarantee all the rights for all the parties and different parties, and we have also a different data that's obvious. Today we have these categories all considered as challenges before the past. However, today we were able in order to achieve all of this data. So this is considered one of the challenges, and that's related under all the ministries. So what's our objective and the system that we established here after we implementing, there is some period 6 months, and in order to link with the corporation. So all these details will be faded within the coming years, and we keen in order to make all the contracts very validate, and all the parties will guarantee their rights. Is it going to affect about the amount of the contract? However, today we could see different offers, and this will increase. So this is affects something that for example, that wants a projection, or someone who want to analyze. However, this is in order to project all the offers. We have some challenges. We face some challenges in that term. Today, there's no any clear document that represents the contract, the mediation contract between the vendor and the buyer. So that today it was feasible and possible within a call, or so today within the system, within any mediation system, that it must be between the vendor and between the owner, and this is very important. That will affect the quality and will help us in order to raise the quality, and that will guarantee the rights within the two parties. As long as also we have something related, if we have a multiple mediation system, that will affect all of these details we need to be under consideration. Well, engineer within all the system, and we have the lessons, and now how I will get the lessons. I heard a lot of a high amount of and the prices are very expensive, 10,000 today. How are we gonna able to take the lessons? Well, the lessons could be able for everyone, and it's available for everyone, for the individual, and all those who have all the criteria, and they are a main and candidate for in order to take the lessons. They are we are able in order to provide them with the lessons. Today and the last week we are in a phase and a period that will change after. For example, in the next coming Julio, we will finish from our objective, and for example, we have a certain amount and number of the lessons that we issued. Today we will follow certain policies, which is the policy of the outing, and the having a good number, and that will also affect the developing of the services that we provide. In the other hand, today we considered as in this second journey, and so anyone who wants to take the lessons, they have to make sure about the all criteria and to be a good qualified in order to take the lessons. So today I would like, as a legislation project, today the mediation system considered as a legislation process, and it has been between a vendor or a mediation and a vendor and the litigants and vendor. So all of these details considered as a main component within the system, so that will affect all the details and the numbers. And so if you have a mediation system, so you have to you have to register electronically, and you have anyone can take these lessons within some conditions. Yes. So let's talk about the sample and the specimen registrations. It must be this additional for the value. Let's talk about the and that also include the whole real estate types in Saudi Arabia. So what do you agree? So what's the value in terms of the specimen registration? Well, actually, the first point, it is in order order to attract the deal. Well, example, after the specimen, after the first registration, that will take the 12 months until they will take a verification of all the procedures, and for those the areas that will be available for the regulation. And indeed, so after that, after 1 hour, we will take about the deed. Well, actually, it's just 1 year. 1 year about the objective for different 1 year just for the objection parties, and also in terms of the property for the vast area. And after 1 year, so they will take also the element and the accreditation. So there's no any options in order to cancel the register. However, if there's any information has been issued and has been exposed after the 1 year, so the card it has been to the deal in order to change and to get back to the property. For the second benefits, a lot of real estate they do not have any registration document. That will affect also the citizens. Some citizens they are suffer from that type of information, and so the new system that will allows all the beneficiaries to register and to add all the civilization number and others. So this is the distinguish the system. And also the time of the land and what's the good effects, all of these details that will be affected in the real estate and in the real estate journal. Mrs. Mariam, if you I'm searching for a car or any kind of real estate, what I'm going to be obligatory and commitment or just condition? Well, actually, regarding the announcing of the real estate, it could be a license that will be issued, and that will be, you could say, even whether you could find it on the platform, or you could find it within the license that has been under the authority of the corporation and the real estate. So regarding the procedures from the authority, so the real estate platform will issue the license on behalf of their publisher. So I have to follow the platform, even if yes. Well, Mr. Jihad, today anyone will actually, after a period of after a certain time, should I have to get to the mediation system? Well, actually, today we are dealing with our partnership in the real estate sector in order to make the procedure of the verification deal, and in order under a good consideration within the mediation system. We are working that gradually, and within the coming few years we will achieve. So how do you deal with that? Well, actually, today the vendor, they could sell directly, or even also within, they could be a mediation system within the system. Well, just please, if allow me to add something. We are working today with the Ministry of Justice in not to give any real estate unless we have a mediation system verified from the company and the firm. From when? Since when did you want? Well, actually, that's a whole procedure under consideration, and and soon we will establish. Well, actually, so the justice and the government will not be able in order to write until that we will made the whole procedures of the selling. So we can take, for example, our contract from a car application. For example, as owner of a car application, and I have to sell, I will not be able. So I will get back to the realtors or the mediation system. Well, actually, now this is what we are engaged in order we have the ability to make every procedures without getting back to the mediation system. That any kind of real estate services, even if so anyone or to be able in order to verificate the whole procedures, unless we have a mediation and unless you have a contract verification contract. For example, there's a lot of big amount of the owners, they are not able in order to take it just within that. Yes, so today we have a percentage. They will take the contract directly, and the services today will be open and available. And if you name it within the mediation system, this has been as accreditation. So it's not as for example, in the ACARS application, we have provide this service in order to deal with the mediation system and for also the property transformation directly. So engineer, if there is something happening, for example, from a direct without any collaboration with a car or application, the sanction will not be on who. Well, actually, the system and the list, we have a certain bans in order for the sanction and the fees. So practicing the mediation without any lessons from governmental lessons. So today we could be able in order to get a sanction. So we have a sanction that related to that party and to that article in the law, and that will be duplicated with a repetition.
تسمح لي بس تعقيبا على هذه الإجابة أيضا. طبعا احنا يعني من باب الالتزام أيضا بالنظام.
From our commitment with the system and in order without our coming phases, we will have to work on complete the system. So actually, the next step is not so far. We are working hard in order to make it feasible, and that in order to provide the lessons and within, and even for those who wants to publish on a property, and also however, if he can, the publisher can be announced about and publish and about the owner property, unless if we have a contract with them and after the mediation system and after getting the license. This is what we are working on. Well, actually, this is the part that we're talking today. We are talking about the completion of all the digitalization system and digital. There will be a complete digital system in order to rapid and to make it all the procedure flexible, starting from the platform, and that will end also within some mediation and some realtors or either with the office and with the real estate agents. Well, the whole topics and the speech, it was totally different in the Real Chamber in the previous week from a workshop and also the marketing area. So today something is, well, actually today we are talking about as a commercial unit, so that will let in order to provide and to increase the job opportunities. How did you deal in that in the chamber, Riyadh Chamber? Definitely in any sector or any sector, any party that we have at this is the same. So today the employee and the procurating is very important. So we need someone who is willing to work in the mediation system with some wages. And today we could see in Saudi Arabia, they will employ some certain. So for example, they can, for example, 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. So today we will open that, for example, with any area of the kingdom. So that someone will not be affected or not working organized. So we will make this employee as a certain job and official position that will. So today we have a lot of competitors in the real estate and in Saudi Arabia. Some people, they do not have the license, and for example we have Ahmed Muhammad. They do not for example do not have any registration also number. So sometimes we see this is the agent. They don't have the license. Just he opened the commercial registration and finished. So this is what's a challenge that we were facing in the market today with the mediation system that will increase, and in order to create a new position and a new job opportunities, in order to help the authority to guarantee the rights and guarantee the whole procedures that will affect as what's happening in the other countries. However, and also we will utilize and deal between the units as aware of it. So, for example, I am owner of any institution. For example, I have a lot of competitors. So for me, it's something really expensive to honor and to procreate someone another else, and so that will affect another one, and someone who wants to deal with the other's man in order to raise, for example, 2.10%. However, for example, when I see another someone will take, for example, half the wages or half the percentage, so that we have always keen the authority and a cooperation about their big efforts in order to transformate the work as a unit, and under all these units that we will see the cooperation. And also my final point about regarding the platforms, a lot of platforms for the real estate sector we could see, and I wish from the authority to establish and conduct a workshop with the owner and the real sector agents in order to facilitate and all these efforts. And also today we could recognize that the market has been increased its balance. So today we could see something no reliability in the market. So, for example, that's related about the platforms and the online. Today I will let your colleagues in order to answer. So today, in order to see obvious, today we will provide the lessons and the real estate lessons that will affect negatively all the commercial. For example, if I'm in the company, I will apply someone, for example, 8 hours. So this is it could be affect the company. Who's going to answer? Well, the system has been established in order to enable the parties and units. So you are not as commitment as a one unit. And this is actually this is maybe concentrate and target the individual. So some of the individuals people in the real estate, they are keen in order to find. So today what's our objective in order to see that objective and to know what's the right and make it a verification documents upon all these sectors. This is for individual and the companies, and each part of this they have also the cross and the bronze. The next phase also we even with the realtors and the real estate agents, for example, they have to see what's the amount about the deal and others. All of these details we will follow in the coming years. Today we are working on some lists that will affect and organize all the operation and the real estate operation. However, some of the individuals they want in order to practice the mediation system, and they do not want to collaborate with a certain company, and this is their right actually, and they have the ability, and this will be available and a legislative procedure. Well, actually, Mr. Muhammad, as you are at digitalization, you get you affected negatively to the market. Well, actually, this was our main challenge in the real estate sector. So in the past, there is no any sanction for all any real estate practices. That's one of the reasons in order to changing all of the procedures, and also lacking of accuracy of their procedure. Today, with this new system, individual and also so that they are required a license, and they're required to be a validate and not expired the license. And also, as Mr. Jihad has mentioned, they have a sanction for those who not follow the same procedures and standards. And for example, as you said, for example, the publisher as well, they do not have the sanction, and so also they sometimes they have a lot of way in order to manipulate the system procedures. So within all the new kind of system and the mediation, that all the sanctions has been issued, and that will help in order to make sure about all the principles and to apply the systems that will affect positively the quality of the real estate sector and also the individual practices. So sometimes the conditions of the new system that will affect in order to raise the quality of the real estate sector. Thank you. Go ahead. We would like to add just one point, and which is the main point of our speech, which is about the monitoring and principle. Today, as we can recognize about, mentioned the mediation system, and besides that, one of the outstanding missions in our authority, it's actually something related about not processing and not giving a cure directly. So we're talking about, for example, this is something related about to be what's happening in Saudi Arabia. We have a multiple different applications in order to apply the governments and to the digitalization, and that will affect all in order to establish within a flexible and a smooth way in order to achieve, and that will decrease all the problem and issues in our state. And today we are concentrate about the quality of all the announcements, and that will affect the quality of the real estate sector. This is one of the most important things that we are depending on and considered as our mechanism. Well, thank you. Yes. So today we have announced about something that it's not in the real. Well, actually, this is the services and all of these providing services. Well, actually, I'm not talking about it is considered as a big sham. However, if you have 46 system, it's not have been issued today. Will the work actually have been affect something with a very big amount? So, however, what's the new services that's coming within the coming the future? What's your target actually? Well, soon we will establish also the other lessons which is related about the analyzing and the occupation, as well as the registration, as well also the mediation contract that will be between the mediator and the owner, as well also to enable the contract between the mediation and the other realtors or any mediator, and as well as also announcing lessons and also re-updating the lessons, all of these services that will adopt and will support the real estate sector, and that will achieve in the soon. Well, Mr. Najee, let us talk about, for example, if I see a real estate sector, and I have a desire in order to rent this real estate, is there any, for example, the spectrum and also the sample registration, is it going to be obvious who's the mediation and who's the mediator and who's the announcement about? Well, actually, regarding the sample registration, there is nothing related between that system. Well, actually, the spectrum and that's related about the registration. If you have the desire in order to buy a real estate, that will get all the data of this real estate within the platform, and you can print it, and then all the data will be sent to your emails. All the data, all the information of this real estate. So that will give you the first clue in order to start the procedures, even if that real estate is not announced for selling. The information will be available for the individual. This is the point of my my point. Can we avoid and beat all the whole? This is the blurry vision in terms of the real estate sector. Well, actually, regarding this, all the estimating and the random vision, that will not be unless we have announcement and media materials and media tools in order to affect that. So there's not any random announcement. However, each announcement, it could be related from the owner and the vendor, and we have definitely the number of the announcements that could be as a verification that for all the window and as a unit, and also the intermediate and the mediation system could be responsible for this. So before we conclude our conversation, Mr. Ibrahim, do you have any numbers of the platform? Some of them they will actually not take in consideration the platform. Could you please provide us about a certain numbers? Well, today the deals will not happen understandably to we actually following the whole market in general way. For example, our platform could be the first platform for any searcher or any real estate searcher, and it will actually it's not going and the steps could be obvious in some projects and others. For example, some in some certain projects it not could be announced. So for example, today in our Aqar application, if we want to talk about numbers, today we are talking about 2 million users, active users actually as a researcher, and we're talking over than 240 millions monthly. So all of these numbers is considered as a very high numbers if we talk to compare it to others, and this is what gives us a good indicators and the positive. So I think, and also about the curve. So if you want to, for example, if it's not related about the owner of Injur, and that will affect also from other mediators and mediation system. There is not could be any kind of manipulation with the prices. So today the new system that will affect and will solve all these issues. All of these, the mechanism of the real estate that we could use in there will actually. I don't mean a card application in certain. However, in particular, however, there's a lot of them something else that they do not have the reliability actually. Well, actually, as for example, agents or offices, so they are over as a percentage. So please, this is what I want to ask you about. This one of our challenges in order to feasible the clients, our clients, and in order to provide their service. So today our target segment is limited. So however, if we talk about Aqar in particular, today they are open. And for example, you could now announce in Aqar is just less than an hour. You could meet 300 people. At the end, of the we have to say that the announcing of in Aqar application is attractive, and this is what I did. So today, if we want to talk about some people, they will target the assembly in order, for example, to beat some of the manipulations, facts and the precision. And this is what I'm talking. Well, actually, I would like to raise the awareness on that particular area, and some of the people they will target in order to manipulate within raising the prices. So for example, the client they are searching on for apartments, and they do not have any acknowledge about the certain conditions. So that will be some manipulation system. Well, actually, and also for example, someone will actually and we're going to face some rejection from the real estate agent. Exactly. All of these details we could say if someone expert in that same real estate, so it's not gonna be a wasting time in order to find the first solution and the services. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Well, actually, we get to at the end of this conversation. Thank you very much for all my speakers. Thank you for Mr. Engineer Shahad Abadari in the authority and the general. And thank you, Mr. Muhammad, member of the Riyadh Chamber. And thank you, Miss Maria. And in the Ascan company. And finally, I would like to thank Mr. for the whole speakers and the audience. And thank you very much for your hardly attention. It's much appreciated. Mr. Hamad Al Mahmoud, thank you for monitoring this session. I would like to call our vice principal in order to honor the speaker.
البداية مع تكريم الأستاذ إبراهيم الغيهب.
Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ghayhib.
ثم الأستاذ إبراهيم
Mr.
الشهيل.
Ibrahim Al-Shuhail.
والأستاذة
Thank you,
ماريا
Mrs.
دبيخي.
Maria Dubekhi. And the final award will goes to
ثم الأستاذ جهاد أبو عباد.
will goes to
والأستاذ
Mr.
محمد
Jihad
الأحمد.
Abu Abad and Mr. Muhammad Al Ahmad.
وأيضا الزميل حمد
Also
المحمود
our
مدير هذه
colleagues
الجلسة.
Muhammad Al Mahmoud, the chairman of the last session.
شكرا دكتور عليان الحربي مستشار معالي النائب على تكريم المتحدثين. السادة والسيدات،
Ladies and gentlemen,
تحدثنا في الجلسة الماضية
now we will move
عن
to the next session
نظام
and
الوساطة
will be about
العقارية
the new
والتسجيل.
bill in construction and the future of a real estate sector. With the speaker, Mr. Jihad Abu Abad, the chairman of this, and Dr. Naif.
السلام عليكم واسعد الله مساكم.
Hello everyone and good afternoon.
ونرحب بضيفي الكريم
I would like to welcome my guest, Mr. Jihad Ababad, the General Manager in the Real Estate Sector Public Authority. And what's the impact in order to about the mediation system? Well, actually, this is a complete session for the previous one. However, today we will display a lot of main details, and we will discuss a lot of details that related to the platform and what's the mechanism of the work procedures. Thank you. Well, actually, now we will establish, and please, could you now tell us more about the mediation system? So you have identified what the mediation system. To now, we would like to know what's the trajectory in terms of the mediation system. Well, as we mentioned about the mediation, real estate mediation, well, it compound of the three main services, or this is the main practices. Well, actually, the mediators and the mediation in the real between two parties or more, and within all of this deal, that could be between mediators and also between the owner or any someone also will benefits, and could be some other beneficiaries for those who want to get and also to be as a mediation or a mediator. So today the mediator is not just as a vendor or from the vendor. However, it could be include more than one party, more than two party actually. Well, actually today we have a main our role, which is the practices of all the real estate agents and institution. So beside that, the marketing and the announcement and the media, they have a main role in that field, and they are responsible for different area in the real estate, and that will lead us to the third part. And today all the consulting and analyzing all the real estate construction and this consultation, that will take us a very important role. And now we will move to that. This is the three main pillars that I talk, and this is what's our main objective. Let us talk about the third point, please. They would not use in terms of the consultation. So how the platform will provide the best consultations, and is it data analysis or for the vendors could provide? What is exactly? Well, today the corporation they have a main responsibility and tools. Well, actually, is either for the individual or the companies, and they will provide the analysis way in order to provide the consultation in the real estate sector. So the role of the authority is to provide the lessons and the participants, and after they will make sure about and verificate the conditions, and if they are good candidates for them. So today, for those who provide the lessons, they have ability in order to provide the lessons. So is it going to be from the owner of the platform or throughout your organization? Well, actually, it's throughout. So, for example, today we have a platform that provides aspiration, prediction, or anything. So this is under. So that's why you need this procedure. So in case this prediction is not correct completely. For example, let's talk about Frankly. A lot of consultation and analysis that within the social media, and that will affect a lot of obstacles in terms of the purchasing process. And now we have been through a lot of big procedures, and that will brought a lot of negative points, for example, and some people, they have a lot of issues in terms of the purchasing. Are you going to put a main principle about this system? Definitely. So today, mediation system has been bridge these gaps, and today you're gonna find any gaps, as you mentioned today. That will be what's happening with the mediation. So today, anyone will provide any kind of system that will take the adventure without any lessons. That could be as that could be exposure in order to apply the sanction for those who provide this analysis and the consultations, and they provided based on, for example, a secret information, and this also factor that included in the mediation system. And from the sanction part, so the mediator, they have to raise, and for example, they have to keep secret all the information. And for those who provide also a false information, of course, is against our rules, and that will make them under a sanction. So today we have a kind of a reading, so it's not actually 100%. I will could tell you, however, what we focus on in order for those who provide the information, a qualified person, and they have the ability and they have the qualification in order to provide it. So, for example, what you're saying, for those who will be against all the rules, or they will provide with a false, they have unsanctioned. Well, if we want to talk about the sanction and the list today, we have a lot of materials. And for example, the material number 19 for the sanctions has been issued in order to be against over than 1,000 riyals. So now let's talk about the registration in the platform. For example, I'm someone I want to register in your platform as a marketer, as a marketing in the real estate sector. Is it going to be registered with them providing, for example, a certain documents or throughout a website, or what's your procedure? Let's talk about between the two ones. So the first path could be to provide how you will take the lessons in the car. Today you are able, in order to enter, for example, the public gate for the real estate, and you will continue and register. We will downloading all your information and what's your procedure. So the whole procedure electronic will take under verification and with some agents of the same. So it's not going to be a provide or upload any kind of documents. The whole procedures is digitalized totally. And today, as also the mechanism of how you're gonna create a mediation also contract that could be in the with the one moment, and that will be also to take the verification from the Ministry of the Justice, as well as if you have something, if you are an individual or a representative of any kind of party, and you have the ability in order to achieve, and that also you are able in order to share the contract with different parties in terms of the acceptance or if there's any feedback or any notes. So all of these data will could gate automation with less than 1 hour. For any path or any system they have a certain legislation. For example, the mediators or any kind of the media and the marketing. Do you have the legislation? Well, the mediation system, they are the main umbrella, and other services will be under this umbrella. And they have a certain organization and a certain material. As my Mr. Ibrahim Al-Ghayyab has mentioned, there is organizational list is certain, especially for this election, that will clarify the whole procedures and the procedures. And as this means about someone who will actually sometimes they will all of these details that something witness and delay. So there is someone will took the chance and will start also marketing. For example, I would like to say, for example, the social media influencer and others. So they make the same, and they will sometimes affect negatively for the same people. So what's the same, or do you have a certain principle for the same procedures? Today we are in, for example, in the adjusters period. Today, after that, we have something related for the system. The system will enter a period after about correcting the situations, and that, for example, the realtors or any real estate agent will affect. So for those who want to practice all of these details, they will take the chance in order to correct the realtor, in order to provide the correct documents after the correction stage. And that's all of these details under a certain list and articles. And finally, we have the also target the announcement. So today, the mediation system. What's the impact of the mediation system on other sectors as well? How will it raise the quality of and also the clarity of any procedures? So today we will take, for example, today real estate announcement. It could be in an association with a platform. So as I mentioned today, it could be for the owner or the vendor or any someone who has the property actually. So as therefore, when you have all of these details, and we'll say that, and that's also for the announcements sector and a part that will affect the raising the clarity for all the clients, and for example, and any kind of verification regarding marketing, and also the exaggerating with the real estate. How you going also to deal with this time? Do you have any kind of disciplines to provide discipline for these civil? So as we, do you think that you are able in order to provide a disciplines for this or something, and or do you think that this is exaggerating from different parties? And sometimes people, they say that this service is different. So what do you think about this part? Today, a part of our objective in order to associate with a real estate agent, we have to determine some of the rights for the content between the type of the real estate, and then what's the time. So this will be under a clear list, and it's not able to be edited, and that will affect the whole platform. That will as well as will help us in order analyzing the data and with you update the data. Today, what we have also, the real estate indicators, so they will apply something related about the open, and the indicators that related to the data that we provide. All of these details will be taken under consideration when we put all the price, and as well as the final, the last but not least, when we have the announcement for a certain institution or any kind of a blurry or not or a random announcement that will affect, will put in something that will apply the sanction of all the announcer. So for example, if we apply about someone who wants to apply on this plan, and he seek in order to find a certain opportunity, a job opportunity in your platform, well, actually, for example, in marketing, and as you mentioned, meditators or any what would you apply, or there is any will all of these trajectory separated from each other? Well, actually, today, each path, they have a legislation, they have also a license. However, today, we are looking forward in order to facilitate the services for all the providers. And for example, today, the license of the projector and mediators lessons, it could be a unified projector, and that's related and associated with other factors as well. And so what I want today, I will hopefully in the coming period we will raise all the providers. Did you apply something? Do you apply some fees upon all of these details? Well, actually, to this will be finished within after we achieved all goals. What's the strategical goal from the mediation system? Isn't just to finish and to solve the whole issues in the market or others? Well, one of the most and the ultimate rule in our objective, which is governments, the sectors of the sector, and in order to also activate the whole mechanism. So the mediation system, it is one of our objective and the projects that we're working in order to governments the sector, and to raise also the affection of the market, since all of these details considered as the legislation and the media, for example, and also the real estate practices and the realtors. And so, and when we preserve all the rights for all the parties, and we will also save all the rights, these will be all with other methodology and a holistic methodology, and that will affect the whole party. Well, actually, the last but not least, what the real estate agent and the offices that will not apply in this platform, regarding that they are against your rules. So, however, could you please tell us more? What's your platform will provide for them? What's the attractive point for them? Well, actually, if they want to collaborate together and they will if they want to associate with your platform. So what's the reason, for example, or what's the distinguish with you and what's the attractive point in order to collaborate together with your institution? Well, actually, if you are registered, it's not mean that you can also treat yourself. You may do so. If you have a license, that's it, and you have the ability in order to practice your procedures. So today, however, with the mediation system, this is related to the rights for the whole parties, and that will also save your rights in terms of the also commission or any kind of the payments and also payment process. So the mediation system also all of this. So today what we're talking about is to save your rights, and that will provide for you a safety in terms of any kind of real, and also if we have also and that will be able to do everything correctly and efficiently. So that this is the contract of the mediation, and also with the materials. This is will end with just 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Jihad Abu Abad. Thank you very much for your richness information, and I hope from all the real estate agents and offices that to take advantage from your platform and from your, and that will be actually as a motivational part in the real estate sector. Dr. Naif Al-Ayani, thank you very much, and thank you for Mr. Jihad Abu Abad, the general of the real estate. So now we will move to the next session, and which under the title "What's the future of the real estate sector?"
كما ذكرنا هذه الجلسة محورها حول البناء.
As we mentioned, the title of this it is the new construction and the real estate future. Would like to call Mr. Patrick and Mr. Ali and Mr. Muhammad Al-Kharj and Dr. Ali Al-Jouf and the chairman of this session with Mr. Al-Harbi, the consultant of the Ministry of the Rural and Municipalities and Housing.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the greatest and the most merciful, and peace be upon you, on Prophet Muhammad. Good evening, everyone. And well, this session is very important for today and for our future. Well, actually, today it's such a pleasure today to sit here in my chair and to discuss this topic with our discussion. So, Mr. Patrick, welcome and أهلا وسهلا بكم في هذه الجلسة. Dr. Bandar Al-Kahlan from the Real Estate and Center in the Real Estate sector and the up-to-date sector Real Estate, and Dr. Ali Al-Jaif and Dr. Muhammad Al-Kharis and Mr. Hussam Ali Murishan and Ali Mokhza, the general chairman of the chamber, and from also Mr. Khas from. So what's the distinguish here from his when I want actually to read these names, and I was waiting for word in order to read these names before the forum, and that in order we needed to make the fabric between the human being for those who human they are working in the location, and all those for those they are working as a searching, and for those they are in the legislation projects, and for those also they are in the future. So I think that this session will represent all of these details. So I would like today we would talk for my first speaker, Mr. Bender. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Bender. Dr. Bender, what you're doing about one of the decision in the real estate sector? Could you please get us about the identify some materials of the new identification of the construction, since we talk about, for example, the building and blocking, and also if we have the 3D and the printing, and what's others. So however, today what we have about today is very clear about the new certain and new attitude. Could you please, we need to shed the light on the new materials and the new procedures. Let us start about what's the new up-to-date building and constructing. I will just give you a simple statement, which is the speed of the implementing and the quality, and also above all of that, the proficiency. So this is simple as possible. However, if we want, actually, today we need to recognize our classification of the up-to-date construction. Today, I don't have the technical issue. I don't have related to technology or anything. I just would like to focus on the rapid and the quality and the proficiency in terms of that. All of the sense we have a lot of materials in terms of construction. However, in other the machine, we will face a lot of issues. So that will lead us into another point, which is what are the more important materials in order to achieve a bigger and a bigger projects in Saudi Arabia and the kingdom. And actually, we have to in order to get in to understand and acknowledge the technical terms in depth in order to achieve our formula, which is the creative and efficient and proficiency. So let's start. Let's get back to, for several years. In 2016, we have seek in order for over than 500. So today I will concentrate about the technical in terms of the constructing. Well, we have 1,500,000. It's considered as very high number, and what we have also, we work on a study in the Kingdom of Abdulaziz in order to this survey has issued that technical that we have. It's related about the constraints that already constraint, and also as we worked with a different type of the constraint that achieved in order to achieve the format. So our project was in order to build a certain from increase this number, and also what we in 2023 has been not approved instructed until for the 60 that's constraint. This is we have a very high amount of the constraint. So concerti. So we need. So we recognize that the demanding efforts is higher than what we could apply. So what's our field? What's the with our we will talk about the fourth revolution actually, and the industrial revolution, and we need to put it under a main consideration, I hope, in our discussion. Thank you, Dr. Bender. Dr. إذا دكتور باتريك بعد كل هذه المحادثة إذا نرى ما نراه بين الوزارة أن أنت
in the region for many years. How do you see the state of MMC in the kingdom today and in the upcoming years? I think you still having your headset, then they translate to Arabic. So you'd like to repeat the question or you got it?
I'm fine. I thank you. And first of all, it's great to be here. This is an excellent and very comfortable venue to have such an important discussion. So I have been in the GCC for 14 years in the MMC field, the modular construction field. And so I count myself lucky to be in a position to comment on such a big topic as your question. Because when 14 years ago, even up to 5 or 6 years ago, there was not that much appetite for the modular construction and modern methods. I have seen a paradigm, a huge shift in attitude. You ask yourself, why is this? And it is because those people who are in charge of developments, giga developments, private developments, public developments, whatever, they now have seen what the benefits are of the technologies of modern methods of construction. And so, having seen that, they now have mandated in many of the government projects that there should be maximum amount of adoption. And there are great reasons for this, which I hope to get into. So in many ways, it is like a climate of a perfect storm for the adoption of modern methods, because there are large projects in the kingdom. There are long projects which have a long burn rate of many, many, many years, and this will pull people into the field. And the enablers that are trying to encourage that as well are very much in place. Obviously, they could be built up more, and I need to make special mention of BTSI, and of course there's NIDLIB from the industrial side as well. And these are helping to get people into the field of modular construction. And at the end of the day, as I look around, I see everybody involved here in the real estate business. And so, I pose the question, we have done concept design in our company for a gigafactory that will produce up to 10,000 large Saudi villas per year, maybe 350 square meters each. Think of the contribution that the construction industry makes into the GDP of this country. And then you think also of adding several factories of 5,000 villas per year or 10,000 villas per year. And happily, in this country, there are large projects, and there's Roshan and others who have this requirement. And a factory, like I mentioned, might cost 1 billion Saudi riyals, but there is offtake, there is volume, and that is what is going to create the buzz. And honestly, I am serious when I say that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a once-in-a-generational opportunity now to own the modern methods of construction industry, to own the MMC sector worldwide, and to control it, have it, and export it to the world. So I think it is in growing shape, and it will become a vital contributor to the GDP of the country. And we need to grasp this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick, and I'm happy to hear that, actually. الآن ممكن الدكتور باتريك ذكر في ثنايا
Yes, Dr.
حديثه
Patrick has mentioned about the big and the huge projects, and one of these will actually such as a Roshan, and besides others projects and the huge projects that they are from others companies. So, Mr. Hussam, could you please shed the lights on some of the Roshan company and what's the experience of Roshan in terms of the modern construction? And after Dr. Patrick has mentioned that the transformation of acknowledgement that we have to adoption in modern construction materials. Yes.
Closer, please.
Thank you for inviting me here. It's an honor and privilege, to be with your distinguished panelists and your guests. Good afternoon, everyone. Look, from the onset of Roshan's formation 5 years ago, we've sought to innovate. And what I mean by innovate, not only our residential products, we're looking at the whole development life cycle, basically in the way we sell units, in the way we design, in the way we design and lay out master plans. There's been huge innovations there, the living experience, and even the after-sales experience. So, we're raising the bar of real estate, and we're very happy about that. Now, as far as what we're heavily involved in innovation, in Roshan's innovation this year, we're looking at two high-level strategies. The first one is a modern method of construction strategy that I'm calling it off-site construction. Our goal really is to maximize off-site construction and minimize on-site construction, ultimately leading to a manufacturing-led approach to our project delivery. So we have great stories, and I concur with my colleague. In Roshan, we have the scale and mandate to be heavily involved in really pushing the envelope and raising the real estate bar in Saudi Arabia. The other strategy that I'd like to share with you is basically a high-level smart community strategy. So we're expanding the smart community offerings we've made available to our residents. We've looked at developing a strategy in a holistic manner. So we've had major inputs from the vision, Saudi Vision 2030. We're looking at the Saudi Green Initiative and a host of other influencing factors. So it's a highly contextualized strategy, fit for purpose, fit for Roshan's context as a community developer and not as a city.
Thank you, Hussam. الدكتور محمد طبعا في هذا السيشن
Dr. Mohammed, I wish in this session to discuss something related about also the definition of the adoption, and after that we will talk about the challenges and the opportunities. Until that, you will figure out this what's the area you're going to talk about. So, Dr. Mohammed, thank you for attending. So you have also a new modern construction materials about in terms of constructing. So today we heard about this project, and please could you shed the light on something that related for all the listeners to take about, for example, and for those who wants to construct a certain able.
I would like, for extend my appreciation to most of the organizers. And today, for example, the whole forum, for example, has been actually characterized by a very big gathering as well. So our experience with the construction technology, for example, started with the housing program. The Ministry of Housing, thankfully, has been a very supporting entity to the technologies of constructions, and whoever started actually using this type of technology, the Ministry of Housing was supporting them, and we used more than one technology in construction as well. The first two products that we started with in total of independent villas, 1,200 units as well. We used a very hybridity of technologies between the very light concrete and precast. And the advantage of this technology was very fast. It was very, for example, and isolation is excellent, is of high excellence level. And we were enabled to get the sustainability certificates, the Prosperity Guide, even the waste, the waste in using such kind of technology, since construction was very low, the waste very low. Today, for example, we are using, for example, our new project in Ihsa, 1,000 residential units in the precast, and the advantage of this precast can be developed or can be built, for example, in controlled environment and and where for example decreases the mistakes and errors as well, and decreases the number of workers at the site. And we are contracting with we have a contract with manufacturers, local manufacturers, Saudi manufacturers who actually manufacture these residential units as well, and actually they install them and at the site, and it's semi-finished. And electricity, for example, and electromechanical, even for example the all the related, for example, residential related issues and aspects are completely finished as well. This actually shortened the period of time and implementation of such kind of technology and using this technology. As a matter of fact, we welcome all types of technologies, all innovative ideas and thoughts that can be actually incorporated in the industry as well. And we are still having a researching team. And we have a team who is always looking for latest technologies in a way that we can actually transfer it into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. And as a matter of fact, for example, within this discussion, I would like to extend my appreciation to my colleagues as well, and the Real Estate Development Authority, for example, focusing on inviting big number of speakers as well. As long as you mention some of the methodology, modern methodology of construction, and we know that really there are many technologies, for example, in the construction process, modern construction process. Well, Dr. Ali, you have tangible efforts in the construction technologies, for example, as regards the LGS technology. Could you, for example, shed some light on and you instruct me and the audience as well as regards to the details about this technology in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, God's best message upon all of your gentlemen. For example, thank you very much for inviting me. For example, and we started in this technology. We faced a number of difficulties. For example, to the extent that we can actually license the first building. For the idea was based on was very new, brand new, and many government entities, for example, must provide licenses, and even the consulting and the engineering offices that can depend or approve this kind of model, this kind of construction model, because according to the system or the laws of the municipality, there must be a licensed approval and for such construction technology. That was the first. We have an engineering office, and we have done all details. Until we come to the manufacturing process phase as well. Manufacturing, we were pushed to manufacture outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because we don't have Saudi plants that can actually at the beginning of this work, for example, to manufacture or to implement, for example, the installation. And for example, we brought this technology from outside the country, the kingdom, from Turkey specifically. Principally, and it was very easy for us to import such model construction so as to have low costs as well, because this industry has not been nationalized or localized as well. Then we come to the implementation phase. We didn't have well-trained workers or a well-trained team. So that's the reason why we started, for example, to export specialists and workers from outside the country to transfer, nationalize, and localize this idea as well. So worked with a number of companies that have long experience, for example, for 13 years, companies that worked for 13 years, and they helped us to transfer the idea and localize the technology. We trained much more than one contractor, and some of them they started to manufacture here, for example, after transferring this industry here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially in the eastern region, in Al Ahsa specifically. And it was the beginning. At the beginning, the first project was an investment. It's a personal investment, and we tried, for example, to implement this idea so as to help people, for example, see that it can be adaptable, and the most important thing is to implement and to experiment this by yourself, because we did not expect that time that any private sector would cooperate with us or would do the same experiment. So if you do not do it as yourself or try yourself, for example, nobody else will do it. So from this point, launching point, we started actually to localize this industry. I think that really some of the difficulties, for example, in developing this real estate sector, that is the value chain is very big and large. This is one of the difficulties in the digital world. For instance, you can actually innovate in one day, overnight, but in the value chain, for example, in the real estate sector, for example, it's hard and it's very difficult as well. Since the adoption of the idea until transferring it, how many projects did you implement, for example? And very quick answer, we implemented, for example, more than one project. For example, because, for example, we implemented the number of commercial projects as well. and all the types of different types of projects as well. We implemented 39 projects as well. Everybody, I mean, anything new is an enemy to us, for example. So it's difficult for any industry, for example, to have something new, for example, or to face something new. So I might ask a question, for example, for example, that enhance innovations, for example. So let us actually answer this question, talking about the advantages. We have more than one advantage. For example, such to be very closer to, I mean, let me just tell you, concentrate on a sector, a specific sector, in the new construction methodology, especially in the housing sector or real estate sector, because the sizes of projects, for example, might change. Our explanation of technology used. I'm talking about, for example, the housing sector, real estate sector, for example, with a very simple comparison between the traditional construction. If we're talking about, for example, 300 meters area, and nearly, for example, if you talk about an area for construction, for example, and if for example, if there is a very good implementation company, for example, in the best conditions, for example, 6 months, from 6 months to 12 months, the building will be completed, for example. If things are in good conditions and going good conditions, but for example, but the period of time is from 18 to 24 months, and moving to the modern manufacturing methodologies, I think, for example, there's no comparison at all. We don't talk about 10%. We talk about, for example, 85%, for example, saving time using the new technologies or construction methodologies, as to be very closer to the idea. One of the most important modern methodology, for example, is to build units with a pre-prepared, for example, a pre-made, for example, houses, about the speed of the implementation, which is linked to quality, perfection, and quality. And if you talk about the pre-made finished units at the factory, for example, we talk about the transfer of the construction to an industrial sector, purely industrial sector, and it's not, for example, traditional old. We are late 45 times away from, the 45 years, for example, from the manufacture of cars or planes. So, for instance, and this we are, for example, in a phase of a change, and there are a lot of faster growing changes, for example, to promote the construction, the new methodology of construction. And the thing, I believe the initiatives of the Ministry of Housing has made a very great shift, for example, through introducing number of technologies. But for example, the great addition of value added, for example, which has been added by King Abdulaziz Science for Technology, which is getting into details. For example, instead of transferring technology, no, but we studied technology from the beginning, and things that really can actually be suitable to us here as individuals in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we started, for example, to look for the best technologies, and we, for example, how, for example, to reach a fourth industrial revolution related technologies. And one of the most important things that we concentrated on at the beginning of our story, our journey, so as to have, for example, a production process automation based, and we have to keep away from some of the construction that delay us from the production phase. Some of the constructions like concrete. The concrete, for example, takes a long time, even if we have, for example, fast solid concrete. So one of the most important goals, for example, what about, for example, the companies with which we can actually construct, for example, a hybrid material very fast without any difficulty or any delay, for example, in the production, to have to sustainable production. At the same time, for example, all these materials must be very locally manufactured, for example, and without importing them from abroad. I understand, Dr. Bandar, that so as to explore a new technology, for example, based on RD, research and development. For example, and you are responsible for this. This has been actually, you have been responsible for this. Or, for example, you have partnership with other companies who are participating with you in such a thing. Let me tell you that the city of King Abdulaziz, City of Science Technology, it's a technology based. It helps in transferring technology and facilitating, let me say, helping the private sector facilitate using or is investing in technology. So, for example, so that the investor can adopt. We have a technical role only. We have which is related to technology and adoption of technology, and then we move to the investor, for example, who can take this technology. For instance, where it can start with a very big factory to produce units, for example, that can reach to 5,000 residential units a year. The main idea here is to have, for example, 5 central factories in the kingdom, for example, able to produce 5,000 residential units, for example, about the average. We're talking about the average, and for example, an average family, for bedrooms with even the bin service and with high level of quality, with quality of life, for example. And sometimes, for example, we try to take into consideration so many related issues, such as lighting, for example, and to have a high level of efficiency in the design. For example, we will talk about in this session how can, for example, exceed, for example, the quality of design along with the. Sometimes we come up with ideas, for example, that when you have a production line, I might, for example, repeat the same product, for example, for 1,000 items. So these are the things that we need to learn what are your potentials that are related to the devices that you are using and manufacturing process, and accordingly, these determine, for example, lead to innovation because you're taking these determiners, for example, and into the process so that you can actually come up with new innovative ideas that never existed before. Thank you very much, Dr. Bander. عادة مرة ثانية لك يا باتريك. سوف استمر لأن سيكون هناك ترجمة اللغة.
Of modular construction. Can you give us an overview about the modular construction and when I think misunderstood these days the mix that's happening between 3D printing and modular construction?
Well, a good question, and thanks for that. There are multiple different types of prefabricated systems in the market. Modular construction, could take the form of complete volumetric units, finished rooms, in other words. And this, I believe, is what Dr. Bandar was talking about, and this is great to hear. And other technologies are sort of two-dimensional, flat pack type of panels, and those would be normal to see coming from precast factories. And then you have the other sub-assemblies, which would be like bathroom pods, kitchen pods, and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing prefabricated units. Then you have this new and exciting area which is beginning to gain traction, being the 3D printing side of the business, which does put together a complete home or unit, or it can be used to make small sub-assemblies that then come together in the field. It will then generally have to be finished on the inside, because that is not a capability of 3D printing at the moment. But with enough R&D and commitment to innovation from the various institutions, I'm sure that will happen.
Thank you, Patrick. Hussam, I'll ask you in English. I notice you answer in English, so we will give you some lesson in Arabic to get your Arabic back.
خذ راحتك عادي.
هلا؟
خذ راحتك عادي.
الله يرضى عليك. I'll ask a question from two sides. The first side of the question, considering the size of your mandate, what sort of innovation are you looking into to deliver at scale?
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. That's a very spot-on question. The sheer size of the mandate is so huge and it's growing by day. And I think that will necessitate a major rethink of the whole industrial landscape in Saudi Arabia. What we want to do in Roshan is we want to disrupt the operating model or the delivery model, right? So we want to disrupt the delivery model. We want to really adopt industrialized construction as the new model for delivery. Our aspiration is basically to have our homes come off of assembly lines, not built in traditional ways where, you know, I mean, if you look at construction traditionally in the kingdom, we've suffered from very, very poor labor productivity. In fact, in the GCC region, it's, you know, among the lowest in the world, actually. So we want to adopt industrialized construction. We're talking to our supply chain partners. We're talking to the private sector in Saudi Arabia. And there's a lot of work ongoing to look at that and deliver it in the medium to long term. Another thing we want to look at to deliver really big is we want to challenge the way projects are being delivered. So we want to look at the integrated project delivery model. And what I mean by that is that traditionally, you know, project stakeholders in the linear project life cycle, they've been working in silos. So the designer is not really talking to the builder. The owner is not really talking to the designer. You know, they're in a rush that they have a project brief, a design brief, and they want to rush it through. So what we want to do is we want to take a step back, working in harmony with the industrialized construction method, adopt an integrated project delivery. So we need to have more collaboration, more you know, understanding each stakeholder's pain points to really be able to tap into the maximum value of the industrialized construction concept.
Thank you, Hussam. And I'll be honest with you, being close to the field from the engineer side and to the consumer side is usually make the story complete. Thank you for these points. خوي محمد دكتور محمد لعله
And actually, Mr. Sam mentioned before that there's some hints about that might add value in the increasing adoption and promoting such kind of technology, for example, to increase the promotion of technology. In your perspective, because you are in the implementation phase, for example, what are the obstacles, challenges, for example, before some of the real estate developers in adopting the new modern construction methodologies? As a matter of fact, as mentioned by Dr. Ali, that unfortunately, for example, there is a very strong lack or shortcoming of the companies that the contracting companies that know exactly how to apply, for example, the new construction technologies and to use them. And this is one of the challenges as well. The other challenges, for example, depends on the volume, for example, of the providers of technologies of construction in the kingdom. As mentioned, for example, by Dr. Bander, it depends on the big demand. Today in our project, the first and the second project, for example, we have been actually taking agreement for all the factory for 2 years, for example, so that today, for example, we are very happy that we expanded, for example, our activity after this experiment. And now, for example, we came to provide, assistance to 2 or 3, developers. So our second project, we came to distribute it to 3 or 4 manufacturers, and we started, for example, to habilitate, for example, the contractors so as to adopt the new construction methodologies, the modern ones. And we're still in the launching phase, for example, and of the construction technology still have big opportunities, very large opportunities ahead, and we are still in the ABCs, for example, the bathroom boats, in addition the kitchen boats, for example, do not really exist. So you will be surprised, but actually, if you want to make them, for example, imported from Dubai or another country, or as said Mr. Ali, from Turkey. So today, now we invite investors, for example, to invest in this sector because of its a great over-increasing importance. We can actually join them as partners. For example, we can off-take agreements with them. We actually bring me a technology, very proven and good technology, for example, and certified. We as contract developers, we wanted to support. We want to adopt it in different means. And by all means, thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. And today, for example, so what applies to the other goods and product, for example? So, for example, and actually applies to the construction methodology, Yes, a big percentage of the use technologies, for example, is not useful for 1 or 2 units, for example. Today, for example, the precast, for example, the more number of units, for example, you are, your manufacturing from the same mold, you will decrease the costs. Based on our research and our we have technologies today, automated, that can actually manufacture the same place, the same, just like shape drawing of this unit. For example, he can actually make the unit, for instance, Class A, Class B, Class C, for example, the same day, the same factory, and we are starting our experiment as well, and they will be very effective for the individuals, and this is what we want, and this is what we need. For example, the retail needs this, and will decrease the cost and cut off the cost. For example, the structure, for example, that's going on because of the history, as you said before, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I mean, almost, for example, before the vision 2030, most of the units were self-built, and the self-construction does not help the technologies, for example, to invest in it or to attract investors in it. Today, after, for example, the program housing based on the vision 2030, and after the great need, for example, for such units, we think that it will be a great leap, a great jump, for example, in the construct technologies in the few years to come. Thank you very much, Dr. Ram. Dr. Ali, I come back to you. You mentioned, for example, at the beginning of your speech, for example, that you applied these projects to many different projects and apply them and using, for example, the modern construction methodologies and so different projects as well. I congratulate you actually on your capability and patience to apply before transferring technology, to apply technology before transferring it through all of these different experiences. What are the differences that you have seen in applying, for example, the modern methodology of construction in the housing and the commercial sectors? First of all, I would like to concentrate on something very important before getting into this point. The most important thing for us is actually that we have a problem engineers. Engineers, for example, they specialize in this field. We have lack of engineers. They play an important role, for example, in giving a very positive impact as well in dealing with such kind of project as well. The authority of engineers or contractors play an important role, for example, in transferring the culture of such type of technology or construction. The engineers, for instance, or architects in the market, for example, 99% of them, for example, don't have background about, for example, the construction technologies. They are promoting, for example, unfortunately, very poor culture in the construction. I mean, and with the consulting offices, for example, we must have very limited number of offices that work on such kind of technology, construction technology. Why? Because we lack information. We have lack of information. These things actually disappoint the end user to work and to concentrate on it. But based on the commercial or the residential, it doesn't make any difference. All the same thing. All the same for him. The most important thing is that the engineer can design the project in a much better way, and he can apply the Saudi Code of Construction, which has been proven and certified as well, which shorten a long journey of problems for engineers or architects as well as regards, for example, their journey of and skill area. Today, for instance, we have the code, our Saudi Code. We have great systems and great regulations, and I mean the modern construction initiatives, for example. All of these initiatives focus on developing the real estate sector by the end of the day. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. And now, for example, now, for example, I heard so much about the challenges and obstacles. We might say that there will be more opportunities coming from challenges that for any investor can benefit. For example, in the whole chain, on the whole value chain. And with the presence of engineers, architects who could really implement such kind of things in the same industry, I mean, this might be the last round of questions. So I might make it free for all of you, for each of you, for example. How can we overcome the challenges? Or benefit from these opportunities, and how can we change the challenges into opportunities within the coming few years? What do you see? What's your perspective, for example? What do you believe that's going to take place, for example, and that will overcome the challenges as a rule, or as developers, or the end users by the end of the day? So I might conclude my speech. Actually, this is a very strong opportunity, and it comes at the top part of the wave. And this actual opportunity is very possible for developers who really look for investments. The private sector, for instance, to invest in the construction modern methodologies, and this is to foresee the future 2030 based on the vision. There will be the end user will have the ability, for example, to choose his house. I mean, as if he's going to go, as if he's going to go to a supermarket, for instance. This is very clear. In other words, what I want to explain more, for example, and what this is determined technologies that I need will be high level of competitiveness in the private sector as regards, for example, manufacturing the products as well. And you will go, you will move according to your desire, but at the same time, there will be this is what we started today, for instance, preparing the business model, or for example the marketing kits, so as to be adopted by an investor, for example, to adopt technology. And for example, in any model, for example, there will be they will come up with the least least possible, for example, specification according to the construction code, and to save energy. This is the first demand, for example, this is the prerequisite, and later on, for instance, we can add more characteristics or features to the individual as regards, for example, things that he needs for his housing. This is the future of the construction in the coming few years, as regards, for example, the technologies used in addition to in housing and in the real estate. So thank you very much, Dr. Bender. And then the same نفس المفهوم يا Patrick, said Patrick.
I'm changing to English, so I think all the member or the panel members have shared same thought about the challenges and the adoption of the new construction method or modern method of construction. What is your thought and final advice for the audience here?
Well, thank you, and it's been a great session. And I think what I'd like to end is just maybe one or two small snapshots of from my perspective. I had been a manufacturer. Now I'm a specialist consulting engineer with our team. And what I would suggest to be able to make more progress with the adoption, and this may not be a popular thing for me to say, depending on who's in the audience, but it's my honest opinion, is that the first thing you need to do is to sort of remove the blockers. And what I mean by that is that, for example, by adopting the model that is used in Singapore, for example, they measure the performance, the adoption of architects, engineers, in how they design for manufacture and how they facilitate modern methods of construction. In every design is vetted and audited, and they are given a grade in terms of what level project they are allowed to bid on based on their level of compliance. Also with contractors, it's no use if an architect or an engineer has designed a project to facilitate modern methods if the contractor chooses not to use it. This goes against him in the audit as well. So he might be penalized in the next project by being able to bid only on a level below where he had previous been. And I think that, you know, if you want to make changes, you need to measure what it is you are trying to achieve. And this is a way of measuring the facilitation of modern methods of construction. And I'd say that, you know, it's a wonderful opportunity here in the kingdom, and that, you know, the people who embrace the modern methods of construction and they invest in it are going to inherit the kingdom in many ways. But those who dispute its relevance or importance will, like dinosaurs, be left behind.
Thank you. You remind me with the Dr. Drucker thought things cannot measure, cannot be improved. Thank you. أعود إليك أخوي حسام.
I come back to you, Brother Sam, and wishing, actually, the experience of Roshan is beautiful, is great, is amazing and excellent in the fast implementation, and you might give some details as regards, for example, the issue, how to exceed the obstacles, how to remove the obstacle challenge. Did you use in Roshan, for example, the new construction methods, not only in the case of construction and the fast delivery, but you give, for example, the clients a very unique experience. Did you benefit from these technologies technologies, for example, such to create experience, a unique, one of its own kind experience to the customers or to end user, for example. And during this forum, that the new phase, it is going to be the community, is going to be the experience and the experience of the dweller or the resident. That's going to be, for example, the future. For example, كما قلت ذلك بطريقة صحيحة لدينا تحدي كبير جدا.
Traditionally in the kingdom or the GCC at large, the construction cycle time is ridiculously high or long, in the sense that from the time the customer purchases his property, it takes roughly maybe a year and a half, sometimes even 4 or 5 years to take delivery of the house. So what we're doing, as I want to go back to the previous sentence that I said about integrated project delivery. Right now, the biggest challenge that I think is faced across the whole of the industrial landscape is the problem of fragmentation. We don't have sufficient cross-functional collaboration between project stakeholders. And I'll give you an example. So the designers should be really intensely communicating with contractors and owners. In the concept, for example, in the concept that we call designing for manufacturing and assembly. This is extremely important. I think we need to effect a cultural transformation in the kingdom, embracing this concept, especially at a time that we have millions of residential units to deliver. We have to be very conscious of that going forward. And as you said, I think you asked me about looking into innovations as far as the customer experience is concerned. Our innovation team in Roshan is basically like a war room. We are continuously seeking to push the envelope, raise the bar. There's very tangible work streams that we're working on that are still too early to discuss. But in essence, we do want to effect a total transformation in the way that the customer orders and takes delivery and takes key, and even the post-sales experience and the living experience. So it's really a whole integrated ambition that we have that we want to roll out.
Thank you, Hussam. Again, Stephen Johnson in his book Innovation History mentioned innovation comes through collaboration and competition. So we need to have a good collaboration and competition. أعود لك دكتور محمد.
I come back to Dr. Mohammed to talk about the very numerous challenges, such as the adoption, the citizen adoption or the end user adoption of the new technology. For example, you are free to comment on some of the pieces of advice, how really overcome the challenges or get through these. But I want you and Dr. Ali to shed light on the consumers and the end users. For example, we have some concerns, about the modifications after sales, as mentioned by Mr. Ali, or how to deal with, for example, the new modern construction methods, for example, after selling the unit. People, for example, are enemy of what they ignore or what they're ignorant of. There must be actually a high level of awareness, and from the channels or stakeholders channels who are responsible for the program of housing as well. So based on our experience in the Eastern region, the Eastern region adopted the technology much more than any other region in the kingdom or province, because they are closer to the real authority, the real commission for Jubail and Yanbu, in addition to the great increasing role of Aramco. The level of adoption is high. We hope that this level of awareness could be promoted in other provinces. There is a misconcept and misunderstanding about, for example, about the lack of flexibility of the modern construction methods, and this is not right. The hybridity, which is used right now by developers, allows now, for instance, in one of our projects, for example, in the Dammam or Al-Ahsa, for example, the villa, for example, they don't have any pillars, any columns. We have very big flexibility, for example, to divide it the way that you like, or the thing that, to raise the awareness is very important for residents, in addition to the rest of the stakeholders. We face big challenge, even from the challenge of engineers. The first engineer we contracted with, he said to us that the silk concrete can be affected by the wind. That's the reason, for example, we have to change the engineer, because he didn't have enough information about technology that's the reason why, for example, it's very important to promote the awareness of the stakeholders, engineers, contractors, and developers themselves. It's very important, for example, to have a motivation for developer, for example, to use the modern technology. Why? Because if the developer, for example, is not fully aware of the construction modern construction methods, it will never be able, for example, so as to change his concept about the new technology, or to do without the traditional technology that used to use before. We come to the conclusion with you, Dr. Ali. For example, with the same question and the same trend. For example, to what extent what are the things that you will help to overcome challenges? For example, through for example, in having very well skilled labor and the engineers, based on your experience, for example, how over the challenges of finding high qualified personnel and staff in this technology. I think that the role of the engineers authority and contracts authority to for example, to motivate the engineers to get in this field, for example, is very important. I think that this is one of the challenges we need to solve. We need to overcome the problem of engineers in general, for example, Saudis or non-Saudis. I mean, in case of searching a certain modern or a specialized engineer in this field, we never find any, but with difficulty, you might see them in European countries, in Turkey, for example, and other European countries. So to have a highly qualified, for example, engineer and they're specialized in this type of technology is very hard. That's the reason. And a specific project, for example, like a NEOM and Red Sea project, for example, these projects, for example, you will never find an engineer, traditional engineer. Why? Because looking for new types of technologies, like Roshan, for instance, they have the same trend. So these are the challenges, and I think this challenge, for example, can be actually leading to more opportunities, so as to allow Saudi engineers to focus on such kind of technology. Otherwise, we never find a very good opportunity later on. So you need to concentrate to rethink about such kind of challenges to change them into opportunities by being focusing on or to focus on such technologies. I think that the contractors in the market, I can see that they are very simple and simply trained or simply or modest. They have modest education. They don't have a high level of education awareness as well. Sometimes they don't have the basics of engineering, and sometimes he can bring, for example, an observer of 20 years of experience. Unfortunately, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have a percentage, 80% of percentage of the contractors. The large companies, for example, do not work in the in housing sector. Only developers. They work in big commercial projects. But however, in housing, it's very difficult. Only the small contractors are working, who started with the self-construction, for example. So we need to develop, for example, this field. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. And at the same time, I have nothing but to say, but to extend my appreciation to all of you, the session moderator, and the panelists as well, and the speakers. But of course, it's very important, for instance, to for example, to focus on adoption of the construction modern methods as well. And this has to be taken care by the General Authority of Contractors, General Authority of Engineers as well. And in this forum, for example, there has been a signed agreement to conduct the first university to bring a specialized real estate university, because this is what in the rest of the world we can see many universities. Even the King Fahd Petroleum and Minerals University successfully did a good job in its specialty. Once again, I thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing us with your precious time and with sharing your thoughts and ideas. I know that everybody is very busy, especially tomorrow is going to be the last day of the week, and everybody, for example, wants to close all his work. So once again, we thank you very much. And we come to the conclusion through appreciating, for example, the organizer, in addition to the Minister of Rural Affairs Ministry, and the veteran of this forum, represented, and His Excellency the Manager. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan Al-Qarni, for moderating this session, and we're opening the floor to honor the speakers of this session. Thank you, Laura. Dr. Bandar Kalan.
السيد حسام علي.
Mr. Sam Ali.
السيد باتريك كالهن.
Patrick Keller.
الأستاذ محمد الخرش.
Mr. Mohammed Al-Khars.
علي الجوف.
And Dr. Ali.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much.
الإخوة والأخوات
Sister brothers, ladies and gentlemen, for example, once again we renew our welcome to you to the third day of the Real Estate Future Forum. We're still, for example, continuing with you, for example, according to the agenda program of the program, and the final day of the conference, for example, ladies and gentlemen, for example, the real estate sector is affected by numerous things, such as positively or negatively, for example, such as technology, the financial technology, the impact of financial technology on the real estate sector, the impact, and this session, for example, will be shared by Majid Belkhail, the CEO of Asil Financial Company, and the session moderator, Mr. Ahmed Al-Alkami, is going to, for example, to run the session with him. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, for example, please let's get ready for this session. Please kindly be seated until we start the session. In the name of Allah, most compassionate God, peace and mercy be upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session, for example, talking about, for example, the financial technology and real estate, for example, mentioned by Mr. Abdullah, because the financial technology plays an important role for this sector, based on the fact that we are witnessing fast growing challenges and transformations. In the former four sessions, we talked about some of the details, for example, about the technological progress, for example, some of the platforms that are related to real estate. We're going to talk about with further details about actually on this regard, for example, the financial technology and its impact on the real estate sector, for example, with Majid Belkhail, the CEO of Asil Financial Company as well. Thank you very much, Majid. Most welcome. I would like, for example, to send my special greetings to the virtual viewers, in addition to the audience. Let's talk about the role of technology in real estate, in addition to the types of fields, for example, where technology can be used, for example. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid. First of all, technology in the real estate, for example, it depends on many dimensions. It's not only confined, as we can see, for example, in the field of the real estate promotion or marketing, for example. We see highly developed technology in marketing, but there are many other fields, for example, rather than the real estate marketing in financial and finance or investing, which is the main focus of Asil platform, in addition to management of assets, the collection management, operation management, or assets management, for example, of these facilities in the field of the smart houses. How can you, for example, use technology, for example, facilitating, for example, the lifestyles, like for smart doors, like for example, sensing, in addition to other tools, the technological tools, for example, in the field of real estate. And what we observe, for example, and what we can really see in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we are very advanced in it, in the marketing. But the rest of sectors, the other fields, still we have some shortcomings. But however, we start, for example, to provide some of the solutions, for instance, and technology has been facilitated so as to be used in all the fields of the real estate. If we talk about the most important fields, where, for example, there is a delay of using technology. I'm talking about, for example, real estate. And for instance, if we look at, for example, investment and finance and funding as well, which is the main focus of Asil platform, which is started, for example, to allow, and in Saudi Arabia, for example, it has been, both topics or both issues have been allowed, for instance. And this, we can see this in most of the countries world. We have the smart crowd in the United States. There is in Emirates, Net Arab Emirates, we have a stake platform, in addition to many other platforms. All of these platforms in investment and funding as well. How can we facilitate, for example, the investment and process in real estate through technologies. So this is actually has been actually regulated 1 year ago. And if we see, for example, the real estate facility management system, we have the union system. We have owners union long ago. But for example, what are the company, for example, the chain, for example, the assets management and the marketing management, in addition to the union of owners, two technical tools that facilitate, for example, the decision-making process in the complex or apartment, and the collections, for example, the management, collection management. If you have, for example, a unit or a complex or compound, and you want to say the cash that to see for example, the invoices and bills and the maintenance and operation of this great complex compound. Sometimes we see big problem, and that will increase the cost of the operation of this complex because of the lack of using technology in the larger scale. Today, for example, many things started, for example, to move ahead, such as, for example, the platform, which is related to such kind of issues as well. You mentioned the specialized platform, for example, that support investments or funding this sector. For example, ASIL platform, one of the first, the only, for example, platform that is related to for collective or collaborative funding, for example, in investing in the real estate sector. Let's talk about, for example, this platform, its role, for example, in supporting or funding the developers, real estate developers. So thank you very much for this important question. ASIL platform, which has been, after taking the license from the SAMA, for example, this license allows ASIL to distribute the platform, the units with the listed companies to any field, any sector. But ASIL, for example, companies show that the real estate sector, for example, has many challenges for the investors, and when they want to invest, for example, in this sector. For instance, if any of us, for example, wants to invest in the real estate sector, for example, he must have a capital, minimum 1 million riyals, for example, so as to be able to move, for example, investment. For instance, if I put 1 million in one asset, this is a risk, very high risk, for instance. And financial advisors they say don't put all your eggs in one basket. How diversify the 1 million or the 1,000, for example, you have to put it in a number of fields so as to diversify to mitigate the risk as well. A SEAL platform came to respond to this demand, and studying, for example, the real estate opportunity actually requires specialists to study the feasibility study, to provide the study and evaluate it. So you find, for example, the person, when he wants a person, for example, to prepare a feasibility study, he will actually run out a part of his capital in the study. So what do you think about something if you have been allowed to diversify the capital? And there are, in addition to the fact that there are many other licensed funding companies that actually conducted studies on analyzing the opportunities, and this company is cooperating with other companies, for example, in the financial studies and governance. So you are ahead of big sectors, a sector where the individuals can invest in it. That's the reason why ASIL in a platform can actually allow you to invest with 1,000 riyals. You can put it investment in the real estate sector. This is based on the fact that this is the first platform, for example, in the collaborative or collective funding. Do you see that really? Do you think that really the competition is required here and can help you for the develop? The real estate market is very large. It's very big as well. Once there is 10 in the platform, and ASIL, this is a new regulation, for instance, and this regulation as regards the distribution of the units, and this is developed from time to time because of the continuous update that co-pace with the change in the market. So, for instance, with all of these tools, we found that the Vision 2030, for instance, was very keen so as to actually focus on goals. These goals cannot be achieved until there is a reform of regulations and laws as well to achieve these goals. That's the reason why we found that the ear of the legislator is always listening as well. We found in FinTech a hotline, the direct hotline, for example, in case of any challenge. These challenges are submitted to the legislator and the legislator gives us the tools, for example, to overcome these challenges. And this was not done before. So we thank, for example, SAMA and the central bank for having, for example, this kind of platform cooperation will that facilitate, for example, the maturity all of these, for example, of this level. If we talk about ASIL, for example, why, for example, the investor uses a ASIL platform, there is a number of the aspects. Yeah. And for example, always say there is the capital is cowards. So the investor, for example, when he sees the numbers, come 1 hour. because, for example, we start with the beginning of the status.
فإذا كانت الأرض دخلت أو بدأت يعني مسيرة الاستثمار المذكرات الموجودة في منصة أصيل في التطبيق، ستجدون أن أسعار المقيمين، يعني لو نفرض مثلا من أواخر المشروعات اللي تم تغطيتها، حجم التغطية من منصة أصيل 135 مليون، الحمد تم تغطيتها في ساعتين، في 3 ساعات
In 3 hours and a half, we came to accomplish a lot of transaction, of course, and this opportunity index has been estimated by 98 million reals, and with an area of 38,000 meters. And so, and there is an opportunity, for example, that the developer, for example, could get a license, for example, to use the whole area, for example, not only the commercially, and this is considered and in addition to the so we can say, for example, from the first step, the investor is profiting a lot, and this is what we really want to concern about. The other thing, for example, is choosing, for example, the distinguished partner.
The manpower, they are considered the manpower. So we are keen in order to concentrate on the developers that we are touch their tangent and their achievements on the real world. Well, initially there was about the Energia, and the next one we will apply for the others within Safa, with the Safa company, it is considered as one of outstanding companies in Abha or in Malka, and that has been sold 230 apartments, and they are considered, they have a multiple achievements, and this is what's expecting in Jeddah. And also yesterday we signed an agreement with the Sleiman Holding Company. So today we're talking about the choosing the developers, and since it's considered as one of the initiative and one of our main mechanism of in order to rapid all the procedures. Impressive. Today we have a talk about the achievements of Asil company. So today we will take far away from these. So let's talk about the investors. For example, let's choose Asil platform as a mechanism for the a special provider, investing providers. Impressive. So the first part in terms of the investing, first of all, we provide for them the feasible process in order to build the real the investing fold. Or, for example, anyone who can able in order to open their procedures, then they will have IBAN throughout IBAN number. It's as a tool in order to charge the storage inside the platform, and they will be able in order to invest correctly and reliably. And after that we have the feedback each 6 months. We have a good evaluation system that will provide the feedback. So thanking that we are fortunate that we have this tool. The last period we have over 9 months they raise the tools. So today we will raise, and we raised, for example, downwalked fund within 9 or 8 worth revenue annually. And also other funded has been also funds they will distribute it. So this is what's our ability in order to facilitate the investing material and investing procedures. Besides that we need, I would like to answer your question, which is what's the guarantee and the assurance here. Well, actually the process of investing, of course they have it contains the side effects, so all the time we don't have a guarantee and assets that will guarantee 100% of the revenue. However, we are always keen in order to with our all procedures we guarantee that the opportunity will take with a high level of percentage. So we have some also also funds that's related with, we have a lower percentage of risk, and this is what's highlighted in our agreements and leafleted recently, and we provided a certain opportunities. All of these details we have been accredited by a certain verification. Well, Mr. Majin, with a less than 1 minute, please, if you have to you need to conclude our conversation and about our financial technology in the real estate sector. Well, technical in the real estate sector has facilitated the procedure, if you could say, as a seal platform has been one of them. So we have achieved since we are within this all this we have issued for 5,100 meter square. That help us in order to decrease the real estate and the cost of the real estate for all the investors, as well as that will invented a new capitalism for all the inventors. We keen in a seal platform in order to attract all the clients from this vast, and they to increase their outcome also and their revenue, and also from the middle class and also from others class, as well as for those they are in the tourism area. And we have a mechanism that it's the first time has been established in the tourism countries. So soon, all of these facts will be achieved in the coming years. So that hope will amazing as you sense all this legislation. So I think the future is waving for us today. So thank you very much, Mr. Majid Abdel Khail. Thank you very much for our listeners, and also I would like to thank all the audience in order, and you were much highly attention, much appreciated. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Al-Alkami. Mr. Ayman Al-Saleh, the agent of the Ministry of the Rural Municipalities and Housing. Please, I would like to call in order to honor Mr. Majid Abu Hakail in the Asil company.
Thank
you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will represent a representation about the 3D printer express that will be expressed from Mr. Gonzalo Gonzat. Ladies and سيداتي سادتي لو سمحتم
You heard me? Yes? Hello, guys? It's perfect. So, first of all, thank you so much to everyone who is here today, especially Dr. Alayana Harbi, who makes me possible to be here today and presenting 3D printing. Before we were in the panel discussion of a 4.0 industrial revolution, and right now we are just taking care on the topic of 3D printing. So first of all, my name is Gonzalo Vargas Cunzac. I'm from Chile, from the south from Chile, for the Patagonia. And I'm the Director of Business Development of MENA region from Construction 3D. Construction 3D is a French company located in the north of France, and we are manufacturing 3D printing. We develop software, and also we develop the local materials in order to fit with the technology. So first of all, we are talking about 3D printing. Just some point to discuss. Construction 3D printing is a machine that can build houses by depositing layer by layer the concrete. Then, concrete 3D printing in the construction industry help to save time, to save effort and material. Only the frames and walls of the house are built. The other elements like windows, electricity, or plumbing needs to be installed separately. And at the end, concrete 3D printing can also be used to print bridge, bench, or simple outdoor decorations. The flexibility on design is up to you guys, depend on the needs of the clients. So we are able to do all kind of designs, homes, chairs, bench, bridge, etc. I just want to put a video so you can have a better understanding of what I'm saying. This is Construction 3D. This is the robotic arm in a 20-square container. So I hope you like the video. So it's a better way to introduce 3D printing and you can have a better understanding of what I'm saying. So why we're talking about 3D printing? Very easy. We need to solve a huge problem that it's coming to all of us. We are expecting to have 3 billion people without a proper shelter by 2030. This is a worldwide problem. So what we are looking to do is to build homes affordable in a scalable way, faster, cheaper, and in a beautiful way to give to the people that needs homes a beautiful home. So why? This is a great opportunity, by the way, to change the way that we build. So in the first picture, you can see the traditional method of buildings. So it's slow productivity, costly over budget, it's a dangerous job, and the labor is intensive and inefficient. So what you see in the second picture is a robotic 3D printing machine, mobile 3D printing machine, building a pavilion, home, or villa, it depends of your design, in a fraction of the cost, with 20 to 25% less of the financial, a fraction of the time, almost 30% less time, or less material, and also far more safely with almost 50% less of the labor. So I know in this case, we have the disadvantage to take and cut some labors, but we can create more opportunities in these emergency technologies. So it's a better technician, professionals, better engineers, and a better home. So the benefits of the 3D printing, as I explained you before, we have the design flexibility. This is a design that we create in our pavilion in France. More than easy to build it. Maybe will take 150 hours without a stop, and you can have this beautiful building. Then the most important, and this is what I believe is the key of the 3D printing, is the data information. Everything that you print, all kind of elements, you are taking the information. So you will not commit the same mistakes in the second way, in the third intention. So that information is something that we need to take care and we need to recollect in the construction industry that it's needed. We are talking about automatization in the construction, and this is one of the tools that we have in the market in order to achieve the goals. And then something very important is the research and development. I always believe doctors are doctors from some reason. They never stop learning and developing. And I believe research and development is one of the key in order to succeed in this industry. We need to test local materials, decrease the cost. As much as we are looking into the materials and we can decrease the cost with the local materials and without the need to call to Europe or call to Dubai or call to Chile in South America to bring the material, more efficiency and more success we want to have. So a 3D printing process, how it looks like with Construction 3D, very easy, 4 steps. First, you put the 20-feet container on site, in your place, in your land, in the desert, and you just take off with what engineer the machine. The second, you connect the mixer material where you develop with the silo, you put all the dry material that it's mixed with the water, and just start printing, just so easy. In those 2 first process, you take maybe around 2 hours. So I can tell you, you put your container, in 2 hours you can start printing your villa. The third process, you are finalize your villa, pavilion, or whatever design you want to print. And we finalize with putting back the machine in the container and moving to the next step, who is the second home, third home, or whatever. The 3D project so far, well, I just want to show this specifically. Up in the right, this is the first 3D mosque we're going to be built in UAE with our technology. This is a design already approved and it's in process to be developed. You can see the first big building of Apiscore, white building here. You have mighty buildings in United States with a net zero home. So, and I just wanted to put this specific picture here, the net zero home, because when we are talking about 3D printing, of course, a lot of questions come. The reinforcement, the isolation, the waterproof, the fireproof. I will give you one answer, and an easy answer. Everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. This is the lemma of Nike. And I can tell you, we are waterproof, we are fireproof, we can put reinforcement in the matter of the needs of the clients. The flexibility of the buildings that 3D printing gave you, it's word. Actually, it's a word. So, and then, why again this picture? Because I totally believe that we need to connect all the tools that we have in the market right now. When I talk about the tools, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, solar energy, 3D printing. If you connect those, you can create a smart home. And to build a smart home, it's something that we are coming in this 4.0 industrial revolution. In the case, we are seeing the line that you are building here in Saudi is beautiful, by the way. And for me, the line represents exactly what we're looking to achieve in 2030. Guys, I just want to say one thing because I don't have too much time, but let's make the sky brighter, guys, the water cleaning, and the mountain greener. That's the best way to succeed. 3D technology is here to stay, and we are more than happy to share the information, share the knowledge, and the know-how in order to succeed as a partners. So if any one of you guys have any questions or want to have a chat with me, I'm more than open to receive you guys and start connecting. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gonzalo, for your presentation. Thank you so much. كان هذا العرض التقديمي.
This representation was from Gonzalo. I would like to call Mr. Ayman Al Saleh, the agent of the Ministry of the Rural and the Housing and Municipalities. Please, honor Mr. Gonzalo.
السادة والسيدات
Ladies and
في
gentlemen,
ختام منتدى
we will conclude
مستقبل
the real
العقار.
estate sector, real estate future. So we would like to announce that this forum
قدم العديد
has
من
provided
الإنجازات.
a tremendous amount of achievements. One of them contribution with 51 countries and 200 speakers with 40 sessions and has been 52 achievements and agreements has been done with 10 milliards of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you for all the attendance and thank you for all the organizers as well. And special thanks will goes for all the speakers and the Ministry of the Municipalities and Rural and the Housing. We would like to announce about the next version of the Real Estate Future Forum with the Ministry of with the Excellency Minister Engineer Muhammad Abdullah Bher, and will take the lead with the ministry in terms of the 2023 and 2024. And now, please, we'll take a souvenir photo for all the framework, for all the organizers of this forum. Thank you very much. I would like to call all my colleagues, Muhammad Noura Reem. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we're looking forward to meet you in our next version of the Real Estate Future Forum, and thank you very much for your highly attention, much appreciated. Goodbye.
الفيديو بالله لو سمحت. طلع الفيديو إذا تكرر.